Don't ask me if it's a just war. That's not up to us. To us, it's just war.
Military mind in the military time. Military mind in the military time. Military mind in the military time. Crossing enemy lines, war morals and tango. Once they show me the ropes, I show you warrior strangle. Separate bodies, 6-degree angles. High caliber grip when he rambles. From his tip, bionic lip equipped with the handles. Could have careers crippled in shambles. It's Bando. Michael Jordan fans know nobody fucking with my ammo. Nightmare to the son of Samuel. Spit with the camels, my energy's camel. Anger I channel, use it like a radical Tamil. Got tried as a terrorist, then my hammer spat at your panel. Weapons are formed, had to dismantle. Handle it manual, left it to God. I'm on the path to a manual. Such a thriller, feel of a life giver. I catch a body, I deliver. You catch a body, you a killer. So I'm not your typical nigga. Every time I rhyme, I pull a trigger. Military mind in the military time. Military mind in the military time. Military mind in the military time.
Peace, everybody. Islam. We're just gonna start with our prayer. Anybody who doesn't want to partake, just stay still and hold your peace. Face the peace. More than if you wanna Bible on the left, you on the right. Allah, Father of the universe.
Allah, the Father of the universe.
Father of love.
Father of love.
Truth. Peace. Freedom. And justice. Allah is my protector.
Allah is my protector.
My guide. And my salvation. By night. And by day. Through His holy prophet. Noble Drew Ali. Islam. That's for people who welcome to our, hopefully this will be our, once every 3 months or something like that type of thing, coming out here. We've been getting a lot of feedback from Brother Negus and Alfonso in regard to the information picking up out here as well. So we're doing our best to try to make ourselves available so that the people could get correct information. There's a lot of things going on from political perspective, environmental, celestial, or whatever, that is causing this awakening to happen. So the plan is to clear up some concepts and address any issues that people might have relative to history of the Moors, Moor science, its connection to anything else that people are connected to, as far as a school of thought or liberation movement or whatever. We first wanted to address, when we say the words Allah in Islam, that this does not mean that for you to be quote unquote Moor, you have to convert or something or anything like that. Allah, arm, leg, arm, head. Islam, I, self, law, and master. So these two terms that we use are not to be tied to, connected to anything Arabicized or Islamic or whatever, from the perspective of what we're taught. Islam is what we're taught, Muslims are what we're taught, this quote-unquote religion is. The acronyms have to do with man realizing the power within himself. So we have the Prophet Noble Drew Ali had a writing or article called "What is Islam?" And this is the perspective that we have when we are saying that our religion is Islam, or our school of thought is Islam. What is Islam? Islam is a very simple faith. It requires man to recognize his duties toward God Allah, right? And remember, God Allah is arm, leg, arm, head, right? Which is ourself, right? So we're going from metaphysical perspectives. We're not speaking mundane or, layman. We're talking about man realizing within himself that everything that, man and woman, everything that they need is within. It's not external. So once we channel the energy this way, then that way, we get more done. It requires man to recognize his duty toward God Allah, his creator, and his fellow creatures. It teaches the supreme duty of living at peace with one's surroundings. It is preeminently the religion of peace. The very name Islam means peace. The goal of man's life, according to Islam, is peace with everything. Peace with Allah, peace with man. The Quran, the holy book of Islam, tells us that the final abode of man is the house of peace, where no vain word or sinful discourse will be heard. The divine prophet, the holy divine prophet, Noble Drew Ali, says that the follower of Islam in the true sense of the word is one whose hands, tongues, and thoughts do not hurt others. Object of man's life, according to Islam, is its complete unfoldment. Islam teaches that man is born with unlimited capacities for progress. Islam does not support the idea that man was born in sin. It teaches that everyone has within him the seed of perfect development, and it rests solely on himself to make or mar his fortune. So when we're talking about individuals having free will, and the development of the seed solely rests on the individual, is based on universal laws that do not change, do not pass away, they're always working. Once you stray from these, you're gonna have issues. As soon as you start forgetting about these and focusing on things that are earthly, you obviously miss the point, which is why we were here in the first place, because we missed the point. That's why we came back here, to learn something. And the objective of us learning is for man's complete unfoldment of his unlimited capacities. It teaches that everyone has within him the seed of perfect development, and it rests solely within himself to make or mar his fortune. The cardinal doctrine of Islam is the unity of the Father Allah. We believe in one God, Allah, who is all God, all mercy, all power. He is perfect and holy, all wisdom, all knowledge, all truth. These are some of his great attributes as far as we can understand. And then if we take these great attributes and we speak to people in other cultures, they'll say that their God has these same attributes. Right? So we know that it's one concept throughout the world as far as the attributes of God are concerned. As far as what is God, everybody who has one, their perspective is not going to change from these things right here. Right? Everybody's perspective. Even the individual who says the devil's their God is based in this. Alright? He is free from all defects, holy and transcendent. He is personal to us insofar as we see his attributes working for us and in us, but he is nevertheless impersonal. Because he is infinite, perfect, and holy, we do not believe that death, decay, or sleep overtake him. Neither do we believe that he is helplessly inactive and inert force. Nothing happens without his knowledge and will. He neither begets nor is begotten, because these are the traits of frail and weak humanity. The unity of Allah is the first and foremost pillar of Islam, and every other belief hangs upon it. So the aspect of man being one with the Creator, or man recognizing what the lower self is, in order to know what the higher self is what the purpose of us saying Islam is for. Right? The idea is man recognizing that I am, just like I say something else is. It's not that thing has the power, you don't have any. Or, you have to, do like this to get the real powers. But if you do like this and then kneel, then the powers are going to be stronger. But it has nothing to do with any of that. It has to do with man's thought process and how is man seeing himself. And our issue is that we've always seen ourselves as subordinate based on how we identify ourselves. So we don't even have a connection to this, we don't have a connection to none of this, because we're classifying ourselves as something that these things don't apply to, right? And then keep in mind that when we say universal laws, and then we have man-made laws, even the man-made laws come from this. So don't get into the habit of hearing law and then say, oh, that's the white man's stuff, because white man didn't create universal laws. European has nothing to do with universal laws being in existence. This is something that already existed, that they extracted minute aspects of this to create the laws that people have driving on the street and have a license and pay taxes, whatever like that. All right? So we just wanted to put that out because we usually get people defensive when they hear Allah Islam. They don't want to get tied to terrorists and stuff like that, and like it's not even anything that is relative. You know what I mean? All those things are propaganda. So regardless, any questions, comments, or emotional outbursts with regard to that? And again, this is open forum, so it's cool to talk or express yourself. So everybody's good? Second thing, recognizing where the power lies. If we can have the females of the room please stand up. This is a book I just got. From the Sankofa bookstore. The Black Bible of Science, the Kemet version by Osei Kufor. The importance of woman. Who is the woman? The woman is a very distinct power within the universe. As a matter of fact, the universe and the woman both have something in common that man does not have. They both nurture the creation and life within themselves. They both give life and have everything in them to nurture the life that they produce without having to depend on anything outside of themselves. The woman is a very distinct figure with a source of power that ignites the strength of the man. Even though both were created for one another and they both complement one another, it is something that the woman carries mentally, morally, and spiritually that man can only attain through stages, whereas he has to keep falling in order to see and accept most of the things that woman already has knowledge of when she enters into God's universe. What I am saying to you is that the woman comes into the world fully developed, mind-wise, with the tools to build the man in a way that he cannot build himself. But in order for her to build him, he has to provide her with something of a spiritual, mental, and moral respect that will get him to the stages of knowing his true purpose to her. I will take you to the door of how to do it, brothers, but you have to be willing to walk through. Having all of these recognitions in a woman does not make you less of a man. It makes you more of a man, that you can humble yourself and bow and give to the divine feminine. It makes you a divine masculine to give reverence to the woman. The woman is a world within herself. So without the presence of her life in your life, you would have no world to live in. Today she is not respected in terms of being uplifted and protected, especially the Asiatic woman. He says black in here, but we'll correct that for him. The Asiatic woman is a very distinct creation of God, and also a very distinct creator of man. From her genitals all the way to her nature. As the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says, she is the first teacher and the mother of civilization. And we know where he got that from. Therefore, when the teacher is disfigured, the student is disfigured. And when the mother is not protected, then the children will be hostage of an environment that has a lack of moral values to humanity. This subject is dedicated to women. So brothers, if you can't bear to hear a word that will help you uplift the woman, which is your heaven, then you will forever be in hell.
Islam.
So we just want to say Islam to the mothers for being here. We want to thank you for giving us life. Yeah, you could have a seat. Thank you. The book is The Black Bible of Science.
That was beautiful.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I bet, again, if we didn't come here, we wouldn't have been inspired because, we got the book from. Right? The author is Dr. Osei, Osei Kufuor. All right. So this is why on the cover of the 101 questionnaire that Noble Drew Ali presented to the Moorish Americans, the Asiatics of America, he has the sister, and she's unconscious, and he's holding her in his arms. He has one foot on the solid rock of salvation as he's bringing her, or they're coming out of the cares of the world. She has humanity written on her, which means that she is the founder of civilization. And without her, nobody has any life. Right? So the concept of uplifting fallen humanity, which is the motto for the Moorish movement, is really about uplifting the females, uplifting the sisters, because once they get it, then they would automatically teach the children in their womb before they're born the stuff that they know, so that the children will come out of the womb already having knowledge. If you've seen Kirikou, right?
Yes.
Same concept, right? The Jesus story about the Magian priests going to visit and make sure that, you know what I mean, or not even the Magian priests, the angels visited Mary while she was pregnant, spit into her so that the child could get the information. So that when he comes out, he already knows what work to do. That's why you got the story, Jesus turned over the table of the money changers. He's 13 years old. How does he know about money changers and people are running corruption in the church and people are sacrificing animals and stuff like that? 13 years old. He wasn't taught that by Mary and Joseph and them. They didn't teach him that. Right? He came out already knowledgeable of the work that he has to do. And he told them, you guys don't even waste your time trying to tell me what to do or whatever like that, because I'm here to do my Father's work. Right? And again, you know, when you go check the record, the angels that went to Mary were feminine. So you know that this is a matriarchal thought. This is a matriarchal perspective. And once we recognize the power of the feminine and we put her in the place where it is that she's supposed to be, then all the other stuff is going to come into place. Until we recognize that and do that, we're going to have these issues that we're facing from a societal perspective, right? Because the neglect of her having full knowledge of self is what has prisons full with brothers, what has quote-unquote black on black crime and all that? What has brothers doing things contrary to life when the aspect of living is preservation of such, not destruction, right? So as soon as the women recognize their worth and they start dealing with men how they should deal with them, then men will recognize the power that women have, and they would, like the brother was saying, humble themselves to the fact of the reality, and then maybe we can get some stuff done. Any additions, Morris, or anything?
Yes, sorry about that. I didn't mean to disturb you.
Oh, no, go ahead. This is
It's
what it
just,
is.
I came today to learn a little bit, because I've never actually heard about the Morris, the history of the organization or anything like that. But I didn't come with a lot of time today, but I like a lot of what I'm hearing.
Mhm.
And I have to actually leave right now, but I didn't want to be disrespectful in the middle of your talk.
We appreciate you coming for the short time you did, though.
Next time you come, I'd like to be a little bit more prepared where I can stay for the full lecture and hear what you have to say.
No doubt. Just make sure you contact with Brother Negus in the back, his number or whatever, so you can visit the store and all that, and
The store.
you know, through you'll get information through connecting with him.
Yeah, I
Right.
like a lot of what you said. I thought it was very positive.
Thank you.
I like your message.
All right, appreciate that.
Oh, brother.
Thank you for coming, though. All right, peace and love, bro. Take it easy.
Take care, brother.
Anybody else have any input or questions?
Can I add something? Yeah. I don't know how much you are in the habit of checking what today's science says about things such as but I'd like to add that science is now showing that babies do hear in the womb. And that they do learn. It's been proven over and over again, if a woman is abused while she's pregnant, that the child can be psychologically at a disadvantage as well. So I bring up that point because science sometimes is late. We know that already.
Yeah.
When it comes to knowing what we already know. But I'm not sure how much, maybe you want to speak to that, how much does Islam's connect with today's scientific so-called evidence?
And just, not even to, not just to add to what you said too, not to answer your question, but to add, and put a different point. Like the reason why we're here right now, just getting introduced to a lot of this information, is because of that reason. So imagine just from one child to the mother, the damage that could be done. So think about the hundreds and hundreds of years of all the generations of mothers and children that happened, that things were being done to us while we're at the state right now. So don't be surprised, or don't take it too hard on us or people that we're in the stage where we're in, because there's been a lot done.
Yeah.
So it's going to take a lot to reverse that cycle.
And we also didn't need the sciences to tell us that.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Science calls that sense memory in our DNA.
Yeah,
It
of
does
course.
as well.
Because everything's traced. It's all in there. It's all memory.
From the other day, I've been watching, I had these videos that I wanted to share, right? I wanted to share it, but I can't really share it too easily with the community because it's about, like, I didn't want to take something action, so I went searching. I don't know if you ever heard of a tribe called the Zoe tribe. They're from Brazil, in the rainforest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like a nudist colony, but it's not a nudist colony. Like, they don't wear clothes.
Right.
Yesterday I watched it for around the 5th time, and I caught on to one of them. I was like, I remember I used to have a lot of young ladies, like in my after mid-20s, like after 25 to around 30. And I used to try and explain to young ladies, when you get a cramp there and nothing happens for 2 months, you lose your mind and you go to the doctor, you say, doctor, juke me here, do me this, do me that. And then you're confused again and you realize, these women take nothing. And they're healthy and strong, great mothers, easily get pregnant.
Yeah.
And when they go to work sometime for 6 months straight, they don't get no menstruation. 6 months straight, and nothing's wrong with them. And that's a natural diet and natural remedy.
Right.
Because they're in tune, they
So,
know
I
how to
mean-
control their
so,
system, yeah.
I mean, like, for me, between 25 and 30, and I was trying to, like, I had to, like, let that go because I realized females don't want to know that. They don't want to believe that.
Right.
They have to go against everything their mother taught them from birth, right? So, I mean, like, until a lot of females can accept that and try and build on that.
Well, it's just the females, it's not really the females per se.
Mhm.
I would just add to that,
Yeah.
by not putting the blame so much on the females.
This,
But the information,
Yeah.
as my friend says, that is kept in the DNA
yes.
from all the abuse that has been handed down throughout the years, throughout the decades, throughout the centuries,
Yeah.
right? All of that pain and hurt, and also the information that we're now having
Yeah.
in our melanin, it's I mean, it's there.
It's the, yeah.
Because
It's just a matter of us to get together to decipher it.
Because
Right.
think about it, like, after what you read about how powerful they are, right, through that book, you have to think, like, what have these people done, or what are they doing to able to keep her and us in that state?
Running scared.
They've done some real analytics because they know exactly what to do.
Running scared.
Because if she's that powerful, there's no way.
Because
Right?
they know the,
They're running
Right?
scared. They know the sciences.
They took stuff that we left
Yes.
and are using it against us, yeah.
The point is, we as black people are going through 400 years of slavery. And up to today, we have not seen freedom.
right.
See, we might get certain rights.
Well, you see, I would say something to that. The freedom that I find a lot, that we are so waiting for, waiting to be given that freedom.
Right. Which is the issue.
I am
Yeah.
not, thank you.
Yeah.
Which is the
Like, going
issue.
further.
Yeah.
That's
No,
what
no,
the issue
like I'm not waiting to be given something that I've already attained and have.
Yes.
No. The
Yes,
freedom I'm talking about is the freedom to live here.
You
Yeah,
can
I
choose to
read
do that
that
anytime you
because-
want.
If we
Repatriate.
If we still have our authority figure that doesn't represent we're still in slavery.
We're talking politics.
We have to decide for ourselves.
No, it starts from the bottom and
You
like,
see, like he's talking about the women and their
One of the geniuses of
Pregnancy
our DNA.
and
To
their
control our own
their cycles.
body.
But the
you know.
point remains, once we are under their authority, they control the food we eat, the clothes we wear, the house we live in.
Could we expand on that?
Whole society.
When we say
Yes,
they, who are we
thank you,
talking about?
thank you,
Any
thank you very
authority
much.
figure.
Who is the
Who?
authority?
Yeah,
figure?
but bro,
Alright.
what?
Say some
Well, you
stuff.
see,
No, who is the authority figure?
Okay. We
Yourself.
He's going after what you're
are
taught.
under
One way of thinking.
colonized mind.
The conventional way of
Who
thinking.
colonized that mind?
The wrong name
Okay.
for that.
Answer the man question.
Who colonized the mind?
I can put it like, I could say the Moors.
Say that
The
again?
Moors colonized the people mind.
Okay,
All over Africa and the West Indies.
okay.
And they also caused lots of destruction in Africa.
But they also brought lots of life there too.
Right?
Yeah.
What
Because
kind of life?
because if you let's go to the scholar.
Yeah, please.
Let's go to the
They
scholar.
changed all North Africa white from black.
Let's go to the scholar. Because we don't have no degree. Well, I don't have no degrees in no historical whatever, but I'll go to somebody who's a scholar, right? So who also got murdered for writing his book. George G.M. James,
Yeah.
Stolen Legacy,
Yeah,
right?
beautiful book.
During the Persian, Greek, and Roman invasions, large numbers of Egyptians fled not only to the desert and mountain regions, but also to adjacent lands in Africa, Arabia, and Asia Minor, where they lived and secretly developed the teachings which belonged to their mystery system. Right? So, the so-called invasions were Persian, Greek, and Roman, not Moorish.
All the
The lie is to get you to think the Moors did it, so you don't want to be a Moor.
That's right.
So you disconnect from your Moorish legacy. Because it's a documented fact that the Persians, the Greeks, and the Romans are the ones who ransacked all those tombs and and stole stuff and put stuff in all these different museums. There's no Moorish museum that has anything from Africa in there, stolen. But you go to any European museum, guaranteed, you're gonna find your stuff, including more stuff, in those museums.
But you see, that's the time I'm trying to tell you, the Moors can be white or black. So even when you go to England and you see the Queen, that's a Moor.
Yeah, but she's a Moor that is mixed. She's not full-blooded. So there's a difference.
So Moorish nationality fully start with a melanated man, basically.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's the
It's just-
foundation of it.
It's just like saying the
When
human
we went
family,
to-
you know?
When we went to Europe and we civilized them and they started taking their branches of Moorish nationality.
Yeah.
How comes it that we're the one that say, oh, the Moors are this, the Moors are that, and every time you hear the Moors were the worst back in time and sunning each other, it's always about the black man.
Again, the sciences up there was used
See?
Right.
It's always the black
Right?
man.
No, the sciences was
They
used
say that's
to
responsible.
deter
for it,
and to misinform.
Because we have to keep remembering that as much as we say, they're Edomite and caveman and whatever like that. They got the science.
Yeah.
They know how to make a mother hate her son because the son looks like her dad.
Yes.
They know how to do that.
Yeah.
They know how to, just like what you're saying, mess with the food or whatever like that, have people's hormones all messed up.
They know also to make the dad hates the daughter because she wasn't a son.
Right.
Serious,
Anything.
serious.
That's real talk.
Anything.
That's real talk, but it's not racism. It's not somebody doesn't like black people.
No.
It's these people had the science. And we neglected to use the science because we started believing that
Thank you.
what they say is
Was
real
true.
and go to church and pray the stuff outside yourself and
I
all
know-
that stuff, when the reality is everything is within.
No, that reality is wrong. And that reality is evil.
I think
God, if you read Revelation, if you read the Bible, if you read through the New Testament, they tell you when the apostles passing through, they see people who think of themselves as divine, but they're idol worshippers.
Yeah, most definitely. Those people
They're
are still
idol
around today.
worshippers because they believe in themselves.
Those people are still around today.
And that's like the I, like you, that you're saying you have that divine thing.
Yeah, I
and
do.
say no.
I do,
Yes,
just
no,
like
no.
you do.
But at the same time, Tucker, this is what the
There's
man
no,
right now.
I know.
nobody's not
Yes.
saying
One
that.
divinity.
Nobody's
That's
saying.
one divinity, and that's Haile Selassie the first. He
But-
brought us our
But again,
rights.
what happened to
Free the
before?
nation.
What happened to before 1930
Yeah.
when he got coronated?
What happened?
He's only somebody to Rastafarians because of
Before
1930.
Haile Selassie,
Don't people.
Hold on a second,
no
hold on a
cars,
second.
no
He-
truck, no train.
He's only something to Rastafarians
We
because
know up to be
of
thankful
1930.
to the Creator.
how come you weren't calling
Showing
him
the
God
rest of
before
creation.
1930?
But you see, when people have to realize God, got to know God. You see, God shows faithfulness to his people. Look at Jamaica. Jamaica has 2 million. Jamaica, the Bible show you God used a small amount to beat a big amount.
What are you talking about?
He
See,
used
promise.
2 million to beat the whole world. One race, 5 people win. That's a phenomenon. In Jamaica, we
No,
have
but
reggae music.
that's the power of melanin.
No.
Melanin.
Because
No,
ain't,
melanin,
because
no.
because there ain't no
It's not
European,
just
ain't no
a
European out there.
It's
There ain't
not
no,
just a
there ain't no
total-
European out
You're
there.
asking
no
me
physical
what's the
progress
melanin?
without
There's
spiritual
no,
you might not even know.
there's
man.
no, yeah, but melanin is a spiritual power.
No.
Melanin is a spiritual power.
Yes,
Can I
that's
ask a
true,
question?
but Melanin power is in millions of blacks.
Can you break
I'm
this down?
talking about 2 million. And I'm showing the faithfulness of God to 2 million. 3
But
million.
but so-called God went
Yeah.
to Trinidad too.
Yeah.
Haile Selassie didn't go to Jamaica only.
Yeah, I saw that. I
He
saw
went to
that.
Trinidad too.
Trinidad.
Okay, so you saying that the Trinidad people aren't part of the
But
divine
when he
people?
came to Jamaica, he gave the Rastafarians medals, gold medals.
What do you think he did? What do you think he did when he went to Trinidad?
They didn't get no gold medal.
Were you there?
And I saw it on the internet. I watched
On the
the whole
internet.
night.
Right?
And
Again.
he gave his children
So,
Again.
Gives at the same
Okay, let me
time
ask you this question.
showing that
I wanna make a point.
Check this.
children
Check
are
this
taught.
now. Check this now. You're gonna say that he's God.
He's the creator of everything.
All right, so he's the creator of
Yeah,
everything,
the
right?
creator of everything.
If he's the creator of everything,
who's the woman?
right? If he's the creator of everything, and he only got that power in 1930,
Who's the creator of everything?
who's the
before?
creator of the stuff before him in 1930?
Okay, if you read the Bible, you hear Solomon. He says there's nothing new under the sun.
So that means, so if nothing's new under the sun, then nobody can think that that guy is God because he got
Solomon
coronated
said
in
everything
1930.
they try to do.
If nothing's
is-
new
is
under the sun,
vanity
you know why?
and
You know why he
vainglory.
said nothing's new under the sun? Because Heru, who's from ancient Egypt, was also known as the light of this world.
Yes.
But-
Can I make a
Hold on a
point?
second.
Wait,
Digest what we just said.
Wait.
Heru.
I'm not talking about
From-
imagination, I'm showing you reality.
No, you
But then
again.
no, listen to me. Right? I didn't remember what I talked about.
Gotta go
Hold
up
on,
here.
hold on. Give me a minute. Explain to the crowd what,
You
the lecture of self. Explain to the crowd.
The-
That's what they called him. That was one of his titles. The lector of self. Selassie.
Elect of himself.
The
Yeah.
lector of God.
Hold on.
Basically, it's the
Hold on.
same
Joel,
thing.
Joel,
To me,
Joel.
represent the same. Wait, one thing.
I came here to
I'm
hear
pretty
a
sure,
lecture on
for example-
law and government.
I know,
Not
King.
about
I know, King. I just want to
somebody's
point one thing out.
Science.
When he was a child, he had the right to refuse what he had to do, what he became to do. With everything that he
What's the difference of that?
Wait, just trying to put the situation here. Everything that he went through as a child, even when he fought as a child, amongst his own people, right? He could have changed his mind of serving Ethiopia much less save that world.
Okay, you put
So
your,
for you to say a man can't
talk to the regular
function,
somebody else.
I am highly blessed.
That's good.
You have to realize he's gonna have to put his, a man that's blessed, that's the way back on science. Certain other little things.
Afternoon.
And he was
I'm
really
fine with more else. I came here, I put on this lecture, right?
Hi,
Dealing with
gentlemen.
law,
Yeah.
order, and governmental principles,
Yeah,
and to bring our people back to the constitution of our government like Drew Ali told us to. Right? Because many people out there believe on spirituality and such, that's fine, you can hold that. Right? Nobody's taking anything away from you with that. Right? But we came here to teach our people science, science of government, science of law, science of self. So we don't want to get distracted with religion, quote unquote.
Thank you.
Because there's only one religion on the planet.
Religion and
Right?
religion.
And everybody has the same religion. Your mother birthed you, and the breath will take through your body to breathe, and from sunlight and air. That's religion. So we don't talk about that. We want the Grand Chief to give a lecture on something that's going to unite us.
Yeah.
You know? So it's a lecture, not a debate. So let the man present what he's going to present. And if you have questions after, you bring your question forth, and we'll try and answer them
Not about
as
religion and Christ.
best as possible.
Can I make a quick point?
Thank you, sir.
I just want to make a quick
Trust
point.
me, we like to debate. Don't get
Yeah.
it twisted.
Could we agree that there's a lot of information in the world, and at different stages through time, different information has been presented, and some more than other information. So the information that you're presented with, that you know about what you believe, no one's saying it's wrong, but that's the information you were presented with. There's other information too. Not to say that that's wrong.
When we get information,
Pardon?
when we get information, we have to dissect it. You understand?
Yeah, but
We have to
you
examine our
can't
belief.
discredit something.
We can't just take
You
it.
can't discredit something just because you weren't
I don't discredit
you weren't privy to it, or you didn't know about it. You know what I'm saying?
Right, talk all
And
right.
see if it's right.
Talk
or
all
not.
I want to make one more statement before we're done. I
Yeah.
invited this gentleman here today.
Yeah.
I knew he has his own very strong belief, so I was going to give him 15 minutes at the beginning of the lecture to put on the record whatever he'd like to put forward on the record.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah. You were late, Tucker, by 2-3 hours. Okay? So at this point, I'd like you to let the Grand Chief go ahead
And
and
maybe we have time
present
to
the
let you talk.
information, okay?
You present your.
I saw lots of time I could have showed him mistakes, that is that, but I didn't say nothing.
So that's fine. The lecture, let him present what he's going to present to the people. And then next time, if you want to present, come early.
I didn't want to say nothing really.
No, you're gonna say
Sure,
something.
late,
Why you
Tucker.
say something, Tucker? We're just gonna wait.
I understand why you feel that way, because the information that you know
Was
is
limited.
but it's
Talk all
what's pushed more than any other information. So
seems like that's what's.
It must be true because anything else that
The popularity of
exactly.
Can you go ahead with the lecture, please? And, you know, another question here, please.
Hold on, the sis wants to.
Hey, let the girls speak, man.
Sister speaking, a mother speaking.
Sorry, guys.
It's all
Okay,
right.
so no, it's just that I recently got exposed to this history. So could you give us a little bit of like a background to like what Moors are, or like what their fall in their rights, and like what their relationship is to the Egyptian civilization? Not like a long thing, but just a small, if that's something.
We'll just go back to Stolen Legacy. You can pick this one up. The author's name is George G.M. James.
It's at a bookstore. It's okay.
Right, Stolen Legacy. To answer your question, in the 8th century AD, the Moors, i.e. natives of Mauritania in North Africa, invaded Spain and took with them the Egyptian culture which they had preserved. Knowledge in the ancient days was centralized, i.e. it belonged to the common parent system, the wisdom teaching of the Egyptians, which the Greeks used to call Sophia. As such, the people of North Africa were neighbors of the Egyptians and became the custodians of Egyptian culture, which they spread throughout considerable portions of Africa, Asia Minor, and Europe. During their occupation of Spain, the Moors displayed with considerable credit the grandeur of African culture and civilization. The schools and libraries which they established became famous throughout the medieval world. Science and learning were cultivated and taught. The schools of Cordova, Toledo, Seville, and Saragossa attained such celebrity that they, like their parent Egypt, attracted students from all parts of the world. And from them arose the most famous African professors that the world has ever known in medicine, surgery, astronomy, and mathematics. But these people from North Africa did more than merely distinguish themselves in Spain. They were really the recognized custodians of African culture, to whom the world looked for enlightenment. Consequently, through the medium of ancient Arabic language, philosophy, and the various branches of science were disseminated. A. All the so-called works of Aristotle in metaphysics, moral philosophy, and natural science. B. Translations by Leonardo Pisano in Arabic mathematical science. C. Translations by Gidio, a monk of Arezzo, in musical notation. In addition, the Moors kept up constant contact with the Mother Egypt, for they had established caliphates not only at Baghdad and Cordova, but also at Cairo in Egypt. If that makes sense to you. Is that clear as far as
The relationship between
the relationship between
It
Egypt
does.
and
But
Islam?
do they have anything to do with the fall of Egyptian civilization in a way?
During the Persian, Greek, and Roman invasions, large numbers of Egyptians fled not only to the desert and mountain regions, but also to adjacent lands in Africa, Arabia, and Asia Minor, where they lived and secretly developed the teachings which belonged to their mystery system. So at the time of these invasions, quote unquote, the Moors were known as Egyptians. They weren't called Moors back then. Moors is a term that got adopted to these melanated people when they encountered the Europeans. But when you go to the Egyptian, hieroglyphic dictionary, they have a term in there. What would you pronounce that as?
So it sounds like
Moor.
because to the A, it says what it's A, right?
Yeah.
The Moors were high priests of ancient Egypt. So when you say the Moors' connection to Egypt, you're looking at this branch of the Egyptians. You're not looking at the common people that they talk about in history. And then these people, they never talk about them. These people are
Let's say become kings. Let's say become kings.
mythical,
Taboo.
mystical, taboo. There are people that, you know, nobody really has any
Witch doctors, some
hard
culture-
facts of these individuals that the pharaohs were seeking counsel from in order to rule. Because this is its own
Fraternity.
authority.
Yeah.
Because their authority is not coming from the pharaohs, if they're high priests.
But the Pharaoh, in a sense, protects them and gives them the room or the, how would you say, the allowance to practice openly what they practice, because they give the power, whatever they get, they transfer it over to the Pharaoh.
No,
The Pharaoh
no.
protects them at the same time.
Now reverse that.
Or reverse that?
Yeah.
The Pharaoh fears.
So the pharaohs were the ones that were getting taught.
Yeah,
The high priests were the ones that had the information.
yeah.
Yeah.
Think about it relative to
They have to be hidden.
a good example to use is if you look at Shaolin temples with the abbots and all that. Same concept. The guys who have the most power, they're silent, they're in the background, nobody doesn't talk to them, and then they have their little people that they send out who's gonna do whatever it is that's supposed to get done. But when those individuals go out to do whatever, you have the people looking at them, just like what we're saying with the information. The most popular information is the information that everybody's gonna go with. All right, the person who they see the most is who they're gonna think that's the power,
That's the power.
when that's not really the power. And that was the whole point of even doing that,
Keeping them hidden.
to keep the people who really have the power not in the, because if everybody realized that the power, it does not reside with the Pharaoh, then nobody's not going to those people. They serve no purpose because they don't have the info. The real info is the high priest having it.
He's a fraud.
Right? And then this transcends cultures.
Mhm.
Right? So when you go into other cultures, you go into, if you go to Mali, the Dogon are the high priests, who are tucked away over here. They got their fez on and all that stuff. They know the sciences of everything that from creation.
Say that again, the
They know stuff from
Dogons are the high priest in Mali.
yeah.
Really? You're the secret people.
I noticed how most of them is like the building structure, even up to now, how it's like desert. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
something mystical about it, the way they build it, but I didn't know they were.
They were. They are it.
They are the
That's why they can tell. That's why in the history of the Dogon,
astrology.
they have the astrological
Yeah.
history, but they got it from here.
Yeah.
They're here, but they're telling people about stuff out there that maybe 20 years ago they just found out about the stuff out there that the Dogon been talking about for forever, right? Brother Omar, you had something in there.
Maybe, okay. I just was wanting to, because I wanted to, I sort of wanted to, in honor of Alfonso, to put things back, or bring things maybe back to where some of his energy initially came forth through this, and trying to understand that I think all of us are here because I think all of us understand that something is up. Some of us think it's spiritual, some of us think it's national, right? But we all understand, I think, here that something's going on. And I think the way that that can be manifested is through the process of law, order, and governmental process.
Thank you.
And so one of the things I might try to throw out now to maybe get us back on point is asking some of us here, I mean, we know where our brother here stands, but where some of us maybe on a national level think that some of the things that are sort of dysfunctional here are, and I think that would help get us back, or maybe sort of direct us to where I think Alfonso thought, or thinks that some of our issues are. So maybe some people, if they have any ideas of, I mean, we're here because I think we all know that something is up. You know, when we look
Sure,
back.
I do have an opinion towards that, to add to what you said. Instead of getting here and discussing things from a different from perspective of religion, per se. We go to the sciences, because we know something is up.
Right.
So with all information that we have in the room here, brilliant minds and information from all different aspects, we try to use all this information from the scientific perspective with the history and the proofs, and we figured what it is.
Right.
You know, they were taking stuff from us, and now it's time for us to know what to do with what we have.
What we got.
You know, this is where I'm at, personally.
That's one question. I would like to know how North Africa became white. Morocco and all those. How they became white. I want to know if it's through the high priest, the Moor.
No, you have to realize.
Good question.
Don't answer Jabal, he's direct it to him.
When we look at the historical impact of the Moors, like we were saying earlier, the Moors did great things and the Moors did some BS.
That's
And
it.
we're looking at only the BS that they did, which you can't only look at the BS that they did because it wasn't necessarily.
Please answer the question. Just answer the question.
Yeah, that's
He answered.
yeah.
You didn't answer it. You didn't tell me what's the BS.
One
Oh, what's
The
the yes?
BS
Oh,
is like what you're talking
How
about.
they became white.
one
Yeah.
possibility, right? One reason through history and research that you could look up is you could say that at the time when you could say that side of the hemisphere in North Africa was you could say our kingdom, right? And we were ruling on our kingdom, right? The European was there as well, right? We were dominant over the European. Us, as Moorish men, started falling victim to our carnal nature and started desiring fleshly things more than a higher self, right? So we had the European as slaves. We had their women in harems. So naturally,
All right, now you get to the point. It's the woman.
Now-
Just get to the point. You know, it's the woman.
we had their women
Y'all fell from grace because of the woman.
because of the women,
Straight up. Caucasian woman on top of that too.
right? The men had the women in the harems. They started breeding the lighter skin.
Okay.
They inherited. They got their inheritance.
Was the white the majority or the black the majority? Because you know black is dominant.
We're always the majority
And so how comes white becomes the dominant in Morocco?
because they got the inheritance.
Brethren, why don't you
we-
ask yourself that same
And we
question?
fell, and we stopped trusting each other. So then the child took over the house, and they grew up and then we became exactly.
With all due respect, my brother,
Yeah.
who is white?
Eh?
Because I'm asking a lot of questions, I haven't gotten any answers back yet. Who is white? There's no white people.
Well, we are talking about
No. You just
I'm giving him his
directed
layman
it-
answer, you know.
European.
Who is white?
May I say something, please? Let's not argue. Just
No, we're not.
make
We're
your
not.
point. Make your point.
Who is white?
Who is white? I'm gonna read to you what white is, but who is white?
Well, what I'm saying is North America became white because of the Moors and of their sex habit of having 100 wives.
Who's white?
You want to say more,
Look
but
who fashion, though. Look who follow
Our
fashion in
people.
today's age. Y'all want to talk about yesterday's history like y'all not doing it today.
Ask you the question. Who is white?
Yeah.
It's genocide and invasion, man, cause of problem.
I got an answer.
Genocide and
Why
invasion.
Europeans are when the people for
All right, I wanted to say something to you. I want him to read out the European. I want
But we're not talking about that. We want those
I want him-
from a point. We're
I
not
want our
talking
brother here to
about
read out
Africa.
the definition, but I think we need to also.
Please,
I think there's a lot of work. I think there's a lot of positive work
Yeah, read
that
out
can
the
be done here.
definition.
Let the brother speak.
I think a lot of positive work can be done here, but I think first of all, we have to, some of this is part of the order, where if one person is speaking, everyone listens, and so on. And then I also think we need to stay away from certain subjects right now,
Yeah, that's right.
because this is nonsense. We've got a limited time here right now, and all of us are gonna leave here feeling disappointed that we didn't get shit done because we're arguing about nonsense.
Caught back in the same colonialist whiplash.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that
The
right
reason
now.
why I bring it
Excuse me, what I don't understand how is the fact that this is why we're having this conversation today, and you're gonna tell us to ignore the fact. Now, you being the skin color that you're at, and me being the skin color that I'm at, you're gonna tell me to disregard, as a woman, being set as second nature to certain men because they wanna have light-skinned women because they're gonna grow up the economical ladder faster. All right, I have nothing against my light-skinned sisters,
that is
you
a
understand,
fact.
we all have to China, we all supposed to be one. But when we're to talk about you guys now, it's a different situation.
Yeah, but remember, keep in mind that you're talking about a time period when the men were the ones who went out and did all the stuff.
Yeah, but you empowered them to begin with, that's why right now we're having a dilemma.
No, but wait, and I just want to jump for a second. Because here's what you keep thinking. All of us keep pulling stuff out that we want to use as our validation for arguments. But remember this: society, first of all, was woman. So it was your fault that created us.
Us fault.
How was that? We're
How
not
was that? Because this was a Moabite society. It was female before this.
Society was
I've
woman.
been here all the time, I know these people, don't worry about that, sister.
Society fell because you fell.
How is that?
Because
Explain how
you
is that?
started.
We're not the ones who carry the seed. It is
Of
you
course
guys
it
who have
is.
the
You are.
scrotum.
You are.
You have the
No,
scrotum,
see,
not
right?
us. It's the one that travels up your brain and comes back down.
And that's what
bad issue.
And that's what the issue is, right?
It's a what?
The issue is, right?
Here's a dreadlocks.
The issue is that just like what you said, right? Just like what you said, you don't want the power, you pass it to me, right? I take the power and I go have sex with all these women or whatever. Now you're mad.
But which
Why
war
are you
are we
mad?
talking about?
Huh?
Are we talking about the first or the second?
So the first, second, what?
Because at first, it was creation was perfect, okay? If you want to call her Mother Ninty, she was perfect.
Yeah.
It wasn't until that little devilish one, reptilian one, is one who
What
mixed
reptilian?
his seed.
You ever see a serpent walking around here? What reptilian you talking about? That's an algorithm. That's an
Who
illusion.
basically shared his
Because-
seed
because
with her nation.
if you're talking about serpent
so
people-
therefore, we're talking about two different, we're talking about a different history
If
here.
you're talking,
Okay, so this is
if you're
another
talking,
point.
right, and exactly,
So we're gonna have to shut
right,
this
exactly,
down.
right?
We're gonna have to shut this down
Order,
too.
man of order, step in. Get
Just
The
a few
objective, the point is that, like, because again, you know what I mean? You know, because you came late, you missed the reverence that we gave to the woman. Because we recognize that the issue is you. The issue is not us. We're the sons. All we do is what you say for us to do. If we have, if we look at, listen again. Any man in here, no man in here could tell me that when woman comes in their life, that they're not inspired to do better.
He's completed, he's incomplete.
Any man that's gonna tell me that when a woman comes into their life, oh, that doesn't mean nothing, she's not gonna make me be better, that guy's crazy. He's talking crazy. Because the only reason why a man's gonna clean the washroom because a woman lives with him. The only reason that a man's gonna not go home.
And if he's not doing it because the woman lives with him, he did it because his mother taught him those values.
Like it's values that we're taught.
Yeah.
It's things that
You
we
know
know.
something, I have something
It's
more
things that we're
to
taught.
contribute to the situation, because I'm growing up two young men now going into their emancipation. I would love to see them grow to be old men, regardless of the experience they're going to go through. I'm sick and tired of listening to the news and hearing whoever shot and whoever because
That's
of
what we're trying to get.
Let her finish.
one should be able to speak,
turn off
because
the news.
remember, freedom of speech. So if I come in here today to basically honor what is to be honored, and in the same note I'm going to dishonor something because I cannot, please everybody at the same time.
But if you're speaking about, and again, everything's 360, if you're speaking about you have the power to speak because that's a right, you better have a nationality to do that. If you don't have a nationality, you don't have the power to talk. No.
I am who I am.
You can say that stuff in this room
It's
here.
not a program dilemma here. It is what it is,
you
because
can-
the point being is, how did you get here?
From my mother.
And your father.
I came here from my mother.
Matriarchal.
Right.
I came
But
here
you're talking
from
about
my mother.
matriarchal, then you're
talking
calling
about
them father.
matriarchal. Why are you talking about fathers if you're talking about matriarchal? Matriarchy means woman, not woman and man.
Patriarchy.
Matriarchy means woman only. Why is it that we have a history of women that lived in the Amazon that they made Wonder Woman off of, where there were no men there,
And
but
made
they were
her
children.
fully Caucasian. Not to bring that back up.
They weren't Caucasian either.
No,
No, he said they made that.
Oh,
They didn't get that
the
one.
woman.
The image that we see, the one that we're presented with.
Okay, I don't want to hear
Because-
personal.
Hold on. This gentleman back here had something to say, and then right here, and then after that, we need, like, as I'm saying, we need to start, like, we are too intelligent in here to be going on this nonsense. That's what I'm feeling. We can have other venues for this, but right now, I think our brother brought us up here and put out a lot of his energies to get us here, to not be running around with this nonsense.
Brethren, we came here to love and not to hate, right? Let's have a spirit of cooperativeness and try to work together, we can be against each other if we want. But none of us is perfect, and we all have issues. So let's try and work together with a more loving spirit,
And also, one other thing too, just when one person's speaking, the
Let's
rest
listen.
and then, but we should also be conscious of what we're saying and finish off so people can respond.
Yes. Okay.
Brother.
Yeah, you see, when you talk about the woman putting us in the situation, maybe it's being ambiguous. If you give a better definition, because the woman maybe brought us in the situation because she herself became a victim. But we can't blame her like she was a conspirator for our problem.
No, he's not doing that. He's just.
Wait a minute,
No,
remember,
but
wait a minute,
that's
we're
what
interrupting
the
you
whole
too.
story
Watch
not
this,
being
we're
told.
just doing exactly what we said.
That's exactly it.
We're just doing exactly what we just said we shouldn't, right? Let him finish, and then we respond.
Thank you.
Right, you just, two people just cut in right there.
No, cause what I'm saying, we're in a situation where we go around and just constantly blaming, and we're not fixing our problems, and that's what keeping us every day we meet up. Everybody come with their own opinion and keep this distraction going. It's time for us to get serious, people.
Beautiful. So,
Can
now,
I say
so
something?
I think maybe
Listen,
a
Joel,
hand thing
answer
too
to
could
the
work.
question. Not a new question, Joel.
No, I'm not answer the question.
Okay, then don't
I just
talk.
wanna
Let somebody
say-
answer that question.
I just
please,
want to
and
say
answer.
something. Okay, we had a young, sorry, I know you might not want to hear it. We had a young brother here in Ottawa, died. I think I tagged you in the picture, that young man with the star and the 7. He's the one that got killed by the cop. Okay? When that shit happened, everybody started talking. Me, I laughed my ass off. Why? You made fun of America, you made fun of everything, and forgot. We're in Canada, you have Toronto, but this is Ottawa. Keep your mouth shut, do certain things. You think sometimes shutting your mouth is giving into something. No, do something before that reach. And when that reach, what happened? Somalian community still can't even get an answer right now. They still treat them the same way. And going back again to what I was saying about that, the Aboriginal tribe, the nomad tribe over in Brazil there, they have a matriarch society rule, right? No clothes, all of that, and they're bringing people, and these people are protected where these people come in and felt, they will not tell the government, they will not tell anybody where to find these people. The man protect them, and the woman protect the man and the children even more. So if the matriarch is not protecting the monarchy, ain't nothing happening. Because when he gets up and says, I'm tired of this, he's gonna be a real asshole. And when the invaders come in with their man, and they're assholes, if they give in to the woman, if the man is a real asshole, he's gonna use his own woman to get control or get a way to get into them. And it's been done throughout time, many times.
Yeah.
So it's still the both same thing. Monarchy protects the matriarch, and the matriarch is supposed to protect the monarchy. If it doesn't happen, end of story.
All right, so then hold on.
Got a comment, bro?
Then a comment over there, and then maybe you can respond to, and then.
I'll be as quickly about this as
You don't have to, you
possible.
just-
No, the point being is because I'm going to be addressing a couple of different things. First of all, white Caucasian. There's a place in northern Europe called Caucasus Mountains. That's where they were when they were in the caves after Moses had taught them to walk up, or excuse me, before Moses had taught them to walk upright and straight. They were in a place called the Caucasus Mountain. That's where the term Caucasian comes from. When you go to the House of Parliament, they call it the caucus. That's where they have their House of Cabinet. when you're talking about man and woman, forget about discussing man and woman issues because we're all here together. We have to put these points together and not argue against each other about being man or woman because we have different parts and we're created for different reasons, right? So if you're going to be discussing issues as such, when you're talking about Gad, that's the Eden, right? That's the garden, and whatever happened, we're both held responsible because remember, as it is written in the scripture, it said, "Who blamed who? The woman blamed the serpent, and the man blamed the woman." But we're both wrong. Right? The next thing is, Noah had 3 sons. Japheth, and most people get this wrong. Japheth, Ham, and Shem. They're born in that order, okay? Most people think Ham is a black man, but anyway, the point being is that Japheth is a white man, born that way. Ham is a Chinaman, born that way. And we as a black man, Shem, born that way. That's how we came out of the mother's womb. So there's no separation of culture and blood. We're all the same, but we're fighting one another because we don't know the pedagogy, right? The pigeony, right? Talk about pigmentation of skin and so on and so forth. So we're here fighting for no reason. All we need to do is address the point and move on.
Thank you. Anybody else got it?
I think we gotta get back. Okay, get back to the.
Getting back on
I'd
track.
like to hear you finish our conversation.
Can you speak when you're supposed to speak? I'm happy you guys have come. I've come before. I've learned a lot from you guys.
Yeah.
Today I look forward to learning from you guys, and I've just been thrown off track by these people who love to argue. If I wanted a domestic argument, people, I would stay home. Thank you.
Deep science back on there. Okay, can we just get back on track now? Okay, so it's a lecture. Could you continue the lecture,
I used to
please?
be in the debating club at school. I didn't come to debate. I come to listen to these people and learn what they're teaching. Well, I can always check it out after. And I'm thankful you guys drove from so far and got here very safely. And I really hope that I learned something and you get home safely tonight.
Okay.
Islam.
I asked brother the question, who is white? When Fawza came up first and he was speaking on our situation that we are in at the moment, in terms of a people. We're always giving authority to somebody else. But what we have to realize, who has the right authority? When we look at the society that we're in right now, most of the situation that we're in pertains to law. Am I right or am I wrong with that?
That'd be correct.
Which is statutes, codes, ordinances, and whatever they bring up tomorrow.
Thank you.
In law, there's a couple of words that most of us, I don't know if you all know, but words such as in propria persona, sui juris, or free white person. The word free white person now, I will read up the definition for you, and this is in law. This is the law in terms of the Supreme Court, in terms of the constitutions that we have.
Let me finish.
Talking term of rights.
We won't.
Talking term of
Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish?
Stop, you can't interrupt. Okay, let me finish.
Can I finish, please? Stop.
You're not interrupting.
You interrupt me.
Don't worry about that, man.
For some respect.
That's all right.
This is the way Parliament behaves.
It doesn't
You wanna
matter.
talk about the caucus Parliament. You don't get the way they talk to each other in Parliament.
Even if he's responding that way, understand him.
Let's
You understand what I'm
express each
saying?
other. We're all coming from different corners right now, aren't we?
Welcome to Ottawa.
My brother, no, talk her up speaking.
I love it. This is You guys can go back. I'll stay here with them.
My point to get to that.
Yeah, okay.
When you just asked about rights, with rights, there's a particular status that you need to have those rights.
That's correct.
Am I right or am I wrong?
That's absolutely correct.
Rights as human being.
That's fine, but in terms of status.
Human being.
All right, okay.
But certain descriptive words that we use to describe ourselves do not fit in the human family, though. So then we're not considered human beings. So you got to be careful with certain as a people.
He's talking, Mary's talking, complete.
Now, I will read you the definition, and to your point, my brother, as well, I will answer your question as well, simultaneously. A free white person. The definition of free white person is, free white person, referred to in Naturalization Act as an amended Act July 14, 1870, as meaning naturally given to it when first used in Statute 103, Section 3, meaning all persons belonging to the European races, then commonly known counted as white, and their descendants, including such descendants in other countries to which they have emigrated. It includes all European Jews, more or less intermixed with peoples of Celtic, Scandinavian, Teutonic, Iberian, Latin Greek, and Slavic descent. It includes Magyars, Lapps, and Finns, and the Basque and Albanians. It includes the mixed Latin, Celtic, Iberian, and Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal. The mixed Greek, Latin, Phoenician, and North African inhabitants of Sicily, and the mixed Slav and Tartar inhabitants of South Russia. It does not mean Caucasian race, Aryan race, or Indo-European races, nor the mixed Indo-European, Dravidian, Syrian, of Asiatic birth and descent will not be entitled to become a naturalized citizen of the United States as being a free white person. So I answered your question when I asked who is white. It does not mean Caucasian.
When we're talking about white and black, we're talking about the rights given to man.
Okay.
The rights given to black man is not the same rights given to
I'm going to
white.
put something on the record right now. Haile Selassie said that we must eradicate, you thought Haile Selassie? He said we must eradicate the usage of white and black describing people from our speech. Haile Selassie said that.
Yes.
And why did he say that? Because
white and
he
black
knew
is
this.
not, you can't
He
use it
knew
to
that
describe race.
white and black are not part of
the human
beings.
Or the human family.
So as soon as people start saying, I'm black, I'm white, or the white man this and the black man that, right? Automatically,
you discard yourself from the human race.
Class yourself outside of being a human being.
Hey, my lord.
Don't class that.
Right? Automatically.
Listen.
Automatically.
No, but when I'm talking about, I'm not talking about black rights.
Okay, but
I'm talking about human rights.
Yeah, but you have to be classified as a human to get human rights.
If you're not, if you're not part of the human family, human rights are not going to apply to you.
Okay, may I ask a question? So, may I ask a question? No, but if the black people have to fight for them human rights.
They can't.
You can't. You can't have rights as a black person.
Bro, Niggas has a question at the back. Islam, everybody.
Okay. So can I get dog rights? Can I get dog rights? Yeah, dog.
You see how easy I answered the question?
Watch how easy that was.
That's why I had to show it.
All right. So
are you black? Are you see? I was straight.
So the question is, if you're not black,
and he's
then
not a dog,
human rights will apply to you because you obviously belong to some type of nation out there. You're not just calling yourself an adjective. You can't call yourself an adjective
So
and have human rights.
the rights is not equally distributed.
No.
No, but
How is it distributed?
no, they're not.
How is it distributed?
It's not distributed.
No one can grant you.
Rights cannot be distributed.
Rights is
It's
either
you have it
exercised
or you
or
don't.
not
I'd like to
exercised.
put something on the record from the King Alfred plan here in terms of what we're discussing right now. Sorry to cut you, brother. Okay. Of course, this is put up by the so-called government. Okay. One will take note that all the people mentioned in this government plan, blacks, Indians, Latinos, Puerto Ricans, and poor whites, do not include a de jure national name or title. All these words are descriptive chattel brands, coined by Europeans as a substitute pedigree parentage names, and were forced on as appellations of the indigenous peoples of the Americas and their own discard. All people bearing these labels are referred to as it in these texts. One common thread is evident. No nationality equals no rights and no human value. That's King Alfred plan.
And then to add to that for 1 minute, Martin Luther King. Every February here they talk about him. One thing I remember he said, we should not be judged by the color of our skin.
Exactly.
Tell me, what does that mean? I can call myself black or white. What does that mean when he said that?
Not to be judged by color of your skin.
Don't call me black, don't call me white. I'm
Because
none of the above.
that, you judge the color of your skin.
Simple.
All right, let me just add to that.
Haile Selassie had said on the record.
He said something. He said that. Remember what he said? You remember what you said before?
Yeah.
It's the same, similar thing.
Must be eradicated from human speech.
Get rid of that hotel
Yes.
system. Stop being black totally.
being
Then
black.
you can start.
Okay.
Be somebody.
I want to speak. Okay.
Be somebody.
When I had come across this speech, many people know it through the song of Bob Marley, but when I had come across this speech, it puzzled me for a bit because it came from the OAU, where the African leaders came together and they had came with a decision. What should we do about colonization and all that? And the speech was, until the philosophy that one race superior, another inferior, until the color of a man's skin, have no significance to the color of his eye.
Good.
Until the color of a man's skin is of no significance as the color of his eye. Right? And I was like, so me tell me they're beating the African people them and them come with this thing up. So someone we miss something. Because we think we have to hold on to something black and all these things. But the African continent told you that until that keep going there be war.
Until you live at that.
Till you live with that. Because we didn't just born. The real reason for that is, in terms of chronology, this was a new term that came in. We're all in a nation before. We born in a nation, but we're denationalized. So I'm just adding to say to you that apart from just the idea of today's conversation, it was said before, but we didn't take real note of it.
Exactly.
Until the philosophy, Bob Marley, big song.
Exactly.
Until the philosophy, one race superior.
And
You
look
sing
at
it,
something
but
now.
we don't know what it means.
Look at something now with your passport.
One question.
Your passport said the color of your eye. Look at the color of your eye.
Yeah.
It's dark brown, almost looking black to what I say black is.
Yeah.
But your legal document passport that takes you around the world said your eyes dark brown.
Eyes are definitely darker than your skin.
This part I call it black.
Wicked one,
Legal
Norman.
document
Love that one,
takes
then,
you around the
Norman.
world.
Big
Come
one.
back to where you say Bob Marley say with your eye. Good.
No significance.
Good.
Okay, I'm done. Continue the conversation.
Yeah, so I just want to add as well that when it comes to black and white, nobody is white like that. Nobody's black like this.
I
So
believe
why
that.
why prescribe something that doesn't
I believe.
identify you? Just in appearance at all.
How would you identify the people that was in slavery for 400 years and still in
Africans.
Fallen Moors.
Fallen Moors.
People.
Kushites.
Human beings.
In other words, to add to that,
Because
if
they're not
you-
the only ones,
if-
you know?
In other words, for example, if there was so-called we black men that we become slave, means what we were before. We were the slave masters then, and we get overthrown, and the different set of slave people take us over. So now, what we supposed to do? Go back, go either overthrow them and take back our stuff. That's all it is.
But you
No,
know,
I didn't ask that question.
No, but that's what you're
said
saying.
what you call the people that were in slavery for 400 years. Some people say
Canaanites,
African,
Moabites.
some people say...
no, there's many.
Kushites.
Yeah, but those are the
people already in the Americas
They're
being
people.
born, and
Yeah,
people
yes.
born free people and got caught and tossed into slavery.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's
You know
why.
what's the worst thing that I hate about slavery?
Yeah.
People hate to talk about? People who were born in America didn't come across on a boat from Africa. Those people got dragged to the Caribbean, got murdered and brutalized.
Yeah.
Because once you're in the Caribbean, you can't tell them nothing.
Different
You have to
conversation.
give it into their African heritage. Right
Different
there.
conversation, Joel.
Sorry.
Just not my color.
I'm just saying.
No,
I'm
that's,
just saying.
that's
why you
perfect
went
way to
on.
put it on the record.
I'm just saying, when you say black
agree
and
with you.
African and slavery, you have to think of how far it came from and all the things that they did to trick us into doing things. You have black,
and then
you
you
have
also
black
have-
slave, you have black slave masters who had slaves working under them.
But you know
what I
why I stick, why I agree with the black thing, but what I see, these black civil rights leaders in the state, they fight for affirmative action because black people and the position we have after slavery, but they take it and give it, but they change it from the affirmative action for black people and give it to, they change it into minority, then they change it to this.
Yeah, but that's the same thing that's the same stuff that the brother just read. If you're calling yourself minority, if you call yourself
Let me finish, good. Let me
Go ahead,
finish.
go ahead.
Then the benefactor of all these civil rights workers were the white women. Because they
why-
use
but
the
why?
term, they
Why?
change the term.
But why?
They
Why?
take the term away from black to minority to other
Brother,
people.
I have a dream.
And the same man said.
Let's come to the lecture. Okay. Now we have let's come to the lecture. I need to learn now. We have to learn about government.
One person talk, please.
Keep in mind, always remember that the so-called European Supreme Court ruled that civil rights was unconstitutional in the 1800s.
That's a fact.
So anybody talking about civil rights in 1960s, clearly they work for those Europeans.
Exactly.
And their job is to make our people stay black and proud forever. Because once our people stay black and proud,
as I tell you, Haile Selassie is the one that went around and make sure these guys could argue their rights. Now when they argue their rights,
He's one of many.
for these same black people, they change it to color, then they change it to minorities.
but why?
then black people
But
get
why
no
are they
rights.
doing that though? They're doing that because
you can't identify yourself.
They're doing that because
With all
once
these
you
different words
identify
and
yourself
all
as
these
something
different
that
words
is
don't
not,
identify us.
if as soon as you
So what you gonna
identify,
fight for?
as soon as you identify yourself, as soon as you identify yourself as something that is not real, right? Okay, let's look at it like this, right? Let's look at it like this. If we go to Pakistan, Sri Lanka, whatever, right? There's people over there darker than us. They don't call themselves black, ever. They never, ever identify themselves as black people. They're darker than us.
That's true.
How come they don't call themselves black people?
Because they have their own government, they have
No,
black
because-
people. and
because they're not
we're
black.
talking about
It's not that serious.
We're talking about black people in a white authoritative
It's not that serious.
It's a big-
Because even in Sri Lanka, the people in Sri Lanka are known as Moors. The people in Sri Lanka are known as Moors. In India, they had a Mauryan dynasty that ruled India, ruled Asia, built all types of stuff. All this stuff people are going talking about, yoga and all that stuff. That's our stuff. That's not their stuff that they're doing. That's stuff that they got from
People in
us.
Sri Lanka are known as Moors. The people in Sri Lanka call themselves Moors.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're
Yeah.
whites too.
With no apology either. Also, the people in the Philippines call themselves Moors. Indonesia, they call themselves Moors, right? If you go to Arabian countries, where just like you say, Mauritania, why is the white man there? That's who you see on TV. When you go there, it's dark-skinned people that's there. They don't people who look like what they show on TV.
No.
They are the Moroccans, are the Mauritanians, are the Egyptians.
The Moors is
That's
just like you say a Christian.
Say again?
So the Moors is just like you say a Christian or a Islam or a Jew.
Again, that's misperception because, like we said in the beginning, because I say Allah, because I say Islam, doesn't mean that I'm Muslim.
No, but
because I like
a Muslim doesn't have a specific race
like look,
or a
I
specific
have Buddhist beans.
nationality.
I have Buddhist beans, right?
A race could be anybody. A Moor could be anybody.
That's right. Correct. That's dark skin.
No, light
Hold
skin.
on.
Light skin with melanin though.
If the people
Light skin, light skin.
listen, hear what it is, right? Hear what it is. As long as we keep playing this game with ourselves about we don't know what to call ourselves, we're gonna continue to be at the bottom of the barrel, which we are right now.
And I'd also like
I'm speaking from a perspective of somebody who was at the bottom of the barrel. That's why I got fez now. That's why I don't F around with I'm black, I'm African. Anybody wants to do that? Hey, go right ahead. You can do that. But I know that Africa's a continent. And there's no people on the planet from over there that call themselves African. They say Ghanaian, Nigerian, Ethiopian, Eritrean, Congolese, Igbo. They never, ever call themselves African. They only call themselves African to satisfy their nigger friends who don't know history. The same reason why so-called Europeans would call our people black in the news and all that stuff. They're satisfying their little niggers, their little property, who don't have an identity, who don't have a nationality, who don't want to grow up. They want to keep playing. They don't want to grow. As soon as we realize that we're adults, stop thinking like minorities, children. then we're gonna go somewhere. But we continue want to play this game like we're minorities. We want to keep playing this game that we're black.
Continue the science.
No, I'm serious.
Right?
No, because you don't get it. Like this is
If I have land
right now, right?
This is my estate.
We got limited time, right?
North America.
So we got some stuff.
Is our estate, all of it.
This is what this.
All of it. North
So I
America.
thought it was for a free man, he had to obtain certain things in order to be called a free man, and that is to also have land.
Didn't we come from Toronto to here? No issues?
No,
Didn't we
this
travel the
is
land?
the earth, which is our habitat, I
Okay.
understand.
Yeah.
But because we're playing this monopoly division situation,
Who's playing the Monopoly division?
well, it has to, because
No,
you
he's
have to
asking
have,
who.
you have
You mean
to
like
possess at
everybody in
least
general?
one portion or lot of this earth, considered to be speaking in certain authority.
Yeah, and the jurisdiction of North America is Morocco, of the West. Everybody in the world knows that except Negro black colored people.
But it's also classified as a masculine country too, so it's Canada, so where is
What do you mean it's
this
classified as a masculine?
Classified as a masculine country.
Morocco is a feminine name.
No, according to their story, it's
Mor-
masculine.
Well, wait a minute, you just made a good point.
Yeah, their story.
Use it again.
Morocco is a feminine name. You're looking at the people who stole your stuff, you're looking at them as they have some authority to name something.
Why
They don't have any authority. Where are they getting the
Give
authority
them the
from?
authority to steal anyhow. There had to have been some empowerment from one of our traders.
And this is why we brought up the fact that, yes, the Moors went into Europe and they slept with all these European women. That's not Moors across the board. That's a particular group of Moors that did that. That's not
Yeah,
Moors,
you see, then it doesn't
that's
matter
not
because
Moors
what happened
all
is-
over that did
is
that.
they vibrated that energy into the seed, which multiplied, and so this is what we
It's not-
see
it's
to
not-
this
Correct.
day. And me being also can speak testimony to that.
Even in True Romance, the movie, they told you, the Moors went around, they had sex with all these European women. That's why Europeans today aren't blonde hair and blue eye anymore. They have dark hair, dark eyes, they got little pigmentation now. They're not seeing,
Let's go deep.
they're not
Let's go
seeing
deeper
that.
and skin deep. Let's deal with the DNA and the bathyry and all the information that's going on in their head
I know-
right now.
I know-
that Grandpa
I
decided
know-
to empower them with.
I know
And the rest of them.
Europeans. I know Europeans that I'm gonna go sit down and break bread with before some niggers. I know Europeans who have more honor to the history of Morocco, the history of Moors, the history of Noble Drew Ali. Matter of fact, let's go to a European.
Well, I would too if I was diseased.
Okay, before
Let's go to a European. Let's hear a European talks about Noble Drew Ali and Moorish history, and then relate that to dumb people who want to pretend like what we're presenting is some farce, some illusion. You know what I mean? We don't know what we're talking about because, you know, people think that Moors, people think that Moors have the same mindset as their people who look just like them. We don't have the same mindset, right? I don't know what people who don't classify their Moors, they classify themselves as Moors do at 2, 3 or whatever in the morning. As far as Moors, we're up studying or whatever. We don't have no time to play around
Before
with.
you put that on the record, I just want
messing up,
to read one
right?
definition that's in here in terms of blackamoor, right? It says blackamoor, which is adjective, black, noun, more, compound word, right? It says blackamoor, any dark-skinned person.
Yeah.
Okay? Especially the African Negro.
And remember, that's the white man. That's the white man.
And that's the problem.
It's the
That's the problem that we have.
Dictionary of the English language.
That's the problem we have when we're trying to decipher a lot of this information and say, okay, well, more is this or this African this. Like we're forgetting, like, okay, we could, if we just want to put the name Moor aside for a sec, we could say our people, or if we want to use black people sold out black people. Black people did things to black people. So you can't say, or Moors did this to Africa, because They're all the same people.
Just because.
But don't you want to separate it and say more than some group of people? No, it's just one people. And yes, over time and over generation, we've done good and bad to each other. We're on this plane to overcome that battle, that good and evil battle. So at the end of the day, when you go to bed, hopefully you're on the good side of the coin, right?
Are we blind to some of us that's in this city? Do they not see who is good? In order for them to do something wrong to them to see really what's underneath? I mean, it doesn't matter. We all can be all positive, but there's going to be a time you're going to be tested just to see how negative you can be, and that is to be on the front line.
Okay.
So
I think
know
that's
I'm
what we
speaking
come
to a
here to
few
learn,
that
how
is
to be
here
on the
knows
front
what
line.
I'm talking about.
We can't get to
Because I was told I don't have a mouth and I don't have a voice. I was too busy taking care of people and
By
putting
who?
myself second to third. Meanwhile, that happens. What happens now? Today is my mother's birthday. Do I get to celebrate it with her? No. Why? Because she's in the nursing home who she has strangers taking care of. Meanwhile, she has 10 children. None of them can take care of. So this is the whole point what I'm talking about. Yet still, these are the same people who are turning around and takes the land from my father, who was going to give it to me, who I want to turn around and make that place something for us all. No. So all your dog-minded ones who are in here pretending that you're all down with the clique, you know?
Yeah, but for you to get the
No,
inheritance,
no.
for you to get,
Speak up.
sorry to cut you, mother, but for you to get the inheritance, right, that you need to have a status in law.
Status
right?
and
You
what
can't
law?
get inheritance.
I am
if
what
you're-
I am. I am the seed of my parents. That's
But unless
all
you're
that
gonna
is.
box it on the
No,
European-
my father
unless
has
you're
the
gonna
right to
kick-
tell me I deserve
And you
what
do
he
deserve it.
You
but,
do deserve it.
But unless
But what's
you're
your
gonna kick it
status?
down and take it,
What's
you're
your
gonna have to do it from a
No,
lawful
my
perspective.
existence-
deserve
my
it.
existence
It doesn't work like
proves
that.
more than
It
the
doesn't work like that
status,
under
Brendan.
occupation.
And if
We are under occupation.
In our own land.
Europeans have come into your land, right? It's not just you.
You
We
can't
all,
say
no,
that
hold on
to
a
this
second.
day.
We know individuals
Place is not
who
poor.
they had the land in their possession and still lost it. Forget somebody being in a nursing home. They were on the land and lost it.
But you
How
can't
did they
say
do
this
that?
today
This
because
place
they
is not
have
poor.
they have stepped down from that now. They have now realized the wrong they've done. They even
Who's
went to the
realized wrong?
natives.
Who's
The
realized?
European man.
No, man.
They're on the news.
No, but-
He went to the natives just the other day
Yes.
to get sorry for the things that they've
Yeah,
done.
but-
Lied to them,
No,
took
no,
their
but listen
land,
to
their
what you're saying.
language, and
Listen to
everything
what
that
you're
they
saying.
did.
Listen to what you're saying. What
All right, everyone's
identifying?
still talking again.
What you're
Same
not,
thing.
what you're not identifying is that you're the native. Those guys aren't no goddamn natives. They came from China.
I'm not speaking out of context, but it
are.
does take.
Yeah,
I
you
do
are.
not speak out of
You're
context
saying-
because I'm
You're
telling
saying
you,
that the
the
European
same
went
way
to
it went out,
apologize.
it
Hold on.
has
You're
to take
saying that the
orders to come back out.
European. You're saying that the European went and apologized to the natives, right? So that means that they're turning around or whatever. Those people are not the natives. You are.
That's the part you don't.
Hey, start the
You're
conversation.
the
now.
native.
Start the lecture now,
Sorry,
please.
I understand that.
Start the lecture now.
No, so that-
I understand to overstep. I get the whole point about me being native and aboriginal and indigenous and so forth.
I know.
Again, with these titles.
Come on for another
But
half.
Yes.
Come up to a
what I'm
long way
saying
to
to
do
you is
business.
that they have come to realize, and they're going to take their time to go through the land. Right? But the
being
point is, they
presented.
have to take their time
Information is being
to realize,
presented,
and
maybe
now
not the way we want it to,
get
but-
themselves to the knees to realize, okay, they gotta say
Still
sorry
going.
somewhere first.
And this is
Like I really need their apology.
and take this as a reference point as to how much work we have to freaking do.
Yeah.
How much work we have to do to get our people's
Oh my
minds right, so that their minds could be in harmony. Their minds can harmonize in the right place, so that their bodies could do the things that it's supposed to do. Because as soon as we start thinking that we're gonna solve something in some 3-hour lecture, we already have a warped concept, and we might as well let's just go home, because it ain't getting solved in no 3 hours. We're talking about, like the brother said, 400 years of enslavement. Okay, well, if we're under 400 years of enslavement, then it's going to be 400 years of detox to get our minds back to where it's supposed to be. So opposed to using our,
Excuse me, I'm trying to listen here.
opposed to being in our detoxed mindset, trying to figure stuff out, right? Which we've tried to do that and it doesn't work. We can go to Black Panthers, we can go to Rastafarians, we can go to whoever they're called that said they're for the liberation of our people. All of them failed. Nobody could stand up and say, hey, we did the whatever, and then that's still good.
Break the colonization of 29 nations and 159
if that's
million
true,
people.
If that's true, why did he go into exile for? Why did he bitch out and go into exile? If he's God elect, you listen to what I'm saying to you? If he's God elect, let's get with the real of the real.
That's right.
Let's get with the real of the real. If Haile Selassie is God elect, if Haile Selassie is God elect, right? Why did he go into exile? Prophecy? Punks go into exile.
His nation asked him for it.
Punks go into exile.
His nation asked him to do it.
No. Go check the record.
No. Check the record.
Go check the record.
He's a regen.
He was still on earth. Listen, we're talking about a being that walked on the earth plane just like you're walking right now. If he's God, you're God.
No.
If you're going to call him God and not call yourself God, then you probably have mental slavery going on that you need to deal with. Because you can't tell me that another man walking around is God, but you're not God. You can't.
We have an hour left for the lecture. There's 1 hour left for the lecture. So we're going to save all the rest of the questions and comments until the end. Right? And then we're going to let Grand Chief present the information because there's people across the nation that are viewing this that want to get this information. So we're going to let Grand Chief have an hour to present their information, okay? Save your questions to the end. Thank you.
My position is we already got this information, right?
What are we going to do about it?
The purpose is to bring people clarity. Whatever it is that they're dealing with, right? Whatever it is that they're dealing with, the purpose is to bring people clarity. If the people aren't clear, then this is what's going to continue. Every time we meet up, this is what's going to go on. And then, oh, damn, it's 8 hours went by, and all we did was, and then nothing get done. But it's cool, because we know that our people are under mental slavery. We're not in denial of the fact that our people are warped in their mind, and that they have demons in their personal life that they haven't dealt with that might jump out when we do classes and stuff like that. So we let them vent, we let them express themselves, we let them get the demons out. Because without them relieving themselves of these demons that they have.
Please, could I say something? Don't no longer refer to us as being mentally slaved, okay? That's a problem. That's a part of the problem. The way we
What's your nationality?
I'm Jamaican.
You're mentally enslaved.
No, I'm not.
Okay, no questions after. Please continue lecture.
You're not Jamaican.
Please continue lecture. I come from Zambia. Where do you come from?
Right. I come from Morocco.
Right. Do you know the definition of your origin of your existence standing right there? Where are you from?
Where am I from?
I'm from creation.
I'm spirit, not flesh.
Right here.
I'm
You're
spirit, not
but
flesh.
You have a flesh, meaning hue.
Flesh.
Hue.
This right here.
Right now, your hue is.
This is a husk. This is a husk.
It's a hue.
This is a husk.
A husk means something an elephant hooks onto.
This is a husk. That's a tusk. That's a tusk. Right? Like I said, mentally enslaved. How are you going to tell me tusk?
Where you go? I'm going to my yard. What do you mean, where am I going?
How are you going to tell me tusk is a husk? Look up tusk in the dictionary, please.
Let's continue the lecture. Just that.
Look up tusk in the dictionary.
Yes, we know what tusk is.
Because again, we're dealing with our people that are warped in their mind. And again, the reason why we have fezzes on is because we're the ones that have the knowledge. I'm going to tell you, we're the ones that know ourselves. Our people do not know themselves. Our people call themselves black, African, Jamaican. When you tell them not Jamaican, they get mad. How are you getting mad? You're a maroon. How are you a maroon? You calling yourself the stuff that the European called you, and then you get mad when you get corrected to who you really are. This is how warped our people are.
Very much.
Right? And again, a good example right there is Brother Norman.
Yeah.
Right? He's probably older than the majority of us in here, and he gets it.
There's a dictionary.
And he has more indoctrination than
He has
any
more
of us.
indoctrination than anybody.
He shouldn't be nowhere saying.
He should be the biggest one fighting everything or whatever we're talking about. But what is it? It's the young ones that are fighting. Why are the young ones fighting for it? Because they're the ones that are really the target.
It's stronger upon them. The science is not come yet.
The aspect of losing our identity is right now the focal point of the enemy on our young people, because they already know that they have no identity. They don't even have to, they have them doing madness out there. Liquor and cough syrup and just doing madness. Stuff that you can't even fathom. Why would somebody even do that to their self? It's not like they're doing it to somebody else. They're doing it to their self. Brother read the thing about minority. If you don't have a nationality, you have no human value.
No human value.
Period.
You get to keep corners.
Nothing to argue. Nothing to debate about. If people want to debate, they can. It's cool. You know what I mean?
No questions until the end. As a Jamaican, we have our own religion. We have our own music.
Alpha,
we have
no
our own.
question to the end. Can you tell him all of the thing, please?
No
question
so
to the
how
end.
can we be proud of our nationality as a Jamaican with no
Because that's not a nationality.
That regard.
Because that's not a nationality. Our people have been taught to think that. Now, okay, let's put it like this, right? If you're telling me that you're a slave from Africa, why are you calling yourself Jamaican? You're not from Jamaica. If you come from somewhere else and somebody brought you over here on slave ship.
I don't see God show his faithfulness to the rest of Africa.
Right. Okay. And
I
again,
see show his faithfulness to Jamaica. You make reggae music big.
Of
you
course.
make Rastafari
Of course.
big. You make us big in the Olympics.
Jamaican citizen came about from British subject. And all they did was transfer the word from British subject to Jamaican citizen to placate the people. In terms of the actual structure, what happened to the people, empowerment of the people, nothing's changed.
Right.
It's the same impoverishment of the people.
Worse.
Jamaica.
Worse.
Come, it goes so.
All right.
Okay, yet again, we're back here. We're within 5 minutes.
But why? Because our people are thin their head.
I know, but here's the thing.
And we have to let them. We have to let them get on
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with that too. But here, I'm also agreeing that there are people here who have stuff to say in intelligent tones too. Right? And I think we should give them a venue, because what happens, and that's what I was thinking about when I come in here, those ones who are most scared of what they're losing are the ones yelling out, while the ones who do have stuff that they might want to ask that you can help too aren't saying anything because they're being overwrought by the rest of these. And I think it's upon us to give some balance. Right? I think, no, don't you think though? We should be able to give some balance to that.
Again, this is why, right?
No, but supposedly we're humans even when we're coming from that angle. So they should be able to be quiet, let's flip it, let's turn a page over.
They can't.
No, they can't, but we can. So, because that's what the Europeans been doing, right? He's been their master.
And you're saying it's our duty because we have the authority.
It's our duty again. How come we're here now having to let them run the show again? Yet when out on the street, the same Europeans running them.
Yeah, we didn't let them.
Yet in here, they're running us.
Negos?
Okay, so I just wanted to try to get on a footing, which is, we are aware of the state of our people. Okay, so what direction should we start climbing or going towards?
Great question.
Good question. Okay, so can we see what the first step to go towards here?
For our people to
Don't touch science.
Well, take science off too. Hey, watch it. Take it all off and start fresh. Take it off and start fresh.
For our people to
Sean? There's shit right over here, brother.
Put my cup in it all.
I think one of the things that already said
So, ask the question. Ask the question. Ask the question. Then ask you. That's good.
everybody in the world has one of these. There are some of these that are de facto, which is not real, and there's some of these that are de jure. The people who have de facto nationalities.
And we should get him to read out de facto de jure, right?
Sure. Find it.
The people who have de facto nationalities are usually
do de facto?
are usually classified as citizens of something, someplace. They're citizens of somewhere, right? The de jure people, the de jure people govern themselves. The de jure people take it into their own hands to make sure that they have a school, to make sure that they have a hospital, to make sure that they have the things necessary for their nation
Stay in life.
to exist. As Negro, black, colored people, Jamaican, Trinidadian, whatever like that, that's de facto citizenry. Because all those so-called Caribbean islands are part of the Americas.
Undeveloped America.
All part of the Americas. So those are American islands.
Part of the continent.
The de jure that governs themselves would be classified as indigenous people. So when you were Filipinos, the people who fight for rights in Filipinos are known as moros. Those are the people who fight for rights. Everybody else is a de facto citizen. The de jure people, in North America call themselves Moors. The de jure people of North America are indigenous and aboriginal. The de facto people of North America call themselves Indian
Or native?
or Native Indian. And then when you ask them, are they Indian? They'll tell you, we're only Indian so we can have this card so we can get tax break. But if you talk to them, they're going to say indigenous aboriginal if you talk to them. They're not going to say Indian. They only say Indian so they can get their little European handout. Which means that they're not the de jure people. If they're taking the handout. No different than the female or whatever who's getting welfare. Clearly you're de facto. If the European, who's supposed to be a slave master, is the one who's saying, oh yeah, we're going to pay you for this and we're going to pay you for that, we're going to do this, we're going to do that.
Yeah, but that's the only form of money coming in, rather than she going to pick and choose whether to sell drugs outside or be a prostitute. So what do you expect her to do if her own people put her in that position?
So, okay, hold on. What she should do,
Good question, good question.
Yes, still, she has the ability, and has been going out there for support, and she's still not getting them from the niggas.
What she should do, one, is recognize her worth. First thing that she has to do is recognize her worth. And that there's no man out there that can make her worthy. Only she can make herself worthy. If she doesn't want to make herself worthy, don't complain.
What makes a woman worthy? That because she can cook, she can
That's your assumption. Like I said,
create things, that she can have children. What makes a woman worthy?
Can you answer
A woman
that?
is a woman
answer that.
It's based on a man, what he sees
honestly.
worthy. Because always, those
Definition.
times always
Definition of de facto and de jure.
Yeah, let's keep going, let's keep going. Yeah.
I'm at de facto government, because the reference for de facto is all case law. So I'm gonna put de facto government. One that maintains itself by a display of force against the will of the rightful legal government, and is successful, at least temporarily, in overturning the institutions of the rightful legal government by setting up its own in lieu thereof.
Isn't de facto at the top?
Things
No, I'm
against
saying
the will.
that's sort of like two columns. You know what I'm saying? So that it's like,
Oh, yeah.
all right. I know.
Means
That's what I'm saying, though.
Okay, I have de jure. De jure, of right, legitimate, lawful, by right, and just title. In this sense, it is the contrary of de facto. It may also be contrasted with de gratia, in which case it means as a matter of right, as de gratia means by grace or favor. Again, it may be contrasted with de equitiet, here meaning by law, as the latter means by equity. See government.
Is everybody clear with those two?
So one is right and one is.
Yeah, one's real and one's not real. It's fake, fictional.
So by right, and we were talking about rights, so if you say you're de jure, you have rights.
I just have a question. Is de jure French or is it just Latin? What is it?
Latin.
Latin, okay. Just sounds French.
Now,
A lot of
also
French
too,
comes from Latin.
I
Right?
know,
Yeah.
but it's
Also too, when we speak about de jure and de facto, if somebody comes out and says they're de facto, what's that tell you about those people? If they say themselves, I'm de facto, what
It's
does that mean?
colonialized.
Huh?
Colonialized, the
somebody
Right.
from another
can't
country.
leave his slavery.
All right.
Can't go. Yeah.
When you go to the Governor General website, they say that they're de facto. On their
Governor
website.
General?
Governor General.
So please take note and go check.
Got a smartphone.
We're here.
So the Governor General is saying that they're de facto. They say that the Governor General is Canada's de facto head of state.
There you go.
So the Queen can't be over here because her jurisdiction is over there,
That's what they call Regina.
right? But they have Governor General, they have Regina, they have all these things that they use to try to imply that the Queen has authority over here.
Crown.
When she doesn't, the crown, when really they don't have the authority. And the only reason that they have the authority is because they're going against the will of the people and they're using force.
They did fight.
That's the only way that they have jurisdiction here. Because they've trained people to think that in order to get jurisdiction, kill people. And people see that as a reality. In order to get jurisdiction, jail people. In order to get jurisdiction, call people things that they're not.
In order to get the authority, destroy families, right?
Destroying anything that is considered living.
I have a question, maybe this can help sort of get things to another level. So what would a person who is de jure do to help empower himself in a de facto jurisdiction?
The best thing that somebody de jure can do is find people in the de facto jurisdiction to come and learn how to be de jure. Which is the whole point of the brother setting up the forum.
Organize and centralize.
Because they realize that, well, you know, if I'm more out here and I'm looking around and I see Negro, black, colored people, clearly it's de facto going on and something has to change. But just like you're saying, the authority is going to come from the ones who have the knowledge
So you're
to inspire change. Because it has nothing to do with us up here. It has to do with what are you taking this information and doing with it after we leave. It has nothing to do with us.
That would be like Haile Selassie when he goes to America and he gets the American government to help free up all the other nations.
Yeah, but they're not free. Because if we
de facto,
okay, so if we
de facto, not just over one nation, but over lots of nations.
And again, if we use him as an example, and you're saying that he's de jure, right? If you're saying that he's de jure, then you're saying that he's tied to government.
No, yeah.
And okay, and hold on a second.
Yeah.
So if he's tied to government, then church and state are separate. So he can't be God and be de jure. Because church and state is not in the same jurisdiction.
I'm using that term as though you talk.
Well,
a term that says.
Okay, so next question. I got another question. So if one is du jour and then one is being
that fights for the rights.
And one is being
fights for the rights and justice.
And one is being sort of, let's say, having
like for example, right? Talking about, okay, so he fought for rights or justice or whatever like that, right? How come when we look at how come when we look at the poor people who he so-called gave them freedom and all that stuff, how come they're still in slavery?
Because you see, God does not give his glory to another. You see, you have lots of different people.
Right, again,
like Marcus Garvey.
Marcus Garvey.
All different people.
Did Marcus Garvey have faith in Haile Selassie?
He did at a certain point in
But
time.
none of them,
He can't,
none of
you
them
can't
could
do
have
what you
done
want to do.
anything. None of them could have freed anybody. The only person could do it is ALS.
No, the only person that can do it is themselves.
That's right.
The only person that can do it is themselves. There's no man on the planet. There's
No man
no
could have
man on
done
the
it.
planet.
No man could have done it.
There's no man on the
Marcus
planet.
Garvey tried it,
Hold on
he
one
couldn't free
second.
nobody.
Hold on one
What's the
second.
conversation, Doctor?
Elijah Mohammed.
Doctor, what's the conversation?
Farrakhan, they free nobody. Farrakhan,
myself.
Is that a lie?
Hold on, I proved to you I free myself.
From where? Prison?
Yes.
When they did it, we're in prison?
All right.
When you pray to
Put it on the record.
Please put it on the record. Please put it on the record.
Osiris L.B. I went to court, right? Traffic court. So, wars, we don't use lawyers. We represent ourselves.
Thank you.
Present.
Present.
We represent ourselves. So when I went in front of the magistrate and the kangaroo court, I said my piece. I put my nationality on the record.
That's not the body.
Be quiet.
Hold on, man. You're being a disruptive force.
Yeah. All right. So then I put my nationality on the record. I say I'm a Moor. I'm an Aboriginal, Indigenous of North America. So then they want me to say that the straw man.
It's fiction.
The corporate name.
The artificial name.
Yeah,
The facto name, right? Which is on my birth certificate.
Yeah.
But Joe, I'm a Moor now. I'm a LB, which is before slavery. That was our appellation.
Yeah.
Before slavery, the so-called white man and the slave master didn't give us that. This is what we had before they even existed, or even in power. So then they said, okay, well, we're not hearing that. Ray. I stand on my square. The bailiff grabbed me up, put me in a room. Ray, rah. I had a warrant because a previous stop, I had some weed and I thought I had a ticket, but it was a promise to appear. I didn't go to court, so I had a warrant. They brought me into the holding cell, and I'm there. I'm thinking, okay, I have to go through the process. And then an hour later, they just let me out. They just said, go and turn yourself in whenever you want to turn yourself in. I'm already on a warrant. They don't let you on a warrant. They hold you.
They're holding you to the next
I'm
court.
in Granted Court. The police station is right there. So they couldn't come for me. One, they don't want to come for me. All right? And in the courtroom, people thought that I just got pumped. But I walked out of there. Final warrant.
So did you turn yourself in?
This gentleman here has been here and he's quiet, and he'd like to say something because everybody else has talked today and been disruptive. So we'd like to hear what this gentleman has to say.
Oh, I think you just had a question, or maybe.
Well, for me, I'll give you a few of our
Testimonies.
Testimonies, yes.
The last 2 years. We basically came in the movement about 2 years ago in the sense that...
Sorry, brother. Sorry to cut you. What's your name for the record?
Sorry, the name for the record is I'm Dwight Thompson Bay.
Sorry, one more thing too. That when you're listening to them talk, they're not talking from the perspective of, oh, you're gonna get this and then you're gonna go out and then see if this works, see if it works or whatever like that. They're speaking from experience. They're speaking from
Individual.
They stayed up late studying and they're talking from what they know. They're not talking from what they assume. They're not talking from what they believe. They're not talking from, some celestial thing downloaded something to them and then now they have it or whatever like that. They're talking from what they put in work to know. And now there's testimonial of what they've actually been through in dealing with this system. That people say are government, which is really not government, it's de facto, it's corporation. Canada Embassy in Washington, D.C. is the head office of the Corporation of Canada.
Continue, my brother.
All right, brother, continue.
Yeah, so said in the last 2 years we've been put through the ringer, and to some extent we're still going through it. Basically, we had accumulated some debts, and as such, we got sued 4 times by 4 different banks. So we went to court for 2 of them. The other two, we didn't have the ability, well, they were all set up in Toronto, and the way we were presenting the information initially, because we were just coming into the knowledge and comprehension, we didn't provide the proper information to the Toronto court, so they basically created judgments and whatever for the process. Well, the two that we're able to go against, the first one I went against was the American Express. So American Express, basically at that time, I was just walking into the comfort and the understanding of what nationality is, what it is to basically present myself. And so the initial information I found it online just from someone that was from the US, and they presented that information. So I took that, sent it to them. And so I went to court initially. And so when I went there, three items I presented. I asked them what was jurisdiction, and two others I can't remember now, but
Their authority, I think, maybe? Delegation of authority, or?
it was jurisdiction.
Maybe
Yeah, I can't quite remember now, but basically the magistrate at that point, after I presented it to him, he looked at me and said, sorry, I can't buy that because, you know, I have jurisdiction and whatever else he went through. And so, as I said, I didn't have the comprehension. I hadn't nationalized as yet. So, but in terms of when I went to court that time, I just wanted to go there to present myself, to basically, you know what, I had nothing to lose at that
Put
point.
yourself on record.
So I went there, and after I left, it's like, wow, I wasn't thrown in jail, nothing happened, so I got to walk away. So what I had to do at that point was really just set up, create a payment plan to them, okay, which really I'll go through later. So between that time and the time that I came into a little bit more knowledge, which was around January last year, I got a hold of Brother Cujo, and he basically said, at that point, this was when I had to present the plan to them. So I had gone on RVB and I started doing a ton of study. Said I was up, I was doing 12, 13, 14, 15 hours of study after work every day. So basically by January, I had to present my payment plan to American Express. So American Express, they're sending lawyers, sending letters and making phone calls. We need this, we need this. So I prepare it, sent it to them. And basically they sent back saying, this is garbage. And I sent them another one. Came back the same thing.
The same exact
Same exact thing. It's frivolous and nonsensical, whatever it is.
That collection scheme and stuff like that.
And so the third time I sent it, I didn't hear back from them. And I didn't have to go back to court with reference to that. But the second issue we were dealing with was TD Bank. And they had basically come, they also had contacted at the same time as American Express. And one of the points we had argued with it, based on the information that wasn't really, I guess, what do you say, Moore's knowledge, Moore's info, was jurisdiction. They wanted us to come to court in Brampton. And that was one of the points I had on the information I sent through. And so they didn't get back to us until like 7, 8 months later, because they said, you were arguing in jurisdiction, so we're switching it to Ottawa. Okay, and again, as I was saying, this wasn't real constitutional information, as in you taking up the United States Constitution, going through the points there, and using it against them, or to basically rebuff what they were saying. But they came back just based on that point. So when we went to court, my wife and I were there at the time, and because they were basically attacking her as opposed to me, I was on the card as the second owner, but she had to present herself at the point. And so initially when we started, they didn't want to have anything to do with it. So basically, within 5 minutes of them convening the court, we were out of the door, because he basically said, I can't deal with this type of thing. Okay, and really that was what went on. But really the biggest issue, well, not one of the biggest, a couple of other incidents have happened along the line. One of the biggest one, last November, I was traveling from my home, or from a stop to go home, and I was pulled over. Actually, no, I was dropping my daughter to work, and I was pulled over. And at the time, I had a plate, and the plate was wearing off with paint. So the police that pulled me over basically asked for information. I told them, I basically mentioned, why are you stopping us? Because we weren't doing anything. And so they asked for license, insurance, and all of that, and I wasn't presenting anything. I showed them my nationality card, and at that point I asked them to speak to the supervisor. And so within 2 minutes, 3 other vehicles pulled up. So I was like, holy jeez, this is my daughter and I that's in the car. So there are 3 of them, and basically an hour later, the supervisor came, presented basically the same information. We didn't do anything wrong. Why are you hindering us from traveling? And so I ended up just saying, okay, gave them whatever information. So between the time of them, actually they charged us with, there were 6 tickets they gave to us. Not presenting insurance, not presenting driver's license, plate, you can't read the plate, not signing the permit that they have, and another one I can't remember now. So we went to the court, which was about a week or 2 later, and so when we got there, they called my name and that. I went up, and basically they asked me, do you know why you're here? I says, I don't understand. And it's like, okay. So basically they told me to sit down. I was like, okay. And then 2 minutes later I was pulled out, myself, and there was another a guy from an Asian guy there was pulled out too, and we were sitting outside, and then they called me into a room, and next thing I knew, all the charges were dropped. Everything that we were charged, that I was charged with, or so-called charged with, they were dropped, because I went back inside. They called my name again, says the prosecutor decided to drop all the charges. You're free to go. It's like,
There's no charge.
Wow. What's that?
No charge. You have your license, insurance.
No, he didn't have
that. He just, his mind wants to think that, because no, it could only be that way.
That said that I was charged with such and such.
Because
they threw it all out.
Yeah. But you said you gave it to them after all in mess.
No, they still gave the tickets. I have the tickets.
No, he was saying that.
He gave him his nationality card.
You gave them the other information that they
Once you
want.
go to court?
No. Like, I didn't give them, because I only had my insurance at the point to give to them. Okay, they wanted everything else. Okay, and I didn't have it to give to them. Okay, so they gave me that down.
That means you have.
But the point of the matter is the fact that they pulled you over, they gave you a ticket, and okay, so really.
Hold on, hey, hold on.
Thank you,
Everyone's
brother.
talking at once again. Like, this is where we.
So in conclusion, so there's no record on the books of your name?
There's
or
nothing,
anything?
because we got.
Because I know that's the reason why they do it, is to
Yeah.
have your name there.
Yeah, so basically, we asked for proof that everything was dropped, and they gave a printout saying everything's all clear.
They gave them a ticket because they give them a hard time.
Yeah.
You
So,
don't give
but
police
the other major issue that we
Again, it's like, 5 seconds later, and everyone's
They know, we understand that there's nothing wrong. The point was to have his name on record. So I just wanted to be sure with, with everything that had happened, that they actually did erase.
Yeah, so everything was erased,
no-
correct.
No record.
Yeah, the
That's
kids,
what they
we,
call carding, that's what we're trying to establish.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because they said, for them, because after they mentioned you're free to go, I asked, is there, proof of what you're saying is gonna be done?
Yeah.
And so I guess the clerk went and got a printout and gave to myself because, my wife was there too.
Well, I know Rastafarian, like 3 years down after
I don't care what you have to say. I mean, at this point, are you being disruptive today?
Keep in
And
mind-
people come here and can't learn nothing because of you.
Keep in mind when you're talking about the carding, right? And you guys are dealing with the carding here. The only reason that they're carding is because those people are their property. They're
They have
not carding
jurisdiction.
because, they're building a case, they're trying to find out the community, they're gathering information. They're doing that because the individuals either have licenses or birth certificates, social or whatever like that, which gives them the authority to card them. Because I guarantee you, if you check the record, ain't no Chinese people getting carded, ain't no Europeans getting carded. The
East
people getting
Indians.
carded are the classified minorities, the black people, the people who don't have the de facto people. And again, their perspective is if you're not doing that, then you're our property. And then that's it. That's how they're looking at it.
Nothing else.
As soon as you start talking like how he's talking, now they're either gonna take your head or they're gonna yield the floor because they don't want to be, they don't want to deal with it.
Right.
Because to deal with to go where he's going would mean that they're not the authority.
It's way above there.
It would mean that they don't have the power that they're claiming that they have, right? Which is why they would pull them in the room because they don't want all the other Negroes to know what's going on. So because they could have did what they did to him on the court floor. Hey, you know what? We're dismissing everything. But no, they gotta go in their little
Yeah, why
secret
didn't they
chambers.
announce it? So they didn't announce it to the full.
No,
They just
because they
kind
can't.
of
So
secretly.
basically, there was like
Can't
a
wake
group
up the
of
sheeple.
30 of us in there.
Can't wake up the sheeple.
They sent out half of them, the rest, like 6 of us were called out, Johnny, Roger, Michael, Dwight, can we go outside, wait outside, and then really they just took us one by one into this room and basically dealt with us. And so really, they didn't want that information to be presented because, as I said, I had to go there before and I started asking all these queries of the magistrate, and the entire room was there. And I think that what it's playing on to others that are there is like, okay, if this guy can be speaking in such a manner, then that means there's something's going on, right? Yeah, so.
Don't want to cut you off, bro. You gotta,
Yeah,
sorry, Nicholas.
I'm joining what you just said about the lies thing and having all these things to represent who you are, who they already know you are. The question I'm trying to ask though, in his position, he didn't answer his question when asked if this is your name. Would you say that that gave them their, would have given them the authority then for this person, the name on the birth certificate, to be theirs?
Right.
Yeah. So him not answering.
That's why they always
stop
ask
that
for those
process.
stuff. Yeah.
So technically speaking, it wasn't real up until the point where they told you to go home. Once you didn't answer your name.
Well, yeah, because they ask from they call from the clerk or whoever asked. Well, basically, they called and
they call your name up and then they call you up and then they say, "Who are you?"
Exactly.
So what the point is, they're always looking for you, the body, which is the spirit,
to give them
and that's the power.
Give them the control,
so
right?
If you don't do that, but yet again, they still run their game.
So there was no case. There was nothing for them to run a game with him.
But then again, remember this: they always have the body too.
Yes.
So yet again, they can still take that body. Right?
Yeah, man.
Because like, and then people get into, they took the body. Oh, I don't want to be a Moor.
I don't want to be. Yeah. Yeah.
when that's not really how they should be
That's
looking
exactly-
at
And then
it.
the
They should
next
be
part,
because-
the whole
yeah, because even if they take the body, more than likely, they're gonna just let them out.
Because
in
they
an
don't have-
hour,
they
2
don't have
hours.
the
They're only doing that for the crowd.
Yes.
Right? They're only
Yes.
doing that for the
I
crowd, for
understand.
the rest of the sheep to understand that they don't wanna do that.
That's right, but you answer to that name, give them your soul
Jurisdiction.
account to
Yeah.
their.
So what
Give them
you've done is you've validated the fraud.
You
Because that's
validated-
not-
by
because that's not who
acknowledging-
you are.
Until 5:30.
That's
Yeah,
not
we're
who
good,
you
we're
are.
good, we're good.
And you see when he said mention that he called the supervisor,
That too, yeah.
It's
the
not
normal guys you see out there, uniform guys,
yes.
they don't know what the supervisor knows.
Knows. Thank
For
you.
example, coming up here just now, stop to get coffee. I told the girl I don't pay taxes, I'm indigenous to this land. Yes, sir? Okay, let me finish, please. Yes, sir? What, I got my card here. Here you go, man. Oh, I don't know. Call. One lady come. I tell my son you should video it. One lady come, that's 2 now. Still not sure. Another one come. And another one come. 4. 4 come. One say, oh, in tax exempt. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, you know, oh yeah.
Yeah, it depends who you do. It's
See the other
individual, no?
folks. One lady is the tree stand up over here.
So she
And
didn't
they're all
even tell them what
European.
she
All
did.
European.
No, she wouldn't tell them.
All European.
One more.
4 of them working in there, only one know what to do.
Only one knew.
What I tell you, say? Only one know what to do.
But it's all right.
And they want the proof now? See the receipt here?
Do the works.
Card here, and the number, starting here.
Through the works you did, now all 4 of them know, you know what I'm saying?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you as well.
Thank you for the answer.
That's why we came here today, but we couldn't
This is
find
what
out.
we were trying to get done from the
Show me where I
beginning.
pay taxes here coming up here.
Just to let you know, that's why I was so
Well,
upset.
you're a native Indian.
Pretty upset.
Are we talking about you don't even hear it yet? When we try to tell us to stop being black and be this, be
It's
who you
blockage,
are
it's
supposed to
blockage
be.
though, you
Alright,
can't,
you
it's,
get-
you can't.
You're born with that. You're born with that.
Hey, hey!
I have
Islam.
one more question
Islam.
to get us back on track, I think.
Yes, please.
Can you tell us why his status was so important in order to get that exemption? Why was his status so important for him to get that exemption, calling himself indigenous? Why was that? Can you show
Why was it
us?
important to him?
Because,
Or is it important?
because that was part of the de facto and the de jure.
Okay, so that's an example
Of being de jure, which is
Okay.
the de facto, which came here, colonized us,
Yeah.
and then is trying to run the game of making us their property, which is what we're not. And we have to do that through our being standing on our
Indigenous.
So they're,
So that is his status speaking, right?
right.
Yeah.
But remember as well, that the individuals who,
use that as
were,
example.
the individuals who were dealing with him, right? They were coming from the perspective of they usually get native cards.
Right.
They don't get what he has.
And then
They usually get a native card.
off of visualization too though, what they commonly think or equate what native looks like.
So I understand that there is
But
conception.
again, if
Yeah.
as soon as we start presenting that we know the facts,
That we-
we're not Negro, black, colored, we have a mind in our head. We have a brain, we think.
But isn't, so the native though is de facto.
Yes, that's why they have an Indian
So
card.
de facto, they're still getting.
Yeah, because they signed up for the de facto.
But the
So
issue
de
with
facto
that,
gives them a pass.
but the issue with that is,
Which is why you said it's to appease them.
Right,
well, the appeasing is, it's giving them certain benefits while then using the authority to then go onto their land and put an oil pipeline on their land, or go and steal the fish, or do whatever. So really what you're doing is you're sanctioning the fraud by signing that card. What we're doing is we're trumping that.
Yes, I got you.
And I don't have a nationality card, not to break the guys, I don't have a nationality card, right? But it's about what you know. I go to many stores here in Ottawa, and I tell them, listen, I'm Aboriginal Indigenous, I don't pay tax. Okay, well, you mean you're native? I said, no, I'm Aboriginal Indigenous. Oh, okay, well, just give us $10 then. I go many stores, buy my phone, go to 3, 4, 5 different stores, shea butter, all kind of stuff.
It's a lot of times,
No, be what you know.
Exactly.
You can't be what you don't know.
It's a lot of, quick, just that, it's a lot of times how you present yourself, and then sometimes it's who you're dealing with in front of you.
Knowledge of the others think the person has the knowledge
Yeah.
they're dealing with.
Yeah.
You guys have something to say.
Okay, all right, just a moment. Okay, so,
No, one second.
Knowledge, the concept up here. Is where it begins.
Okay,
Because we've been
so-
taught wrong. Wrong.
all right, so what I was saying is,
You're next.
de facto and du jure, right? The definition of de facto was, one of the information I was given was enforcement.
Against
Force.
Against the
Against
will.
force, right? Right.
Force.
So
Against
what
the
I'm
will.
saying is, what I'm saying is, a de facto government is always going to be applying force. So I don't care what status you're presenting on the record. If I'm de facto, I'm coming you at force. So I want to bring two things forward. One thing is, it doesn't mean that you'll be off your national or your square. But going through the ropes is part of the de facto, which is I'll take the body, I'll do right, then I release.
Right.
Most people don't want to go through that de facto process because they feel it's a failure.
That's the trial.
Right.
But that's what de facto is. So that's the piece I'm trying to bring forward, that if you're aware that we're a de facto government, there's always going to be a force.
Going to be opposition.
But the reality is that the people, right? If everybody, this is what it's about, is everybody standing on their square, after a while they're gonna,
Yes,
you
after.
can't keep, you know?
Keyword is after.
Right, so
Well,
we have to
but
start doing it now.
And here's the thing, that
You know?
before that, what the issue has been is that they had to enforce it in the beginning, but what happened was, we gave up. And then they didn't have to enforce it.
Well, they won the war.
And then what happened was, they put certain objects and certain things out there that you then didn't understand, those were parts of the de facto. And what is happening now is we're waking up to that, but to get back to the de jure, we're gonna have to go through the trial.
You have to go to trial, which is the.
And that's because they're not gonna
release the body.
because remember, we're feeding them.
Yes.
That's the next part that we have to understand.
So-
All of this is so that they can feed off of
So
us.
then, aren't you not going to give in then to another part after de facto inside the courts by giving that clerk the yes to my name so they could type it down and give the power to my body and soul?
Say that last part
I
again.
don't get it, sorry.
In the court,
Right.
the clerk writing.
Which name?
She's actually the power too.
Exactly, that's what I'm coming
Okay.
at. That's where I'm coming from. The clerk who has the power, the judge who is the representative, and the prosecutor who is the beneficiary
Very good.
to my soul.
Right. Right.
Don't I have to give them permission to take
100%.
100 inside the courthouse
But-
and still be at their mercy
Right.
in
Yeah.
winning or losing the case?
Yeah,
So,
but
so
remember
how am I
Once you
gonna
step in
win?
here,
No,
it's
jurisdiction.
jurisdiction.
Remember
Jurisdiction,
that.
yes. So how am I gonna win?
No, because
jurisdiction
the win isn't going there and he bangs the gavel and says,
No.
That's not
How do I come
the
out
win.
there triumphant with my national?
Okay,
I
can I
answer?
I can answer.
Please.
Okay. Well, the way I answer is that what we have to understand is none of this really is about the body. It's really about the energy.
Yes.
And it's really about, if we then put you to jail, then what we're doing is we're creating an account and taking money out of that
Yes.
account to
For
feed you.
you to-
If not, then we're giving you a fine that you then have to go and pay, so then you have to go and do energy for that. So really, everything's really
It's
about
about
the
the
book,
energy.
is about the bookkeeping. So that's what we're trying to get to with all this. So we're trying to get through the layers, that even though they think that they've got the body, they don't have the body, because unless you give into it,
Give into it.
they don't have anything. So it's really not about any of that. It's really
Okay.
about them trying to get you to then do something for them. Because remember, that judge is being paid by you
Yes.
to prosecute you, where you have to go to work to then go pay what they're doing. So they've got a guy that you're paying to mess you up
Yeah.
while you're going out to work for your family, while taking a portion of that and paying for him to mess you up.
Now, how much would that judge, prosecutor, or whatever make if everybody went in court and their stuff got dismissed?
In the brook.
Thank you.
And that is why, back in the day, they used to bring you in there and say, okay, you owe us $300, just plead guilty and we'll give it to you for $100.
Yeah.
Right? That was because, yet again, you were sanctioning the fraud,
Yes.
right? Because by you then said, but what did you have to do to get that 100?
Decided.
No, you had to say you were guilty. So what it was you were sanctioning the fraud, right? So that's why, right? And then guess what? So how you see the layering is, they then tell you shouldn't go in there without a lawyer,
Yes.
right? So the lawyer's their secret spy, who you've then paid again. to benefit them. The same as you. Right. You see, but this is what I'm saying. On every one of these moments, it's layered.
And then that's why you laugh, because everybody knows that
It's foolishness.
there's something
And that's how,
going on.
and you know what I knew when I used to get in my trouble? Everyone would say to me, don't tell your lawyer the truth. And I used to think to myself, why is it? Because I thought my lawyer was supposed to look after me. Until I came into this knowledge and I realized that the lawyer really is the spy.
Yes.
As you said that, let me give an example. There's a series on TV called it's called The Night Before or The Night After or something, and it's about Arab youth in New York, and he got arrested for something, and he got arrested for killing this girl, and the lawyer said exact same thing to him. His lawyer, he's like, I don't want to know the truth.
That's right.
I just need to know like information that could help me get you out. Because the truth, yeah, you might not have done it, and that might be the truth, but the way it looks like you did it. So the truth ain't helping nothing right now. We need to figure out how to get you out of this situation, right? Another point I want to make aside from that is like the brother.
Because if guys want to talk in between, maybe they can just go out. Right?
See, like how the brother and his sister gave their testimony about what happened. You want to win. Like you could go through that situation and never try again. I can tell you 2 weeks ago, I got pulled over, and the peace officer, I gave him the same routine every time, and the first time in my life, I got to go away from the scene, travel away from them. The peace officer said, travel safe, and he gave the tickets in my free national name. So I could have been on the most high and mighty, thinking that I'm the victorious. And that's it. I'm not even trying again because now I won. I'm not even going on the road again without my conveyance.
This is a manifestation of the work that.
2 days later, I get drawn on again from some other boy, and I give them the same information. But this time they don't want to let me go away. They say you can't because there's no insurance, and they give the tickets in the Straw's name. But 2 days ago I just got it in my free national name, and the person let me go.
So this is also proof of what's going on, which is
right. So it doesn't mean that because you've nationalized and you're on your square and you know knowledge that they're gonna let you get by. Because like the sister was saying, like really, like they're not gonna do it on the open because now they lose their position. So they have to keep everything under wraps and do it, and then okay, let's run through maybe one time, but then tomorrow I'm not gonna do it.
Or you're gonna have individuals who are gonna have the spirit, like he was saying, because that's what I think you said initially was that he could just look into the policy enforcer's eyes.
Well, the first one, yeah, and I knew I was going to be going away.
So the big question is the courts. Are you so and so and so? State your name for the record.
No, before that, you better have a nationality.
That's what I'm saying.
And then hold on, and then before that, you would better send writs in that you understand what they are, because that is what's going to be the foundation.
I'm not going to answer that question.
Because yet again, this was the other part I was going to get to. Everything is about the writing and all the records. That's what case law and all that stuff is. So you have to have that stuff put in first, and that's what precedes you.
Yes.
Because once you get in there, here's the thing. Once you, even in walking in the court, you've given them jurisdiction. That's
exactly.
What you're missing. Even answering the charges. But what you understand is if you don't answer the charges, then what's happening is they're going to come for your body. You're going to say that's not me, but they're going to come for your warrant.
And the information we're learning is like all the same, but you're going to take it and use that ammunition according to how it benefits you or how it works for you. Like I used to go to the court case and they convict all the time with traffic cases. I still get stopped all the time and I get tickets all the time. I haven't been in one of those in 2 years. Every time I get pulled over, if you don't go to court, you're getting a warrant, they come to you. Me personally, I don't suggest for anybody, me as an individual, I know myself. So I'm not afraid for them to come to get me if that's what they want to do. But through experience, I know going in that venue, I'm still coming out. So I don't go.
They can't
I do not go.
Because that creates a case law, which then has the whole.
To the point where I get letters from different regencies, different agencies saying I owe them this and owe them that, and I don't even open them. They're just there, and I conduct my life.
And then one last thing I just want to get to, which is part of what Dwight was saying, which was that ultimately they've also got a mandate to be able to lie, to be able to use force, to do everything. So that's why he can send 2 sets of writs in. They don't have to answer. That's part of the game, because what they say to you is if I have to lie to you 3 times and you say, no, I didn't do it 4 or 5 times, and then the 5th time you say yes, that's all they're waiting for. So what it is you have to have a standing. You have to say, I'm going to weather this storm. And that is what the process is.
Yeah, but this, you know, first of all, I wanted to.
Oh, sorry, hold that, hit court?
Court?
Yeah, just check out what court is.
A space which is uncovered, but which may be partly or wholly enclosed by buildings or walls. When used in connection with a street, indicates a short street, blind alley, or open space like a short street enclosed by dwellings or other buildings facing therein.
Nothing about judges, magistrates, lawyers, prosecutors, or whatever in the law dictionary
Now
definition
I
of
have
court.
one last question for all this then.
Hold on, the sister had a question before you do.
Well, yes, she did. I apologize.
It's in conjunction to this as well, because at the end of the day, we're in a structure that obviously is built by, and yet still, we're only having so many hours to try to put all these senses into this few hours that we have here. Meanwhile, our parents and foreparents came here long enough, had to eat pork, got to do whatever they had to do, help put these buildings together so that we can have this little meeting today. My question is, where's ours? Where's our building?
430
where
Rio.
we have
Say that again?
430 Rio Street.
no.
We don't own it, but
I'm not talking just for you all. I'm talking
Okay.
for all of Ottawa who do not feel welcome to go to.
Right, fair enough.
I'm talking about a place where it's basically where everybody can come in without feeling subjugated
Okay.
because of certain
Well,
umbrella.
then let's build it.
Yeah.
That's the only way we're gonna get
I'm
it.
just asking a question.
No,
How come 2016 now? We just now thinking
Because
about.
we never learned how to read, and we, like you said, self-identity. If we think that we're slaves from 300 years ago, we can't change from a dog into a cat. So we have to get out of this mentality that we're slaves. And then once we're out of the mentality that we're slaves, we'll do it for ourselves.
Now, this is not about saying that one side and the other side and whosoever comes together, who's better, whatever. This is about seeing a bigger picture, right?
Okay.
So you understand that?
Yes.
So if somebody now comes across now and says, it's time now, I'm going to see everybody in here there? I didn't hear nothing.
It only depends if
I
that
didn't hear
person.
nothing, but don't
Hang on. Hang on. It only depends. No, but you need to listen. You need to listen. It only depends if that person's qualified.
That's right.
Now, listen to this. Just hear me out. You came in with a chip on your shoulder.
Damn right.
Good.
No problem.
No, for real. You came in with McDonald's in your hands.
Damn right.
Do you know what that does to your emotions in your body? No, hang on.
Deliberately, and thank you that you saw that.
All right, so you're aware of what you're doing. Then you need to consciously. No, hang on.
Exactly.
So why are you here?
Let brother finish.
I didn't know that. I was taught that.
Okay.
So I'm just telling you what I'm bringing.
So you need to come in, because you said you have 2 boys, right? If your children reacted and responded to you while you were trying to pass on some information, you'd go crazy. And you wouldn't allow it. Because you're not passing on that information for them to.
Let me tell you something. From the day that I was pregnant and conceived these 2 boys,
Right.
I was definitely on the road of knowledge.
Were?
Yeah.
Did you get
It was not until when you got certain different demons around you.
Right.
Right?
But what-
Who want to now
maybe
school
the
your
demons are-
children and tell your children now to be disobedient to your
don't
mother
send
because
them to
first
that
of all, she's a single parent. Right? She's a single parent.
Right.
Yes, so she's been doing everything she can. So you see, you gotta really know my background, which, basically it's been
I do know
put
your
out there for
background.
everybody to see. So
because
for
I
me to
do
now
have
come
a
in and
mother.
hear it from the source's mouth, this is what I would rather people would ask me first rather than assume and then
But
penalize
you
me based
came
on
in.
assumption.
You came in charged up. So by
Because I've
definition.
been charged.
Yeah, well, you have
I've been
to.
charged foul.
We're all being charged. And this is something that we've all gone through.
Yeah, but you are not me and I am not you. You understand me?
No, but
I
we're all
don't know what
doing
celestial, I don't know what celestial ancestry is over you.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm definitely realizing mine and I cannot deny it or shut my mouth about it.
That's fine. And see, in regards to what you're speaking on and with children, I have 3 boys. And they go to a school system right now. That school system knows who I am. From the trustee to the principal to every single teacher I've had a meeting with. They all know who I am.
And they don't mess with his
And
boys.
they do not do anything to my children.
Zero.
And you want experience?
That's not in accordance with his
Now, this is my
guidelines.
son.
They
One
do not-
second, bro. This is my son. Your son not here. He's here. When the school called me, when me asked for the trustee,
Yeah.
You know what I'm telling me, sir? Oh, we let him go this time.
Yeah, next time. So what I'm
Explain
saying
the
to
rest
you
of
is
it,
that
because we know who is trustee.
With knowledge,
But our
there
people
has
don't
to
know
be
that.
action. And that is what we are embarking on at this moment. As I said, I go back to my children. I have 3 boys. The last child, well, he gets in trouble all the time. But they always call me and said, what should we do?
With your children?
Now remember, that's the colonizer.
The
That's
school
the
asks
slave
you what to
master.
do with your children.
That's the European.
They ask me, what should we do? They don't say, should we send him home? Should we do this? I always say, let him sit in the office, I'll come down and speak to him. No matter what happens in that school, they do not teach my child nothing until I know about it. Whether it's math, history, science, whatever it is, before they start the subject, they call me or write me and say, listen, this is what we're going to be teaching the children tomorrow. In 2 months, there's going to be this thing called Black History Month. My child is not allowed to learn none of that stuff. That's my power.
They address you, they know you as.
And on the application form, it has the straw name on there. They call me by my national name every time I go there. What I'm basically saying to you is this. Until we realize the power that we have, Tucker, I'm speaking to you directly as well, and everybody else in this room, until we realize the power that we have in words and in deeds, nothing's going to happen.
Brethren, and this I will strengthen that. Until we move ourselves away from the lower self and rise within the higher self.
And the purpose of man reaching deific life is recognizing that lower self is an illusion. Yes. The real self is man up here.
And one last thing though too.
Right.
Amar
Heart
made
chakra
a very good point by saying word and deed. But before word and deed comes thought. And thought is the basis of this. So until we think better, we're not going to speak better. Until we speak better, we're not going to do better. Right. So it really starts with thought. And the thought of being that we're not black, we're not Negro, and we're not slave.
Yes.
So that has to be, until you can train yourself, and certain great teachers say that to yourself 1,000 times a day. I'm not black, I'm not Negro, I'm not slave. That's where it starts.
That's it.
And that's for the ones of us who have been able to cross that, have been able to, even though we all still slip back, the one thing that we've been able to do is we know in our hearts that we're not what someone else is defining us as. And once that happens, everything else will fall into place, and you'll see magic things happen.
Absolutely.
Not magic, you will see divine things happen.
So just to finish off, just to connect and bring back the full circle what everybody is saying, and then what Brother Congo said, and for those who don't know what higher self and lower self might mean, in our holy Quran of the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, divinely prepared by Noble Jew Ali, right? So our main study guide, it says in the chapter of Elihu's Lessons, chapter 3, the unity of life, verse 4, it says, or verse 5, there are 2 selves, the higher self and lower self. The higher self is human spirit, clothed with soul, made in the form of Allah. The lower self, the carnal self, meaning the fleshly self, the body of desires, is a reflection of higher self, distorted by the murky ethers of the flesh. The lower self is an illusion and will pass away. The higher self is Allah in man and will not pass away. The higher self is the embodiment of truth. The lower self is truth reversed, and so is falsehood manifest. The higher self is justice, mercy, love, and right. The lower self is what the higher self is not. The lower self breeds hatred, slander, lewdness, murders, theft, and everything that harms. The higher self is mother of the virtues of the harmonies of life. The lower self is rich in promises, but poor in blessedness and peace. It offers pleasure, joy, and satisfying gain, but gives unrest, misery, and death. It gives men apples that are lovely to the eye and pleasant to the smell. their cores are full of bitterness and gall. If you would ask me what to study, I would say yourselves. And when you well have studied them, and then would ask me what to study next, I would reply, yourselves. He who knows well his lower self knows the illusion of the world, knows of the things that pass away, and he who knows his higher self, know Allah, knows well the things that cannot pass away. Islam.
Yeah, that corridor that he has put my head in a different zone. It says Toronto, Ontario Republic. What's that? I never heard of it.
It's the city of Toronto, basically, right?
Republic.
Jurisdiction. So what the form of government that is supposed to be set up throughout the Americas is a republican form of government. So at one time they used to call Jamaica Republic, then they stopped.
Yeah.
And it became a democracy when they got independence from the Queen.
That's right.
And then Trinidad used to be a republic. Trinidad and Tobago used to be a republic, and then it stopped when they got independence from the Queen. And then everybody celebrating whatever. And then we got Charter of Rights and Freedoms, right? Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees the rights and freedoms set out in it subject only to such reasonable limits practiced by law and can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. Democracy means mob rule. Democracy means you have no power. The people who you say have the power are abusing it. So when we say republic, we're relating to the form of government that the people are who the government is. So as the people having our own government, we have a right to have our own identification. We don't need theirs. Especially if Section 32 of the Charter, which everybody says, oh yeah, our rights are here or whatever, right? This Charter applies, A, to the Parliament and Government of Canada in respect to all matters within the authority of Parliament, whatever. B, to the legislature and government. Anybody in here legislature?
Nope, not last time I checked.
Is anybody in here Parliament?
No.
Okay, so if this charter applies to Parliament and legislature, and we're not that,
who's it for?
Left it on the ground, wait for that.
Who's it for?
See, they flip. How do I get one of those cards though? That's what I want to know.
Study.
It's really about knowledge, because just like guy runs up to you and you have a bat. If you don't know how to use a bat, he's gonna take the bat from you, kick your ass with it. So
With or without the card, are you going to be able to know how to maneuver?
Exactly. It's about knowledge first, because papers, cards, or whatever like that never did anything to help anybody.
So would you say the first step then in your quest, so more and the position is that
Studying.
Studying.
Vocabulary.
That would be the first.
Because again, it's about if once we change our mind,
which is our thought
and way of thinking,
the things external from ourselves are going to change.
Okay.
Yeah.
When we were balling,
yeah,
and then we came into the knowledge of, we got history, culture, whatever like that. Stuff around us changed.
Yes, definitely.
Like this stuff changed. Different people started vibrating with you. You weren't no more hanging out with the, you know what I mean? When certain people came around with their pork and stuff like that, you know, stuff changed. So as soon as we get our mind in a different place,
yes,
the body's going to be in a different place. And then and once we get the mind in that place, the question about where do I get a card or how do I get a card
will become through the knowledge.
Manifest.
Not just to get the card and don't know the knowledge behind it.
I was born in the place they call Jamaica. Don't forget that. That's where I was born. The place that they call Jamaica. That's where I was born. But before they call it that, it's still a part of America. That's why I have my nationality.
The undeveloped Americas.
I'm an American. I'm not a Jamaican. I'm not a Canadian. I'm an American.
And then the true Americans
are
the copper tone people who were here before the European came here.
Brother, you had a question there.
But I didn't know the legal move to get that. I knew the knowledge, and I was also the couple of times when in the past when we do have our encounter with the system, I did practice a couple of times without the lawyer.
Right.
And walked out.
Right.
Ah, you see.
Hold on, the brother had his hand up for a minute.
I didn't even know what I was doing.
So you actually knew and were that before that.
This is why I knew about the courts.
And now you finally caught back
Yes,
up.
it happens when I came in there with my crown, and I was told to remove it by the clerk.
Right.
And I did that until I had to leave, and the judge was like, leave him alone.
Right.
So once it started like that, I kept pushing, and I walked.
And I can tell you exactly, I can relate to that too. Before I even get into this part,
Yeah.
I went there with even attorneys.
Yes.
They told me to remove that.
I said no.
I said no.
By covenant.
The attorney told me to remove it. I said when I go in there, I will deal with the judge. And when I go in there, I deal with him with that.
Yeah.
And you see the so-called license that they say they have?
Yeah.
I can show you guys too. This is it.
With covenant on it.
This is it.
Yeah.
My boys down in Toronto said you can't do that, but this is it. And you look at it, before I even sign, I put all rights reserved because I know the only thing belongs to me is this, the
That's
picture.
right. That's right.
The rest is fraud. Because number one, your
That's
birth
not my
certificate
name.
that you used to have doesn't say this way. They have it backwards on this one. Not like we have it on your birth certificate.
I also knew about that red mark on the birth certificate, that number.
Yeah.
That number, the letter in front of it.
Hold on, the brother had a question.
Brother,
That's holding the card right now.
brother, you want to say what you wanted to say? Brother, you want to say what you wanted to say?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to say, how you get funded?
How do we get funding?
Fund
Well,
ourselves.
we're not gonna be, the hand that gives control, so we fund ourselves. I'll put it like that. Once you extend your hand to these people, they're gonna put the money in it and take your hand.
And you hold it.
Okay, but
No,
basically,
necessarily, the question never meant like that.
okay,
It could be like your own initiative, how do you do things? 'Cause I
All
don't
right.
believe in getting.
Yeah, so,
This is it.
you know what I mean, products, books, you know what I mean, like, for
own
example.
initiative.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about somebody extending.
Right, yeah.
And then as well, some of us are still in a corporate status where we're like, we know we're under occupation, so we're forced to do a 9 to 5, and we're gonna make that fiat and know what we're taking that energies to do with it. You know, taking that dead energy and bringing it to
My
life.
brother.
That's why we study for.
Exception to the rule.
Just stop for 1 second. We have to be out of here at 6. We have to be out of this room, cleaned up, everything by 6 o'clock sharp. So we're gonna keep going till 5:30, and then after that, you guys want to, you know, what do you call it, check out the literature and such and such and such. But at 6 o'clock, door closes. We have to be out of here.
I had similar experience on the podium. I had your gall. I would have gone further, but
I would like to right away to get up to good energy and stuff.
You didn't know
The ones that are here,
You didn't
we'll talk with Negus and see if we can set up something within a week. About the 430 Rito. And we can come together, talk more about jurisdiction, etymology, whatever it is, religion, science, whatever it is, we come together and talk as people.
Yeah, on that note as well. On that note as well, when we're looking at you all, we're looking at you all coming together, right? The whole perspective of you coming together is you now becoming the body politic of yourself.
Listen, it's very important.
Right?
Becoming the body politic of
you
yourself.
becoming the body politic of yourself to start governing your own affairs. To start recognizing that you know we don't have to assimilate.
No.
Right? We can exercise our indigenous rights, because if anywhere here, they know who natives are, they know who indigenous peoples are, Aboriginal. They got right behind Parliament, they got island, that's indigenous island and all that stuff, right? And they're doing that out of honor for indigenous culture. Yeah, they colonized and they did these things, but when they start calling places Aboriginal names instead of European names, when they're European, clearly they have some type of knowledge, they have some type of reverence that they're showing to the Aboriginal indigenous people, right? When when the people come together without what we had in the beginning, right? And everybody's on the same mind frame, then you'll be able to, you know what I mean, take steps and function as yourself. It's no different, like we're saying, you know, because of occupation, yes, we're compromised in certain positions. But when it comes down to certain things, we should be governing self. Like ultimately, we should be governing self. By now, we should be governing self. We can't continue to be governed, right? And a lot of the reason why we're governed is because of consent. Because voluntary slavery is legal.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you want to volunteer to be a slave, the slave master's going to be like, oh, let's go on the plantation.
And then the next part to that is ignorance of the law is no excuse. So once you go about doing what you're doing, pretending like you don't know, then they have the right to do what they do.
To do whatever they do.
And if
Trading places. Could you explain the word Islam to those who understand?
Oh, we did that. We did that in the beginning. Yeah. But
you pointed
you're right
it
too.
up there.
You're right too.
Pointed it out?
Yeah, I saw arm, leg, arm, head, I self-law master, and then where you came in with higher self, lower self to tie it all together.
Tie it all together.
Can I?
Oh yeah. Keep in mind, one more quick acknowledgement. Recognize that the elder dressed like an Arab. He doesn't look like pale people in Morocco and all that stuff. Saudi Arabia or whatever. That's the same stuff what they wear over there. But nobody looked at him as, or he's following an Arab or whatever. They looked at him as, brother. There was no issue with pale Arabs or whatever like that, even though he's wearing so-called pale Arab stuff.
Right. And I just want to read on. This is the Rights of Indigenous People, which has been signed on by Canada.
And U.S. Corporation. Stephen Harper and Barack Obama.
Which is what Cujo has basically been saying, and this is something that each one of us should get, and it's federally enforced pursuant to Article 6 of the Constitution for the United States of America, Republic, affirming the indigenous people are equal in dignity and rights to all other people, while recognizing the rights of all peoples to be different, to consider themselves different, and to be respected as such. Affirming also that all people contribute to the diversity and richness of civilizations and cultures, which constitute the common heritage of humankind. Affirming further that all doctrines, policies,
just read, man. Just read.
That all doctrines, policies, and practices based on our advocating superiority of peoples or individuals on the basis of national origin, racial, religious, ethnic, or cultural differences are racist, scientifically false, legally invalid, morally condemnable, and socially unjust. Reaffirming also that indigenous peoples in the exercise of their rights should be free from discrimination of any kind. Concerned, the indigenous peoples have been deprived of their human rights and fundamental freedoms, resulting inter alia in their colonization and dispossession of their lands, territories, and resources, thus preventing them from exercising in particular their rights to development in accordance with their own needs and interests. Recognizing the urgent need to respect and promote the inherent rights to their lands, territories, and resources, which derive from their political, economic, and social structure, and from their cultural, spiritual traditions, histories, and philosophies.
Could I ask you just to read Article 1?
Article 1. Indigenous people have the right to the full and effective enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms recognized in the Charter of the United Nations, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and international human rights law.
Now, when we look at, when they were talking about how the...
I just want to, just one last thing, just convinced that control by indigenous peoples over developments affecting them and their lands, territories, and resources will enable them to maintain and strengthen their institutions, cultures, and traditions, and to promote their development in accordance with their aspirations and needs. Recognizing also that respect for indigenous knowledge, cultures, and traditional practices contributes to sustainable and equitable development and proper management of the environment. And lastly, emphasizing the need for demilitarization of the lands and territories of indigenous people, which will contribute to peace, economic and social progress and development, understanding understanding and friendly relations among nations and the peoples of the world.
So they're talking about their occupation. When they say demilitarization, they're talking about
100%. What they're
occupation.
saying is that they're here under force, which is de facto, running all that stuff, and for any of this to work, they need to stop that. And it also goes on to say that they're supposed to help us.
That's a powerful document, and I suggest everybody get a copy of the rights of indigenous people.
This is it. This is the, I
and
think I was
study
telling you
that.
this is
And
the
know
next
that.
thing that you put your basis for everything,
Now,
which is this.
One thing too, when we look at what transpired in other places, for people to lose what they would say is their birthright, right? So we have okay, in India,
I was talking, man.
India used to be a corporation, right? Indians a corporation. India is not the land. So as soon as so-called Hindustani people agreed to be Indian, they lost their birthright.
One time.
As soon as Ceylonese people started saying Sri Lankan, they lost their birthright. As soon as Mexican people started getting visas and stuff like that from US democracy to go across the border, which there's no border because Mexico goes all the way up to Texas, Colorado, all that.
Yeah.
These people lost their birthright.
What about Ethiopian and Abyssinian people?
Abyssinian, same thing.
Philippines and Moros.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Filipinos, Moros. It's the same pattern that these people are
We
going
not
around the
work here,
world.
call ourselves blacks.
They've gone around and done the same thing. Set up shop where they can forcefully get jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Because remember, you don't have, now when we look at
No
the
claim.
people who didn't become denationalized, right? As far as the European powers are concerned, we have China, which is corporate, but they're really Manchurian, right? But the Europeans didn't do that to them.
Okay.
They couldn't do that to them.
Europeans can't set foot in China to go pretend that they're gonna go set up a Ministry of Transportation in China and tell Chinese people that they're yellow people and then come over here and get your license for your yellow rights.
But what did happen, unfortunately, was their own people did that, which is what we've been suffering.
Because they just followed the template of whoever the
they're
powers
following
would be.
that to battle the corporate stuff while still giving them the rights. That's what's going on in India as well, which is everyone's still playing that game corporately, but they're still looking after their own people. That's why it's not to this level.
So it's more empowering to them to do it to themselves.
It's not that it's more empowering, it's just that.
They're doing it for their own.
The pass is easier because it's your own putting you in slavery. So
So,
you don't see it.
and they're also getting
To compete over the rest.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is there's not
Yeah,
not that separation in the profiling. See what I'm saying? On the street, it's a Chinese man, for example, against a Chinese man, right?
Yes.
Here, there's that different, unique part to that. But when you do the science, the European is really the hybrid of us.
Yes. Well, I'm saying they do it to compete in the rest of the world. Like, for example,
They have to, right?
I have a neighbor who's Chinese. He tells me his name is George. So I said, "What's your Chinese name?" And sure enough, he tells me his Chinese name.
Right,
he does.
right.
Nothing.
But
nationally.
again,
That's his
remember,
free
remember, right, that him classifying himself as George, right, is part of the hyphen Canada.
Yeah, yeah.
So that he can come here, be accepted, get bank card, get business, get stuff like that.
And be a naturalized
Make 50
citizen.
million, right, make 50 million, but he's not spending it here. He's
Yes.
taking it back to his
And let me say this to you.
original land, right? And
last thing,
there.
when the shit hits the fan, he'll get his Chinese name back
Yes.
and head home again.
And that will protect him.
That's the difference between them and us.
And he
They
has
have a homeland.
and he has
to go to.
protection under that Chinese name because it's his national name, it's his organic name.
Is there an association between being rich or wealthy with Islam and nothing to do with religion? at all?
Spiritually, there is.
Depends on.
And
on-
rich-
That's the question.
I'm saying spiritually, there is that connection.
Because I've noticed that.
Well, if ISOF
That
law master,
comparison-
Islam means ISOF law master, right?
That's
And
right.
you're in that mastery of self, you're gonna
So
make
it's
sure
like
that you've provided for
Provide
yourself,
everything for
and
yourself.
whatever you need,
So
you're gonna have
being
that.
rich or richer associated with Islam.
Of course.
Because it wants itself.
Right, but again too, like,
You have to see what wealth is too. Is it accruing those dollars that,
Are-
which isn't, or is it accruing yourself and having a rich family?
My brethren,
Yes, sir.
in this island, you are yourself master.
Yes.
All right? Now, to be and to have, everything here belongs to you, it's all yours already. It's just a question of living in the higher self. To have these things within you, these, whatever you want to call it, possessions or things. You're talking about millions and millions of dollars and many years.
Being associated.
Everything here that is in this universe belongs to you. Belongs to all of us. It's a question of living to obtain these things.
Okay, I ask a question now?
No. Thank you, sir.
You had your turn.
Just a second. What this man just said is the word Islam also means submission, and Muslim means one who submits. So submit, not to me, but submit and then to right.
But then remember,
which is your higher self. Of course.
Closing point. That yes, Muslim
Islam.
Now, with regard to what the elder said, with regard to higher self, right? To make it easier to digest, right? His Imperial Majesty wore a crown,
Triple
which
crown.
was golden. Triple crown, shaped just like this, with a little button on the top, no tassel. The Rastafarians call him the Black Ark Sovereign. Why they call him a sovereign? Why they recognize him as a sovereign? Rastafarians recognize him as a sovereign. Why? Because he ruled himself, but he didn't be selfish with it, like these so-called whoever's. He actually administered the rulership to the people and made the people even rule over themselves.
He himself said the king himself,
Right?
the kingship is the nation.
So when we say things like there ain't no such thing as higher self, then no such thing as Haile Selassie, because he was exercising in his higher self. That's why he was known as elect of God. That's why he coronated on the same day with the Empress, which is the first time in Ethiopian history that the king and the Empress coronated on the same day. She's from the line of Prophet Muhammad, Empress Menen. But he's Christian. What's the point of these two people coming together?
You're behaving like a child.
Hang on. You know what the issue is?
Yes.
Orthodox Islam and Christianity coming together
You're living
unity
in the
amongst our
patriarch
people.
mind. You're dishonoring your mother, your grandmother, the mothers before that. That's what your problem is.
I like how you guys have a chance to talk, but you
No,
never
we
give me a
gave
chance.
you a chance.
I told you that 15 minutes at the beginning of the thing. We're gonna show up at 2 hours later.
Let's close out. Let's close out.
Because you know what?
Last comment, Brother Kenta.
Anything else you want to say briefly, quick?
The thing about it is,
A lot of
you display what your black
Definitely, we'll be back here in
It's a
February.
disruption.
I know how I'm dropping it. I've been sitting here and I've been analyzing, and it's
For you.
You can grow. Okay, listen.
No.
We're done.
We can grow, but there can be different ideas. Can you quietly?
Can you be quietly?
The way to grow. You're growing in
Can you be quietly? Can you be quietly? Can you be quietly? Can you be quietly? Can you be quietly?
I do have that.
It's a Moor that said that. You know what you're talking about.
Regardless.
Okay, so be quiet and let us
We wanna
honor the divine.
we wanna give honors to the mother for setting up what we have to do.
Thanks for coming. Let's go.
We also want to give honors to yourself for being here.
to you too,
know
no.
what I mean?
Honor to Brother Tucker for coming.
Honest to Brother Tucker too,
Don't forget, as much as whatever it is, people got issues or whatever like that, I'm pretty sure there's no 430 Rideau anywhere else around here.
Right.
I'm pretty sure.
Nope.
There's nothing else.
That's it, that's all there is.
That's like it. So it'll be in your best interest to find some type of fine line that everybody could walk on in order to make that place something.
Common ground, man.
You know what I mean? Find some type of common ground.
Remember, no matter what, we're a family.
Yeah. Right? And as well, a couple book references. Make sure you get Behold a Pale Horse, William Cooper. Behold a Pale Horse.
Behold a pale horse.
Nature Knows No Color Line. And any book by J.A. Rogers. And as well, Othello's Children in the New World, Jose Pimenta Bay.
Beautiful.
Right, so just some instructions. We gotta be out of here by 6 o'clock. So we gotta clean up whatever mess you brought. Make sure you take it with you. Make sure garbage is right there as well. We have commerce going on. If you need any books, DVDs, etc., we'll be here for the next little while. And we got.
And one last thing, we will say we're back in February.
Correct.
Either the 4th or the 18th. We can discuss that. But we're going to have I think what we would say is possible to set up to have a longer forum.
Right.
And have it much more organized.
It'll be much more constructed. I have a few ideas that can help us flow, where everybody can voice and get their.
Our brother here was saying, let us try and do some, like we're doing great building here, but let's be maybe a little more constructive, a little more informative, though all of this was, right? But we're back, we're coming back, right? For February, that's the next date for now.
Everybody give yourself a hand of round of applause.
One more thing.
Excuse me. Hey, can I have the floor, please? Can I have the floor, please?
Have the floor, have the floor.
We are documenting all of our events, we'll call it, all right? So that when we have events in Toronto, we can display history of what we've done.
Not only for us, for our children's children's children's, who will look and say, there was grandfather. So we're
Will
looking to.
will they say that in their own buildings, or we will
Yes.
rent it?
Yes.
And so what we want is a picture. We'd like a picture. Whoever wants to be in it, whoever doesn't, fine. But that's what we like.
Get a picture.
And it's not going on any website or anything. It's in the temple. It'll be a picture. Huh?
We have a prayer. On the Morris prayer.
Morris prayer.
Oh yeah. Face the east.
Face the east.
After we do the prayer, we're gonna get this picture thing taken care of. 5 on the left, 2 on the right.
5 on the left, 2 on the right.
Morris American prayer, please.
Allah, Father of the universe.
Allah, the Father of the universe.
Father of love.
Father of love.
Truth. Peace. Freedom. And justice. Allah is my protector. My guide. And my salvation. By night. And by day. To his holy prophet. Noble Drew Ali. Ashe.
So I love everyone.
Peace, Morris. Let's get going. So let's all do the prayer. Face the east, 5 on the left, 2 on the right. Allah, the Father of the universe. Father of love. Truth. Peace. Freedom. And justice. Allah is my protector. My guide. And my salvation. By night. And by day. To his holy prophet. Noble Drew Ali. Islam. Letters to be read in every meeting. I hereby inform all members that they must put an end to all radical and agitating speeches while on their jobs, homes, or on the public streets. We advocate peace and not destruction. Stop trying out your cards with the Europeans, for it causes confusion. There has been much confusion caused by members trying out their cards. The cards are for your salvation. Failure of obeying my orders will be of severe consequence. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom, and when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any member or group of members that seek to hold malicious feelings toward the temple or the prophet, or to violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement, will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors must obey the laws laid down to them by their prophet. And if they lose confidence in their prophet, give up your card and button, cease wearing your turban or fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. For this is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Jew Ali. And the prophet is not right, the temple is not right. The prophet is sending out a divine plea to all true Moorish Americans that they may do their part in protecting their prophet and the temple. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways. Noble Jew Ali. To be proclaimed in every meeting. Islam, I am glad to know that I have a few faithful Moors among you all, and I desire for them to know the truth and the divine truth. There is a host of jealousy about me and the movement now by the same people on our side of the nation that claim it was only a joke and unreal. But now, since they have found out from the government officials and the nations of the earth that this is the only sole foundation that all Asiatics must depend upon for their earthly salvation as American citizens, they are working every scheme that they can to disqualify me, so they themselves may take charge of the situation. I have notified all these things to you long ago in the past. It is through the faithful Moors that attribute to the movement and uplifting funds. The ones that paid their divine respect to me and the movement will be remembered. That is why I am calling upon all faithful Moors to increase their faithfulness to me, your prophet, and your divine Moorish movement. I need finance and I need it badly. Never before have I needed finance so badly as I do at present, so I can shove aside the discord that is facing the nation. It all comes through jealousy because of my fame and nobility. The nations of the world will not recognize the movement without I, the prophet, being head. It has been proven by my works which I have performed in the last few years. Islam. So those who didn't know, yesterday we had a field trip yesterday to Ottawa. Road trip, field trip. We had a road trip yesterday to Ottawa to build with Brother Afanza and some of the Moors out there who are, starting to come into the information or whatever. I just wanted to get some feedback from the Moors who went, just what they think about how it went down. And
yeah, the facility they have is like beautiful. It's like practically like a whole building upstairs, downstairs, but they have their museum like us, but they have a resource center, computers, they have a mailbox for mailing system, they have conference, they have a dance room, conference room, they have a dance room, they have a kitchen area, and it's probably more I'm missing, but it was like, it was really aspiring to see Moors on the other side trying to do, doing their thing.
Doing something, yeah. Brother Moore.
Yeah, it was a great time yesterday. I'm trip over a great time. Right? All the discussion, like flames up, cool down, and it was very good. The place I already said the description about it was, which is powerful. Like everything is there. Even if you go there now, any one of us go there now, pull up there, I gotta stay here tonight. There's a bed for you.
Yes.
Any one of you go there.
Yes.
Right now. And it's beautiful. And the energy we get when we share there was great, great. I don't know how would I feel now not going and then to hear in detail what it was like. I would feel bad not to go. Not saying you guys have to feel bad because you're there, but just to give you the depth of how I feel, what it is,
It's a real deal.
Yeah.
And just to add one thing, because they said any Moors that come up there, they're always welcome. They have a spot for you. If you're in Ottawa, just link them. They have like 2 sleeping areas, and we're all welcome there anytime, any place.
Right. So, I know you went already, but if you want
again, I use the kitchen. I brought my food with me and I warm it up in a pot, not a microwave, a pot on the stove.
Old school.
Old school.
Yeah.
How you doing, Uncle? All right.
I think we'd gone last year, I think, and what I got from, well, when I first went there, it was very shocking to see, or at least not shocking, but it was enlightening to see where we are going to be. They have a fully working sort of a bookstore, internet cafe, studio, conference rooms. It's inspiring. So whenever I go there, it sort of just gives me, it uplifts me and spurs me on to create that here. Any building we walk into here that seems to be sort of functioning properly, we should look at anything from that perspective, for us and our nation. You should walk into a government building down here and say, this is what our stuff should look like. So
I just long time now see it's on his hand. That was years ago.
Right.
But I didn't really realize what the nature of it.
It means you're in tune with the ancestors.
I don't know, it was given to me. I have it for years now.
It means you're in tune with the ancestors.
So, and the only other thing is that, the other thing that is, it sort of exemplifies is the fact that people come into this movement thinking that somehow they have to give something up, change something. This is about adding something. So it's also very, very, it also sort of exemplifies how people can be something Moors as well. Whatever they want to be, Moors after it. But that's what Ottawa typifies.
After that as well, like you said, but more, they're Rastafarians, put it that way. You know what I mean?
Well, that's a component of it. What they really are is they're Garveyite Moors. I think that's the other. That's the other.
Some are Rastafarians from
yeah.
But they're fully repping the Moors as their nationality, right? They're still repping their Garveyites. They're still repping their Rastafarian, but they know they're Moors as well, and that's why they're transitioning to their facility to make the Moors or Moorish Americans or the movement be known, like, you know, to be upfront, as well as their thoughts, their you know, their other thoughts of beliefs, you know.
Right. And then they're right on Rideau Street, which Parliament's right down the street from where they're at. So as soon as they start getting active and all that stuff, you know that it's gonna have an impact. Well, today's Q&A class, so you could ask that question while we answer.
What are Moors?
You wanna pull up Moors in there? Yeah. Webster's. While we're getting that answer, when it comes to Moors, Moors is short form for Moroccan. And Moroccan, the ancient name of Moroccan is Moabites. So when we say Moors, we're actually talking about we are our ancestors on earth again. When we say that we're Moors. So if we go to
Hey, transition from Moors, my currents already understand, but the last part, Moabites.
So you ever heard you ever read about Ruth in the Bible?
No.
Okay, so there's a lady in the Bible by the name of Ruth, right?
Oh, yes, I have.
Right. Ruth was a Moabite. Ruth was a Moabite. And she is directly related to Yahshua, David, all those people. So when we say that we're Moors, we're connecting ourselves to this ancient history that everybody knows about. So when you have people like
you know, Moses is the head of it.
Huh?
Moses is the head, right?
Right.
I mean, Moses are the head.
Right.
And in tangential, down back to roots.
Or the other way. Ruth is the head.
Ruth is the head.
And then it became
Moors
today.
Okay.
But we wouldn't say that we're Moabites today.
Okay.
Right? But we would say that we're Moors because this term, this name, this title is recognized throughout the world as the individuals who took the information from ancient Egypt and spread it around the world when Egypt fell. Right? So when we say that we're Moors, this is not some religious thing or imaginary belief system or whatever. This is actually the identity of people who they would call today black. So once they start calling people this, you know that they're really Moors. But if they call them Moors instead of call them black, then the so-called black people will have all the power that they're claiming that the white man took from them. So all they have to do is be this, and then they have all the power back. They can stop complaining, they can start marching, they can stop picketing, they can stop doing all the stuff that they're doing under the guise of trying to be better people and try to get rights and try to do whatever. All they have to do is just say that they're this, and all those stuff will fall on them. But they want to stay this and have rights. They want to stay this and have respect and be appreciated when nobody doesn't respect this as an identity. If we go around the world, there's no people that's going to say that they're a color. We're the only ones that do that in the world. Nobody else does that. We're the only ones. So our job is to make sure we get our people back to calling themselves this. And as soon as you hear somebody start calling you this, you correct them immediately. Because if you don't correct them, then they're going to keep calling you this, which means that you are giving up your power. Because you're really supposed to be called this. And then we'll let the dictionary back up everything what we're saying.
So this is Webster's College Dictionary, 11th edition. Moor, noun, from Middle English M-O-R, Moor, from Old English M-O-R, akin to Old High German, Moor, M-U-O-R. Chiefly Brit, an expensive open rolling infertile land, a boggy area, especially one that is peaty and dominated by grasses and sedges. Moor, to tie, anchor a boat, and then moor with a capital M. Noun, Middle English, M-O-R-E, from A-F, from Latin Moros, M-A-U-R-U-S, inhabitant of Mauritania, one of the Arab and Berber conquerors of Spain, to a Berber. So that's the modern 11th edition Webster's Dictionary definition.
Right? So, fertile land is known as moors. Right? That's why you would hear people say that moors are, you might hear in lectures people say moors are the landlord, the lord of the land, because the actual term moors got applied to land as well, right? Anchor a boat. mooring. Why? Because the Moors were the ones who were sailing the 7 seas with the same information that they took from Egypt, Kemet, or whatever like that, and spread it throughout the world. Mauritania, Arab, Berber, Spain. So Mauritania, there's more in it, M-A-U-R. Don't forget there's Morocco over there too. And then when they talk about Arab Berbers or whatever, you're going on to the other side with Tunis, Tripoli, and the Barbary Wars. And when they talk about Spain, they're talking about these same individuals who took the information from Kemet, went to Egypt, got the information because the North Africans and the Egyptians are neighbors, relatives, they're family. So it's only right that the individuals who's going to take the information from Egypt be their neighbors. Why would somebody from Sudan or somebody from Congo or somebody from Southern Africa be the ones that took the information, when there's people who are directly right next to Egypt that have greater access to it than the people who have to travel hundreds of miles to get to the same place where this information is? So when we look at them mentioned in Spain, keep in mind that that's also corruption, because when the Moors went there in 711 AD, it wasn't called Spain at that time, right? So because it wasn't called Spain, we know that when they put out these books and stuff like that, they're infusing perspectives to get people's concepts still not really where they're supposed to be, because they shouldn't be saying Spain, right? And then when they're talking about Arab Berbers, they're not talking about the people who we see there today that look like Arab and Berbers. They're talking about dark-skinned people who were the ones that went into Spain, so-called Spain, in 711 AD and brought civilization to Europe.
Can I read the definition from the Black's Law?
Yeah.
Black's Law, 3rd edition. And more. An officer in the Isles of Man who summons the courts for several sheddings. The office is similar to the English bailiff of 100.
Right? So, more of the officer, right? Officer, one who was, is, or elected to hold the office, right? For Moors, being an officer is not some building concept. The land is our office. The earth plane is our office. The world is our office. We're not confined to some building. That's why you hear, if you've been following the discussion going on with certain Moors and Canaanland Moors and RV Bay or whatever, because they wanna make us subject to some individual. They want to make us subject to some imposter that's had the seat of power but's done nothing with it for 80 years. And then now that we got the information and we're taking it to the hedges and the highways, now they're feeling threatened because the attention isn't on them anymore. The attention isn't on these people not recognizing that they're a bailiff of 100, right? Which means that one more represents 100 bailiffs. So if one more represents 100 bailiffs, There's no need for people to call themselves grand this and grand that, supreme whatever, and are not taking the position of assisting the people in their affairs outside of the quote-unquote temple. So if somebody has issues outside the temple, let's say somebody's dealing with vaccination or whatever like that, right? If they're dealing with vaccination, one who was elected to hold office, if they say vaccination, right, that individual who's dealing with those people is supposed to go to their grand whatever and get documentation from them saying that this individual's offspring is not under the jurisdiction of whoever is trying to vaccinate. So here's a vaccination exemption letter. Temple has seals and all that stuff. They seal the paper. Those people take that and then put those people on notice that their quote-unquote offspring is not supposed to be vaccinated. Right? Because a Moor is a bailiff of 100. So the individual who says that they're a Moor is supposed to do that on their own. But if this individual that says that they're a Moor has a body of Moors behind them, and then those bodies of Moors are claiming to be in adept chambers and in higher degrees of learning than the people who are sitting in the stands, then they have an obligation to make sure that they're doing what it is these people are demanding that they do. It's not supposed to be the head people demanding that the membership do something. It's supposed to be members holding these people accountable. And the members have never been in the mindset that this is their movement. Why? Because they never read those letters to be read in every meeting where Noble Juali said that this movement's yours. Noble Juali never ever said that this movement belongs to Grand Sheiks or Grand Governors or Adept Chamber people or Supreme Council people. He never said the movement belonged to them. So how are they giving orders? And then how are the people who are receiving the orders taking orders? Clearly somebody hasn't been telling somebody something. If the guys who are supposed to be giving orders are taking orders, and the guys who are supposed to be taking orders are giving them, clearly there's a problem.
Sounds familiar.
Right?
Sounds like de facto government.
Sounds like de facto government. Sounds like some people are pretending to be government under the guise of a temple, or under the guise of a movement, or under the guise of something that has nothing to do with how they're demonstrating. Because if they're saying that they're Moor Science Temple, they'll say, we're a government. All right, well, if you're a government, then how come you're not acting like it? How come they're taking the position of, like they make statements like, these Moors are under these Moors, and this Moor is under somebody and all that stuff. Ain't nobody under anybody. If a Moor is an officer, and that office is exercising from the position of leadership, then the people who put this individual in office is who is the head. It's not this individual that's the head. But this is why Noble Juali even told the Moors that the priesthood is dead. Because people got caught up in this thing of thinking that in order for you to be free, somebody has to whatever free. Ain't nobody doing nothing for you if you want to be free. You're going to do what you got to do for yourself if you want to be free. As soon as somebody says, oh, you want to be free? Well, I can give you, here's the paper for whatever like that. Don't even listen to those people. Run in the other direction from those people. Because they're definitely about to either go in your pockets to get something, or they're about to take your energy. And they're not even going to be apologetic about it when they do criminal activity with the energy that you give them. They're going to take it, do their criminal stuff, and, that's just what it's going to be. Because the mentality is that you can't do nothing to them because they're grand whatever. They're governor of something. Same way.
No, anyway, I think I have to leave right now, but one question to ask, right?
Sure.
If the topic was on moors, because I coincided and asked the question, because when you ask the question first, ask me what is moors about? And then basically the topic came up, the fact about moors. And they keep on talking about moors. So the basic topic of this gathering together is about moors or something different.
It's about understanding what it means to be a Moor.
That's why I asked the question.
It's about understanding. But that's not going to happen in 1 hour.
No,
or 10
I know
minutes.
that, I know
Yeah,
that.
that's going to be, you know what I mean? So if you want that.
It just reflect within 3 dimensions to me.
Right.
And the middle one was Moors.
Right.
And I asked what's about Moors.
Right.
And the rest I know.
All right.
And I live next door and I'll be.
Oh, you're around. All right.
Yeah, I live on 2531.
Okay.
So I'll be around.
Thanks for stopping
The
by.
question you asked, that thought just come to me.
Yeah.
Because I was just looking at it. You asked that question, and that's what we've been talking about since that
Exactly.
time.
How long will you guys be here?
About
next
2 years?
No, how long next half an hour?
Oh, yeah, we'll be here till about 3:30.
3:30.
Going on to
I
2
could
right
go
now.
and come back?
Yeah. We'll be here till about 3:30.
Come back.
All right.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much.
No worries,
And I appreciate that, you know.
No problem.
I'll be back in a while.
All right. So when these individuals take the position of their leadership and the people don't challenge them on the exercise of their leadership, right? The people have to be the ones to question them on what it is that they're doing, what it is that they're representing. Because if you leave it up to them, they're not telling. The same way that it took between 1929 to 1980 or something like that to get those letters that were supposed to be read every meeting read. That they weren't being read. And that's instructions from Noble Drew Ali himself personally, that anytime there's a meeting, those letters have to be read to the membership. Right? If he's ordering those letters to be read by the people who call themselves governor, grand governor, supreme grand sheik and all that stuff, and they haven't been reading it for 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, you know that these people aren't working with the Moorish movement. You know they're not working with the Moorish movement. Because if they were working with the Moorish movement, they would have been reading the stuff to be read every meeting. And people wouldn't be so, so confused about what the Moorish movement is. Because they would have been given the instructions from the individuals who Noble Drew Ali taught himself and put them in the position to teach others. But instead of them teaching others, they took the information, became millionaires, became preachers, became all types of stuff, right? Built all these big buildings and all this stuff like that. People are suffering. You guys have planes and stuff like that going back and forth from church to church and all that stuff. When in 1920, 1921, 1922, they were part of the Moorish Science Temple. They weren't in no church in 1920s. They were down with the UNIA. They were down with all these progressive Asiatic movements. But then, as soon as the unity started taking place, Marcus Garvey connected with Noble Drew Ali, then they're connected with Deuce Muhammad Ali, and they're starting to bring this stuff together. You have people who were tearing it apart as they were bringing it together. So as soon as they sew up a hole, then there's 5 other holes over here. And while they're sewing up these 5 holes, then 10 more holes. And then, you know, as you start going through the information and the literature and you realize that certain things were being talked about, certain things were not being talked about, and then you realize that the things that were not being talked about were the things that people were actually supposed to know, the things that people were actually supposed to be studying, so that they don't have this confusion that's going on today. That when somebody says Moors, 500 people have something to say about what it is. And they don't even know what it is, but they have an opinion, which, you know, everybody's entitled to that. But there's no truth in opinion. Even though people have a right to it. That's why we got books and stuff like that, and we fact check to make sure. Any questions or comments?
I googled Moors yesterday, and the first one said just like a stretch of land, and the second one said a stretch of land open for shooting.
Right.
Google is a trip.
Right. And then again, like if we use online search engines, always make sure that you follow your sciences. So we have we have the power numbers, right? So you do your research on power numbers, and then when you go on Google, and you get a when you get a outline of what the power numbers are, you're going to search those page numbers. So when you search in Google and then it tells you, 1, 2, 3, 4, and whatever like that pages are. So you check the third one, you check the fifth one, you check the seventh one, you check the 11th one, you check the 13th one, you check, and those are the ones that you check. Don't just hit the first one. Oh, they said whatever. Okay, well that's what it is or whatever. Check all those, and then again, this comes back to the whole thing about studying with people, taking the position of recognizing that there's vast amounts of information out there about Moors, and 90% of it's not coming from Moors. 90% of it is coming from people who we would think, they don't know about this or whatever like that, but they got, in order to get their doctorate for their university, whatever, their final paper was on Moors. In order for them to get their whatever book published from whoever like that, they got some paper that they had to write on Moors, right? So don't limit learning about Moors from Moors, because majority of the time, Moors will be the one stray you off into some madness that has nothing to do with Moors, and get you in a worse frame of mind, which is again why we tell people, if you really want to know about your history, as far as Moors are concerned, make sure that you're looking up information on Noble Drew Ali, and make sure that you're using RV Bay Publications as a reference point, so that when you go to RV Bay Publications and you start studying from there, you have a clear conception of what this is. Because they don't do vague. They don't do keep people in confusion. They do it. If you come here and you study, you're gonna know for sure what it is to be. Now what it assumes or whatever like that, because you have to you have to use your own 5 senses with this information. Like they say, when we say even with people here, when we say Grand Sheik this and Grand Sheik and all that stuff like that, like I ain't nobody. It's really about you. Like you're the somebody, I'm the nobody. Right? It's you that's going to be taking this information and doing something with it for your life. Like, I already took in this information and did something with it for my life, being more. Not because I'm Grand Sheik or whatever, but because I'm a brother too, just studying this information just like everybody else. There ain't no titles and stuff like that going on. There's no, hierarchy and stuff like that as far as we're concerned. Right? As far as we're concerned, everybody who's studying this information is supposed to be adept. Right? The only reason why we say adept chamber is because the individuals who are in the quote-unquote adept chamber are the ones who are actually making certain things happen. Like, okay, we have this building. Somebody in the adept chamber had the link for us to get this building. Right? If we look at certain events that's going on, certain adepts that they had the connection for a place for us to get. Or they had the idea of, oh, you know what, let's implement something. Or they heard somebody, oh, somebody mentioned whatever, maybe we should go do this. But this is not a thing of ownership and we own people and you're under Kudrow because Kudrow's the grand sheik. No, I'm under you. Like, I'm not the one that's above, right? So as soon as they start even talking like that to you, well, who's Kudrow's and where's Kudrow getting this stuff from and whatever like that, challenge those people. Where are you guys getting your stuff from? Because Kudrow been told us that it ain't about hierarchy and all that stuff, right? And then if you study for yourself and you make yourself adept, then nobody could play you when they come to you with BS. And you're not going to have to come and verify with some grand whatever, is this real, or I heard this guy say whatever, and I need to find out what's clarity. Well, use your 5 senses, guaranteed. You'll see these people's folly immediately. It's not going to be something that you have to hunt for or whatever like that. Once you're studying, you'll pick up on these people's folly. And as soon as you recognize that they're full of folly, leave these people alone and go about your business. Continue studying and getting information. But trust that there's people in the Moorish movement right now that they're not only undermining what it is that we're doing, but they're undermining Moors who have been doing this work, that same work that we're doing. They're undermining Moors who've been doing this work 20, 25 years before we've been doing it. But you're going to recognize that these individuals weren't saying anything to those people 15 years ago. Now they're coming up and they're saying something. Where were they 15 years ago? When RV Bay website first came out, how come nobody was calling them sovereign citizen back then? They're saying the same stuff back then that they're saying today. They don't even go there. They don't even branch up the fact that they, why? Because at one time all these people were studying from RV Bay publications. These people were talking BS about it right now. At one time, all these people who saying Taj is sovereign citizen, he's teaching sovereign citizen stuff, those people were sitting in Taj Tariq Bay's class at one time. Now, they're talking against stuff. Why are they talking against things now? Why weren't you talking about it 10 years ago when you were in his class? Right? So know that there's dirty Moors around here. You say Moorish movement, and you say, yeah, proclaim my nationality, I'm a Moor right now, and then you come out and you see sea of fezzes or whatever, watch those fezzes and turban people, because those are the people who are against your birthright. Those are the people who are going to say Moors are U.S. citizens. Those are people who are going to say, you're not American, you're Canadian. And you have to be in the position to challenge those, because those same people who are saying that Canadian and all that stuff, they are directly using verbiage or language that Europeans who are against the Moorish movement use. When they say sovereign citizen Moors, when a Moor says sovereign citizen Moors, know that that individual is using Anti-Defamation League, Southern Poverty Law Center, COINTELPRO, infiltration of black organization, whatever language. As soon as they're using that language, clearly they work for those people if they're using the same language that the people who are against our birthrights are using. Clearly they work for them. Or they wouldn't be saying the same language. It's no different than with us. We tell people, don't say person, say natural person. Why? Because people out there, when they say person, they mean corporation. So don't talk like that, or they're going to assume that you're down with them. So once they change your language, people are going to try to convince you that the language that you're using is not really the language you use, or Noble Drew Ali didn't bring that, and you're violating whatever, constitution and bylaws, because, don't listen to them people, this is your birthright. Nobody doesn't own this. Moor Science Temple doesn't own Noble Drew Ali. Moor Science Temple doesn't own fezzes. Moor Science Temple doesn't own birthrights. Moor Science Temple doesn't own nationality cards. Moor Science Temple doesn't own charters. Everything, Noble Drew Ali said, everything that I brought for you came from Allah. Then I brought it. Allah had given it to me and I'm giving it to you because why? Because you're the beneficiaries of the vast estate. And the vastness of this estate travels beyond oceans and borders and stuff like that. The vastness of this estate means that nobody can pretend like they're holding your birthright, dangle your birthright in front of you. Like, here's your birthright. If you want to get it, come get it. Okay, 50 push-ups or whatever, get your birthright. They can't do that. As soon as they start doing that, realize that these people are corrupt and you need to go and find somebody else to go get information from. Right? Any comments or questions?
Yeah, I'd like to add that.
Yeah, Mark.
It's just like these dirty Moors, they know that the people's been programmed by the de facto criminal government. Basically, even though people say we're the people, are the government, they still let the de facto government tell them what to do, when to go to sleep, what to eat. Basically, they depend on them to tell them how to live their life. And these dirty Moors, they know that, so when people hear them saying about, oh yeah, you're supposed to listen to the de facto government, supposed to follow their codes and their statutes and all this kind of stuff, all these different de facto criminal stuff, it sounds like normal to them. It's like, okay, that sounds like what I do every day anyways. Right. So basically, they're just working off the people's emotions, knowing that the ones that don't really study, the ones that are just getting into the movement, they're easily influenced. And but to me, like somebody that studied, anybody that studied, when you hear this stuff, you're like, wow, how they say stuff like that? Like, that's crazy talk, you know? Right. But you'd be surprised, a lot of people, they'll be like, oh yeah, that sounds logical. That sounds like right on track of what we're doing now. So it makes sense, and it's totally against your birthrights. Right. Because your birthright is you govern yourself. You're your own master, right? And you're supposed to look to the other Moors for guidance or counsel, but that's probably it. And once you have enough knowledge, you basically will just be able to know what the ins and outs, and know, you just know, because you know yourself, so you just know, right? And knowing is, like they say, half the battle.
The end of time is drawing near, so says Allah to his divine prophet, I, noble Jew Ali. And that is why many hearts have turned to stone. Many have eyes to see but cannot see, ears to hear but cannot hear, lest they would be confounded of their sins. These are trying hours now, dear Moors, and every evil spirit is moving, and they are trying every weak mind. That's the only minds that they can try. They can't try studious minds. This is the issue that Moors are having with Cujo El. Because they're taking the position of they own me. They don't own me. Not because they gave me a charter means that if we don't have that, we're not gonna be doing this. Right? This is something that I've been doing before we said Moors. So I know that they don't own this. Because when we were Black Power guys weren't coming and trying to, oh, you guys can't do your little program and stuff like that. When we were the Rastafarians weren't coming and telling us, oh, you guys can't teach that and whatever like that. They couldn't. Because they don't own it. It belongs to the people. The people make the choice of whether something should be taught, not be taught, or whatever. Right? Brother Ray L asked the question, can you go into how being a Moor doesn't require one to be in the MSTA temple, yet one should be in a temple, but know what to look for or ask before joining a temple? So, Noble Drew Ali asked the question in the 101 questionnaire, why are we Moorish Americans? Because we are descendants of Moroccans born in America. What is the purpose of for what purpose was the Moorish Science Temple of America founded? For uplifting of fallen humanity. Right? Why are we Moorish Americans? Because we are descendants of Moroccans born in America. If the Moorish Science Temple of America made you a Moor, it would say that we're Moorish Americans because we're members of the temple. Doesn't say that. Nowhere in any literature does it say that you have to be in the temple to be a Moor. But again, if people want to play own you, or if people want to play I'm your slave master, then they're not going to teach that. They're going to make you think that, oh, well, you have to be in the temple to be a Moor and all that. When it's not about being in the temple to be a Moor. The temple is an institution that's supposed to teach you how to be a Moor. Temple's not there to make you a Moor. The temple is there to teach you how to be Moor. What does it mean to be, when you say, I'm Moorish American, what does that mean? Okay, you go to temple and learn that. Now, you know, if you go to the temple to learn that, and they're not teaching that, which is what Tashri Bey found out, which is what Ras Mariah Bey found out, which is what any of the Moors that we consider master teachers that aren't doing lessons from the Moor Science Temple of America floor, that's what they found out, which is why they don't do classes from the Moor Science Temple of America floor. Because when they went there, they realized that this thing's corrupted. When they went there, they had people telling them that they can't this and they can't that. Imagine somebody has knowledge of a subject matter that can assist the Moorish movement. And they go outside of the Moorish movement, exercise their stuff that they know outside of the Moorish movement, and then come back to the Moorish movement and say, all right, Grand Sheikh, you know what I mean? I went out there and this is what I was able to do with my skills and I want to donate this to the temple. And then those individuals claim that the individual who went out and brought back the stuff, they're trying to take over the temple, we need to remove them. No, remember, the individual didn't come back and say that they want something. They went and did it out of their own free will because they understand what it means to be Moor. If you're Moor, you support your own stuff. If there's a temple, you support it. Holy Temple of Science, you support it. Anybody saying that they're Moor, that they're doing anything, you support it. All right, well, I'm a member of this temple, so I go outside and I know how to, you know, I know how to go to the city hall and get the city hall to give us free lights. And I go down there, I talk to whoever I talk to, and then now free lights. And then people are saying, you know, well, you can't do that because you're trying to take over stuff and you're trying to make it seem like you have the power to do things when, you know, but really what it is that the people who were leading were incompetent when it came to certain things. So it made them look bad. It made them look bad amongst the membership that you call yourself Grand Sheikh and you couldn't get us free lights? It took some outsider guy to come in here and give us free lights? And you've been Grand Sheikh here for 20 years and we never ever had free lights ever? Okay, clearly we need to start looking at this individual who says that they're Grand Sheikh if they're not qualified. Because anything that somebody's doing that they're bringing to assist the nation, it should be something that sheiks and all that stuff know what to do already. But we go back to the lesson in the mystery of the Silent Brotherhood, that the priesthood is dead. So all these people talking about, well, you know, I'm not going to be a Moor because the Moors don't have this and the Moors don't have that and the Moors don't have whatever. Well, the reason why the Moors don't have whatever is because those people who are complaining haven't built it yet. And they're sitting there flapping their gums, opposed to getting busy and doing something. Right? Yeah, Mark.
Yeah. So actually, when we're up at the up in Ottawa, there's a book that I was looking in, and I forget what it's called, but it has different stuff like articles and flyers of back in 1929 or back in Noble Jewelry time when they were advertising stuff, and they had like advertisement of they were manufacturing medicines, they were manufacturing goods, and which is public knowledge, is not really nothing new. But one thing I'll show Cujo is like they had like a advertisement for a dance.
Yeah.
So it was a dance. It's like food, dance, refreshments, and it was like I'm thinking, wow, like it's like, oh, they're advertising like different kind of dancing, like, you know, it's not just one type of dancing. And so it's like this enjoy yourself, come enjoy yourself, dancing it. But to think that something that was on a civil on a civic level, and deal with law and politics and history, that it shows that they were basically like regular people too. There wasn't any crazy stuff like in church and stuff. A lot of us, we've been programmed by churches, we've been programmed by the criminal de facto government system. So anything that we see that sounds like church or looks like de facto, we think, okay, that's normal because that's what we're programmed. And the programming is why these dirty Moors, that's what they play on. Just to bring up the Sinetta wannabe dirty Moor.
Yeah.
He had that same lawyer that Sinetta had.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
And she was, she's going on her BS about agreeing with their BS.
Yeah.
But they asked her, oh yeah, isn't the Moors keep on saying that government is a corporation? And she says, they're a corporation.
Yeah. She said, yeah.
Yeah, they're a corporation.
The lawyer lady.
Yeah, the lawyer said it. She said, yeah, they're a corporation, and they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it wasn't no big deal when she said it. You know what I mean?
When you post stuff, and you show
everybody's challenging
them,
and whatever.
They come up with the same stuff that they post every time.
Right.
Their own little bullshit that they post every time.
Yep.
And it's funny that a couple months ago I was listening to Masmerada Bay, their show, where she had not a nervous breakdown, but she was venting really hard.
Yeah.
How cause she used to be a crown attorney, and when she was doing indictments or something like that, she said that they don't give her any power. She has no power when she goes into the little process to do indictments or whatever, to see if there's gonna be a case.
Right.
It's like she can't talk. They don't make her talk. They don't make her do nothing. It's like she's powerless.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. And she's like, oh, the system is like, basically saying the system is messed up, and she has to protect her son. I tell him, don't go inside with those fake guns because you're not so-called white, so it's not the same for you.
You're not protected like that.
Exactly. So it's funny that how they just contradict themselves all the way around. And I think their time's up. That's what I say. Their time's up because anybody that study a little, even just a little bit, will know that these guys are frauds.
Right. Real simple. Brother Kofi Alatunji. Islam brother, I've been on the thread of some of your more recent Facebook discussions, and I see a lot of people in different cities threatening to take your charter or remove you from office. But my question is, why are they threatening to take your charter or whatever, but they are not threatening to shut down these ink temples and 501c3 and naturalization temples? I don't understand. I say, GS, that you should just stay low, keep your language moderate as to not give people a reason to be angry and let them expose themselves. Well, again, the atmosphere has been just lay low and keep your language moderate and whatever like that. And now these dirty Moors are running amok all over the place and have people in confusion. And now people are saying, oh, don't address the dirty Moors, leave them alone or whatever. What do you mean? The fact that we haven't done nothing is why they're even still around here. If we go to any nation, anywhere in the world, they don't play around with traitors hanging around.
Top guy.
After these guys freaking do their little tyranny and their little anarchy and their insubordination and all that stuff like that, they're not hanging around after.
Hanging, yeah. They're hanging.
Right? There's no way that treasonous people live.
Straight up.
There's no way.
Straight up.
But we're supposed to love, truth, peace, freedom, justice, all that. Okay, so we're going to leave those people alone. We won't take their head, but we're going to put those people on Front Street every chance we get. As far as us, well, let me say as far as me, because I can't even talk for other people. But for myself, I know what Dirty Moors did to this movement, and I know that people haven't done anything about them. I know that from 1929 to 2016, the individuals who assisted in Noble Drew Ali's assassination are still around today, in 2016. doing classes, they got temples, they're going over all over the place, whatever like that. When they killed the prophet, how they killed the prophet and they're still around? Right? Just like the brother was asking, how come there's people saying naturalize and they're not going at them? How come there's people bringing officers of the court, members of the KKK Bar Association onto their channel to teach people about law, right? But they're not going at them. They're actually telling people, the same people who are threatening to take my charter or whatever like that, they're threatening people, right? That, you know, if you follow what these Moors teach or whatever, you'll get arrested, but they're not talking anything to these Moors that are using officers of the court as a reference point to teach Moors. When we know that if you're claiming you're gonna back officer of the court, then clearly you're not in propria persona. Because being in full life, being in your natural person, being Moorish American, you're supposed to be against the officers of the court. You're not supposed to back the Bar Association. You're not supposed to be like the Brampton Moors with their, you know, we're a law firm and stuff like that. We're lawyers. What do you mean you're lawyers? How are you a lawyer and you didn't take the bar? And then why would you take the bar if you're Moorish American? It doesn't even make no sense, right? And you know, I've took the position of taking a 3 months, 4 months or whatever, not talk about these people. The less you talk about them, the more they show up and the more they want to try to prove a point that they're right or whatever. So I'm not gonna sit back with regard to my birthright, because you know, like I recognize that they're robbing me.
Islam.
There's not no thing where, you know, because they're talking about something else or whatever, they're robbing me. RV Bay is a site that I go to frequently. They're saying that that's a fraud. When I go there, the people on there, matter of fact.
That's what they're saying now?
Oh yeah, they're going hard.
Who's saying that?
They're going hard.
The site that I want to be Moorish World TV. That's the main one. Like every other show he has, he's talking about. They're talking about us. No.
What is this? Moorish what?
Morisco World TV. We don't even call them Moorish anymore.
Why is anyone watching?
Huh? No, they're called Moorish, but we don't call them Moorish. We call them Morisco.
Right, but why is anyone watching it?
Because they're talking BS about our online university and all of our teachers.
Oh. They're talking hard about
boldly. They're saying that our master teachers got people shot and stuff like that by highwaymen because they stood up for their rights.
This is just the war machine up there.
Yeah, exactly. Right? So what are we going to do when the war machine steps up? Nobody's not freaking talking about let them do whatever they want.
Counter.
Right? All right. So we counter. Right? Put this on the record. Autographed by Razmariah Bey, Mizraim Aleph L, and Anaida L. This record affirms that Kudro Adwa L, as GS of MSTA Canaanland, co-host of MHHS radio host programs, National Principles and Sons of Allah, has supported Moors Heritage and History School and uplifted the Moors divine and national movement of the world. This acknowledgement comes at the completion of the school's 9th year in association and conjunction with over 745,000 visitors at the RV Bay Publications website and over 120,000 listeners of MHHS Eyes Wide Open Blog Talk Radio. We thank you and look forward to your continued support. However, the universe thanks you more. All right? So, they might think that, you know, Taj Tariq Bey and Razmariah and Anita and these people, you know, because they say nothing, because they don't address these people, that these people could just go around and talk whatever BS that they want to talk. They found out that Kudro doesn't play dirty Moors and, you know, give people passes because they got fezzes on and stuff like that. The master teacher told us, your works speak more than your works speak more than your words. Right? I have documented proof of my work that I put in. Right? I paid dues in the Moorish movement. If you go to any of these temples out here and you ask any of these grand sheiks out here, how much dues have they paid? Guaranteed they'll tell you they don't have to pay dues because they're grand sheik. Guaranteed they'll tell you they don't have to put any finance in because they're the head of the whatever and they're supposed to be taken care of by them and all this BS. Right? But you ask them what have they contributed to the Moorish movement? Guaranteed that you'll hear nothing. Nothing. No finance they contributed. They haven't written any books. They haven't put out any newspapers. The only classes that they do is in their little temple. They haven't taken this information outside of the temple. All they're doing is playing like they have some type of authority. And again, as these individuals rear their head or whatever like that, stick their head out their hole, we have the little thing like the
it's a lawnmower.
That little game that they got at CNU and the whack-a-mole. As soon as they stick their head out, they're getting slapped. As soon as they stick their head out. Especially because, again, like the Moore brought up, you have more science temples that are directly called Moore Science Temple, but they have paperwork from IRS and they have paperwork from Department of whatever, this bankrupt corporation giving them some authority to start something, and they're not going at them people. They're going at the individuals who had a website for 9 years teaching 245,000 people out there who want to know about their birthrights.
And if they are tied with de facto, then they have no jurisdiction in Canaanland. That means they don't even know what Canaanland is. So for any Moors who are in Canaanland or listen online, you have to understand that Canaanland comes before Canada. And if you come online and you start talking about Canada, blah, 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 Canadians, Canadian Moors, blah, 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 then you're in extreme dishonor and disrespect of the ancestors who came to Canaanland.
Straight up.
And who were in Canaanland. Waiting for those ancestors, etc. So, you know, you're in Morocco and you can study the United States and you should know the Constitution because that's the one agreement. But other than that agreement, when you're in Canaanland, there's no Moors who have jurisdiction over you, and there's no organization or government that has jurisdiction over you. And that's something that, as a Moor who studies, you'll come to realize. So clearly, if these people have channels and whatnot, and going online and saying Canaanland, so on and so forth, like it's a sub-jurisdiction somewhere. It's not sub of anything.
Right.
It's sub of the empire, period. That's it. There's the empire and then there's Canaanland. That's it. Anybody, and if you haven't realized that, you need to keep studying. And you shouldn't be out there on making videos and talking garbage. Because it's simple jurisdictional, you know what I mean, organization. It's very simple. The United States of America is not superior to Canaanland. The United States of America is a union of states on the American continent within the empire, but beside Canaanland, and not greater than Canaanland. And when you realize that, you realize what a joy and honor it is to be in Canaanland, and how the energies are so on point, and why there's actually a temple here that is doing things on point. And you'll be thankful for brothers like Cujo, and Assistant Grand Sheik, and other Moors and other people who've been around for years now, doing it properly. And nobody's gonna mess this up. But what they do is they go online and they try to use us and use other Moors who are doing it right and create confusion. So for all the Moors online, just know, like, we can do whatever. We can let these guys slide, or we can go at them. Doesn't matter, because they can't. There's nothing they could do to Canaanland. It's like saying you're gonna go to heaven and mess up heaven. It doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that.
Brother Shabazz L, I've tried to figure out if the Truth A1 AA222141 is registered anywhere in corporate Canada's colorable jurisdiction. I've searched on 3 fronts, them being Aboriginal band numbers and Aboriginal status, Religious Corporation Acts, Canada Corporations Acts, and Consular Posts, Canada Retail Sales Acts. And I can find nothing. Now mind you, I don't doubt the truth, but I need to know how to prove it with something these foreigners are familiar with. Most of these colonists violate my right to tax exemption when I attempt to exercise. Is there any documentation within de facto government of Canada or acts that identify and acknowledge our Aboriginal and Indigenous status along with the permanent and general character status? I am not confused as much as frustrated with the fact that most of these corporations within corporate Canada, colorable jurisdiction, that claim they will not accept my card because it is not government issued by the government of Canada. My question is, how do I just use the number if they won't accept or acknowledge it? Now when you look at acknowledgement, what we're looking at is people want their things to be recognized, right? The only way that corporate Canada is going to recognize your Moorish nationality card is if your Moorish nationality card is corporate. That's the only way. If your nationality card is not corporate, those people aren't recognizing it. Now, the second part of that is, why would you want those people's recognition? Because their recognition is not the authority that qualifies whether something is legit or not. We have Brother Olanre, Brother Olanre Waju Bey. Well, we'll just put up in here that he's Nigerian. But he knows that he's a Nigerian Moor that went from Nigeria over here, which is still Morocco. You didn't go nowhere, he's still here, right? Brother went to court, recognized, right? Judge in the court, and then, yesterday we did the whole breakdown court. Court is, open, 4 walls, no ceiling, all that stuff is really a court. So court is really outside, court's not building. So goes to this jurisdiction called court, puts his status on the record, blah, blah, blah. In the end, judge says, oh, well, the reality of the matter is that, he didn't have to give the highwaymen a license. He didn't have to give the highwaymen a license because the ID that he gave them was sufficient. Why was it sufficient? Why? Because it had a picture on there, it had his qualifications on there, and then it had a mailing location or /address on there. And he had 2 forms of ID. He had a right to travel card and he had nationality card. Judge threw out everything, made prosecutor apologize to him and all that stuff because they violated him. Right? So the nationality card is recognized. The question is, does the individual who holds it recognize it? Do they recognize the power of a nationality card? Most people don't, because they're coming into this. It's like I was discussing with a brother online. He's gonna say, well, okay, I just got my nationality card now. What do I do? How you get a nationality card? Well, I went to the site and then they clicked the stuff and then they got a nationality card. All right, well, before the nationality card part that you click, there's 15 other stuff before that. You click those? Well, no, because I was going to get a nationality card. Well, well, before those 15 stuff, before the 15 things, there's a there's a thing that says new to the site, and then they have a list of all this stuff or whatever. You click any of those? Well, no, because so no wonder you don't know what nationality card is. No wonder you don't know what nationality card means, and you don't know how to use it. Because the whole idea of going on that site was to get a nationality card. It wasn't to learn about what it means to be a Moor. It wasn't to learn about birthrights. It wasn't to learn about noble duality. It wasn't to whatever. It was about try to get out of something. As soon as you have the mentality, oh, I'm going to be a Moor to try to get out of something, that card ain't working. Card's not going to work. You're going to have that card in your pocket. You're going to go to every store out here. And everybody's going to be denied. Moors are going to come behind you with a, oh yes, recognize it. You're going to go to denied. How come they don't recognize? It's not them. It has nothing to do with them. It has to do with, do you recognize what it is that noble duality brought you? Well, you know, if you don't know who noble duality is, definitely that card's not going to work.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Just today, my sister was basically, she texted me about, basically she was trying to get me to buy something for her with my card. I'm like, I don't do that anymore. The only thing I do for my children. Right? So I gave her the number, the 88141, and I said, just tell them the number. It's gonna work in their system. It's like, oh, I'm scared. Well, oh, that's on you then.
Might not work then. Probably not.
It might not work.
I told her that even before I got my nationality card, I was using the number just by going to the store and tell them who I am.
Exactly.
This is my birthright. I gave them the number. You know, it didn't work all the time, but some of them took it. Just because they gravitated with what I was saying. Right? It's not about the card, it's about the knowledge, it's about the aura that you give off, it's just the confidence, it's just something about you that they see within you that this is, this is your birthright.
Exactly.
So it's not about the card, it's not about anything material, it's about you and the kind of perception that you give off. And I'm not saying the card does help, because that's what they are trained to see, a card and a picture and stuff. So it does help in somewhat, but like you're saying, if you don't know, if you don't have the knowledge, they're gonna ask you what's your question, you'd be like, you're gonna be stumped, you know what I mean? Not even just asking the question, even when they say that, well, we don't recognize this, then you're just gonna take it as, no, you're gonna be like, let me talk to your manager or your supervisor. Right. Or, well, you violate my rights. Like, you know what, I'm going to UN. Like, you just put them on blast. Like, and they see that emotion in you. It's not just about.
They read it.
They read you.
Yep.
Right. And plus, I mean, once you basically, you're honoring your forefathers and mothers, the divine power will be behind you. Like, it will just like. I mean, when they look at it, sometimes I think that the hieroglyphs on it just kind of mesmerize them.
You get the pyramid with the glassy eyes. Yeah,
it's like
the glassy
they're
eyes.
looking at it and they're like, okay, here you go.
It's a spell.
Yeah, it's a spell,
right? And again, don't get twisted. We know it doesn't work all the time. It's not, but it ain't that serious.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. I'm pretty sure there's another store that got that stuff that you're trying to buy where it's gonna work. You know what I mean? And trust me, majority of the times, we're in stuff called counter. Oh yeah, nationality, whatever like that. Oh, sorry, we can't accept this. Oh, alright, I'm going about my business. You know what I mean? It's not, I'm not going to be there battling with them about, you need to take this and no, there's a store right over there that has the same stuff. I'm going to go there. And guaranteed, one of these stores around here is going to accept this.
You know what happened to, like, even yesterday with my stuff there? Actually, I told her what to do. Touch that button, whatever button. And then when she do it, then this is not even here. It's all past Kingston or somewhere up here.
Right. On the journey.
On the journey.
Yeah.
The journey going out.
Yeah.
And it's one couldn't figure it out, then another one, 3, 4 of them come.
Yeah.
And
you had to show
a
them.
good time.
Right.
Whatever. And then she comes and she said, oh yeah, and do it, and I got my receipt here too.
Right.
Yeah.
Where I do it, I didn't have to fight with them.
No fight.
They don't know, they never see somebody like me.
So you
with
teach
this
them.
stuff.
Right.
So you should see the other 4 or the other 3 over her watching what she's doing.
Yeah, because it becomes a learning experience for everybody.
So simple, and it's in their head now, thinking, and they know, right? Somebody out there like me.
It becomes a learning experience for everybody.
Yeah.
Right? And you know, again, like with what Brother Noor is saying, I know that they accepted it because of what his energy is.
Yeah.
Going to them. He's not going to them, wonder if this is gonna work. I hope this works. You ain't going with that. As soon as you go in there with that, it's an energy thing. They already know it ain't working. Because, you know, it's like what they say with mind power. You get what you ask for, and you get what you don't ask for. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you could, you know, say, but if all the stuff that you're putting out there is, I don't this and I don't that and don't whatever, then you're going to get don't. How much ain't there around to do and try getting some stuff that you want, opposed to stuff that you don't want, right? Because everything starts with your thought. How are you looking at this thing mentally? It's like Killer Priest said in the track about, you know, battling a guy or whatever, and then, you know, I had to explain to the guy that I saw him lose the battle before we started battling because thought travels faster than the speed of sound, so I seen you coming before I heard you.
Yeah.
Battle's done. Like, what are you gonna do after that?
Yeah.
What's your position after that? What are you battling about?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. If from thought I seen you coming, forget seeing you coming. I intuitively knew that you were coming before you got here. So what happens when you get here? You think that we got something to deal with? You're done already, right? It's already over. Starts with the mind. So as soon as they start dealing with this is mental before it's some kind of physical thing, right? Because they push that idea, right? They push that idea that, you know, you gotta come to the temple to get a nationality card, and you know, if it doesn't come from the temple, then it's not whatever like that. Those people are talking earth plane. As soon as they're talking on those mundane, low vibratory levels, you don't even need to waste your time with them people. It doesn't even make sense to waste time with those people because they're not looking at this from a higher perspective. They're looking at this at the most low mundane perspective, and not that anything's wrong with looking at it there, but that's supremely limited. If you're just saying, you know what I mean, I'm MC, but I only want trap beats, you suck. Like there's 50 billion different types of beats. That's the only stuff you want to rhyme on? Every song on your album is trap beat or whatever? Get the hell out of here. Yeah. I don't want to hear nothing from them individuals. Right? Any other questions out there?
I just want to add to that about the divine power. It's just simple as, I remember when I first got my nationality card, the very first time I got it. It was around December. It was Christmas time last year. So my son here, he can testify for it as well. So we went to somewhere in Vaughan Mills shopping for, no, it was back to school. It was back to school. And so we're at the store.
Still out in the thing.
And so this is the first time I use my card. I'm all kind of excited. I got my card. I mean, I've been exercising already, so but I was still excited to get my card. And then he was buying some stuff, and then he was looking for this one pants, this one top pants, and he couldn't find it because he didn't have his size or anything. And then I was in line waiting for him to come in line because it was a long lineup. I said, I'm going to be in line, buy what you want, get what you want, and I'll check out by the time you reach the front of the line. And then he couldn't find his pants, and then when he came in line, the pants that he was looking for was right where we were standing. I mean, it's probably the only pants left in his size, the medium.
Yeah.
I'm like, he said, here's the pants. He said he was looking for the whole store.
Yeah.
Couldn't find the pads.
All of a sudden.
It's right there. Like you see the divine power. It's like the same pads you're looking for is right here. What's the chance of it being right here where I'm standing? Not half an hour being in the line where, you know, it could have been anywhere else. So he's like looking at me like, okay. Remember? Well, that's the divine power.
Yeah.
Showing him, like you see, it might be something simple as that, but you looked around like half an hour in that whole store trying to find out what pad is right here where I'm standing.
Right there the whole time, waiting for you.
Waiting for you.
Waiting for you. Right. And you know, like when we look at the use or the utilizing of the divine power, once we have this as a mindset that the purpose of the Moorish movement is to get man to go from being a lower self to be his higher self. This is what all this is about. The whole point is to get us to stop thinking with our lower mind and thinking with our higher mind. And as soon as you start thinking with our higher mind, now the veil is removed. You could start, you know, like they said in Roddy Piper movie there. They Live. You put on the glasses, and then you put on the glasses, now you can see that stuff's crazy out here. You take off the glasses, you're like, oh my gosh, like I didn't know that's what that was saying, and I didn't know that was a demon right there, and I didn't know that, you know, because we're veiled. But as soon as you get your mind right, the veil's removed. In front of your face, you have people with the slit eyes talking to you. That you realize what's what. You know what I mean? You realize people's frequency. Before they even open their mouth, you know that, okay, you know what? You know what I mean? Ching, 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 ching. You put up your little protection stuff and all that stuff. You got your amulets or whatever, because you already know that being around these people, I have to be mindful of, you know what I mean, their energy and my energy crossing. Because there's going to be problems. Right? My brother Kujo, I don't want you to think that I do not understand your position, because at one point in time, I believed the same way as you. However, after being presented with the following information, I discovered how mistaken I was in this belief on this subject. Why I am now sharing this with you, it was shared with me, so I'm not better or smarter than you. This is just information, knowledge made it to my hands first. If you simply read the book pages 11 through 31 of the attachment, you would see how Noble Drew Ali was a man of international law and how he fully understood what it takes to become a true Moorish American national versus just being a Moor or member of the MSTA. After reading, you should also be able to better understand why he used Moorish American, Moors, members, and American citizens in his writing, as there is a legal requirement that each must meet in order to be classified and called as such. Hopefully by reading you'll discover what makes one a true national versus a 14th Amendment stateless person serving as a legal citizen of a corporate state. I hope there is no hard feelings between us, as my intentions are only to do what is best, blah blah. And the initial question was, what is the Moorish nation state, or something like that. And the question I presented to the brother is that you don't challenge China, what's their nation state? Like, why you challenge the Moors? You don't challenge Hindustanis, what's their nation state? When they say, I'm Turkish, I don't hear Moors jumping at them, oh, you guys said you're Turkish, what's your nation state? And try to figure out stuff. How come? Because their nationality determines that. It's not even a question. So when we say, oh, and the PDF is called, hold on. The PDF is called Nationality and Statelessness Under International Law. So you can just look that PDF up. Nationality and Statelessness Under International Law. You have something?
Yeah, so before you assume that anyone's a 14th Amendment citizen, you have to be identified. You can't just say, well, black people in the United States are 14th Amendment citizens. Wrong. Because you're just in the middle of nowhere in the Midwest, say, and you've never been documented. You can be stateless. If somebody finds you and says, who are you? Where are you from? And you say, I don't know. Okay, you're stateless. But you're not 14th Amendment just because your skin's dark. You're 14th Amendment because the 14th Amendment was created, and at some point you must have walked into some office and said, yeah, I want to be a voter. And when you say, I want to be a voter, then they said, okay, now you, because of how you look and because of how the system we have set up, now you're a 14th Amendment citizen. So that, when in the 1960s, when they said, okay, all you black people come and vote Democratic, when either they weren't voting or they were voting Republican, that's when you had all the rest of everybody else who started saying, yeah, I'll register, all the registration to vote, and the Black Panther Party and all that stuff, all the vote registration. That's where you get, now I know this person is a 14th. Now this person has agreed to be a 14th Amendment citizen. It's all about agreements and contracts. You don't just become stuff. Moors keep throwing labels at each other when nothing sticks if you don't agree to it. If I don't agree to anything that anybody says, then you could talk all day. That's just your lips. It doesn't affect me.
All right.
You know, it doesn't stick. I might default, but it doesn't actually stick to say to something that you can use and talk about, oh, well, in the UN and in international law. Forget about international law. If you're talking international law, people are going to want to see documentation. Something. One way or another. So
they're not taking some PDF said that's what it is.
Yeah, like
as what it is.
That's what it is.
I mean, you better be able to articulate the point that you're trying to make to these people. And again, like if you know, it's like with the thing of being a Moor. You know, what does it mean to be a Moor and all that stuff? Well, when you said that you were black and you agreed to that, you didn't ask before, what does it mean to be black? You didn't stop saying, well, you guys say I'm African and all that, so what does it mean? What is it African and all that stuff? You just went with, oh yeah, sure, fine, I guess we're African. Oh, okay, I guess we're black, I guess we're Negro, I guess we're whatever like that. As soon as you say Moors now people gotta challenge and question, and we don't know if this is real and should it, and how does this really work? But you didn't do that when you were agreeing to be all this other stuff. Right? So when the individuals present, you know what I mean, little claims of certain things, you know what I mean? You know, check it out. If it's vibrating with your common sense, if they're vibrating with your energy, then you're gonna go with whatever's presented, because it's about information. It's not about who gave it. It's about the info. It's about, you know, it's like when they say, we always use the example of the dream interpreter guy. When somebody has a dream and then they're going to somebody else to tell them what was in their head. That's your head. If you can't interpret your own dreams, you got issues that you need to deal with. You have blockages, because those are direct messages from the other side to you. If you say, you know, we're gonna do some shrooms or something like that, some acid, and we're gonna go trip out or whatever like that, you go to some other dimension. You come back here, you can't explain where you went. You have issues that you need to deal with. Because you went there, and nobody else went there. So somebody who wasn't there, unless somebody, you know, like if I go to another dimension, and then, you know, Tez is there, And then I come back and Tez giving me the look like, I'm gonna go talk to Tez about some stuff. But if I say, yo, you were in the stuff, whatever, and he's like, he told me about the, all right, did you get the message? Did it make sense to you? What did I do? Did I try to rob you when I was over there? Like, what? You know what I mean? So if you can't interpret it yourself, right? And again, the interpretation comes from the fact that you're studied, you're groomed, you're not looking at this as, Moorish thing. So, only Moors or only this person or only this one individual or only this one website. You're gonna, check. You're gonna check multiple sources, but you have to have your mind right. Because like Drew Ali said, those people out there are trying every weak mind. If your mind's weak, then they're gonna try you. Right? They can't, and we'll use this example again, right? Like, they don't own me. Like, the people who put their signature on our charter, I'm good with those people, right? The individuals talking BS about they're going to take charters or whatever like that, their name's not on that. They never signed that over to me. So they have to zip the lip when it comes to take stuff, and we're under somebody because of some conversation that we had with some people. That has nothing to do with birthrights. They can play a little club, whatever, if they want to. They can kick me out their club. They can kick me out their little group, their little Facebook group. They can block me and stuff like that. Do your thing. But when it comes to birthrights, this is from birth. It's not something that somebody is gonna have over you, like how they do the the entertainer guys. Tape them, how they did with Fat Boy there, DJ Khaled. Tape him with the Bigfoot girl. You know what I mean? Making sex tape and stuff like that, and then he gets dropped off labels and stuff like that because of sex tape, because they have something over him, or they do some homo stuff or whatever like that, and now they got tape on them, and well, if you don't make this song about whatever, we're gonna put up the sex tape on you and all that stuff. They can't do that stuff with you because they ain't nothing for them to find. They don't got no dirt on me. Same people who talking BS, mad dirt on them people. Now we could easily just, make their life living hell, put the dirt out on them. Because certain stupid people, they wanna play tough people and stuff like that, leave messages and stuff like that, and put their voice to stuff, and ample amounts of stuff that we could play. We could play stuff with these people, threatening me, telling me, wait till they catch me or whatever like that. You better wait till you come to this city and stuff like that. We're gonna do this and we're gonna do that to you or whatever. But I can care less, because I don't have no fear of no death and stupid stuff like that. Like, I'm spirit, not the flesh. So whatever it is that they want to do, it's like Brother Yasun said, yeah, you kill me or whatever, but when I haunt you in your nightmares for the rest of your life, you're gonna have problems with me. You wish that you never did nothing to me when I come in your nightmares. Right? You wish that you never did nothing. So you can play your little game or whatever, but it's not really going down. It's not really going down like that, really.
Oh, and then a quick note too is when you talk about whatever PDF that he sent, like you said, information is information. So I'm not discounting it as absolutely valuable. In fact, more to the point is that whatever it says about stateless people, you have to realize that there are conventions that specifically said that any citizen, any person found in Morocco not having nationality of another country is by default a Moroccan subject. So if you are a stateless person, but you're in Morocco, then you're not stateless. You're a Moroccan subject because you're in Morocco.
And that's in the
Geneva Convention, I think?
The Constitution and Treaty book on RVB Publications, and the article came out of or the thing Tez was talking about comes out of the citizenship of the United States congressional whatever meeting or whatever that they had. They told people, if you are, first of all, they told people that Moors lost their nationality by naturalizing. Right? So any Moors talking about you need to naturalize, they're robbing you of your birthright. Because the European told people, when you naturalize, if you're a Moor and you naturalize, you just lost your birthright. You didn't gain your birthright, you just lost your birthright.
What do you mean by naturalize?
But just to make an amendment to that, I think in studying some of the stuff that I'd seen off of the Seer, the DVD one time, naturalization comes through the process when you are already affiliated with another nation, right? And that includes the Masonic temple. So for example, these Masons would, if they were to come in to the so-called nation, they would be naturalized.
Right.
Right? If you were coming from, let's say, Nigeria as a Nigerian citizen and you were wanting to come into the temple, you would be naturalized. I don't know if you can speak to that, but that's the understanding that I sort of got. That's where you already have a previous affiliation.
Right.
To something else.
Yeah, you can't be stateless and naturalized. Like you have to be tied to
something to begin with.
Right.
But that's where the naturalization process comes in, from what I see, through the vis-a-vis the temples. Right?
Well, we could look at it like when Noble Drew Ali said, let's see if it's in here. When Noble Drew Ali made the statement to the Moors that somebody went to the temple and they said, oh yeah, at a meeting where the Holy Prophet was present, he saw 10 Arabians, 5 Turks, 2 Chinese, and 1 Japanese join the Moorish Science Temple of America. The secretary asked the Holy Prophet, these people have their nationality. What should I put on their nationality card?
Right. And then he
said, so Act 6 in the Constitution tells us with us, all members must proclaim their nationality. Right, so Japanese is a nationality, Chinese is a nationality, Turks, Arabians, these people have nationalities. So because they had a nationality, they could have become members of the Moorish Science Temple, because in order for you to be a member of this, prerequisite is nationality.
Right, but that would be a member of the temple, but still being a Chinese national.
Right, because
so in a sense, it'd be Chinese Moor.
Well, or Chinese American.
Right.
In the real sense
As a concept.
of Chinese American.
Yeah.
Not the corporate sense where, somebody from China that says, I'm a citizen of the US. They're not Chinese American. They're Chinese United Statesian.
Yeah.
which is a big difference.
Right.
But when
even Chinese itself too is a corporate construct.
Yeah. So those individuals would be naturalizing because they're foreign to here.
That's right.
So they would have to naturalize. Whereas the people who are already here that don't know about their Moors and they don't know about nationality, those people would proclaim a nationality.
Pre-claimed something else.
Right. So the idea is that Moors teach that the idea is Moors are foreign
to the corporation.
To the corporation.
Right.
So because Moors are foreign to the corporation, they have to naturalize. Right?
Naturalize or national?
Naturalize. This is what the naturalized Moors are saying.
Oh, naturalize, right. But that's naturalizing back into the other corporation.
That's naturalizing into this.
Right.
But if they're already here, if their status, if they're already here, they're nationals. They just don't have knowledge that they're national.
Right. So they're trying to denationalize.
So they're trying, and this is why the people said, when you naturalize, you lose your Moorish nationality.
To the naturalization process, which makes you
makes
you a foreign person.
Foreigner.
Foreigner.
You're foreign twice now, because remember, if they say that because you're tied to Yudades, you're foreign, right?
Right.
U.S. is a private corporation. You can't be, like, why is that even in the argument? That institution.
Right.
That's the, oh, well, because you went to McDonald's, you're a McDonald's citizen. Well, because you want to go to Burger King now, you have to go into Burger King and naturalize in the Burger King. Those are corporations. They have nothing to do with government process like that. The fact that they're given that U.S. democracy, that power, that they have the power to make people anything, is what the issue is.
And it really comes down to yet again your consent.
As soon as you consent that they're a government, when they're a corporation, you just give them power of government, so they're going to exercise as such. And they've been exercising as such because we keep giving them the power of government.
Right. Which is power over us.
Which is power over the people. Because it's a democracy that they're giving the power to. They're not giving the power to a republic, where the people are the ones that rule it. Right? Naturalize?
Okay, so naturalize from the same Webster's dictionary. Verb, to confer the rights of a natural on, especially to admit to citizenship. To introduce into common use or into the vernacular. To bring into conformity with nature. To cause as a plant to become established as if native. To become established as if native. So that first definition, to confer the rights of a national on, especially to admit to citizenship, and the last definition, to become established as if native. Those are the context in which we're talking about naturalization, right? So coming into a place and being given the citizenship as if you were a national of that place, or as if you were native.
Right? As if you were, but you're not. As if you were, which means that that's a privilege. And then why would these people be given the individual who has a right a privilege? If you naturalize, you're being given a privilege. Doesn't matter who it's coming from. People who look like you, whatever like that, they're giving you a privilege. Acting as if you're a national, but you're not really that. Right? But when we go to Noble Drew Ali, he said, proclaim your nationality. And as soon as you proclaim your nationality, the rights are yours. Nobody has to get, oh yeah, now you have the rights, here's the rights, now you can do whatever. As soon as people start talking like that, draw a line in the stand, put up your brass wall, and don't play with those people. Because they're trying to enslave you.
It's going to be nationalized from the 3rd edition Bucks Law. It says to confer citizen upon an alien, to make a foreigner the same in respect to rights and privilege as if he were a native citizen or subject.
As if. So not restore the fact that you're a native, but treat you as if you're native. Now, would you rather be restored the right of it or be treated as if you're it? Same thing why they hated Hugo Chavez. Because he nationalized everything in Venezuela. So nobody can have any jurisdiction over their stuff. Same thing Fidel did in Cuba. Naturalize everything. So nobody can come over there and pull stuff like what they did, what IMF did in Jamaica. Talking about, you guys grow bananas here, but you guys have to import bananas from somewhere else. You can't sell your own bananas. And then those people are going with it. Well, the debt and, because... You got bananas forever there. Bananas going dead over there because people are so terrified of this Inquisition forces or whatever. They're not, the bananas and stuff there are going bad. Because these people are buying the imports. It's like we talked about with last year when mom went to Trinidad and they're selling grapes in Trinidad. Like they're not selling guavas and stuff like that. There's all the stuff that you get in the supermarket here is down there. with the little sticker or whatever from Mexico and all that stuff. And the stuff grows there. Right? There's stuff that grows there that people can't sell anymore. You know what I mean? In the 90s when we went there, beaches that you used to just go walk on now, they got guys at the gate and stuff like that. You gotta buzz in to go to the beach. Fishermen that used to just have their boat, throw the boat in the water, go fish or whatever like that. Now they need permit and stuff like that.
Handicap guy.
Hmm?
The handicap.
Yeah, yeah. Right?
Needs paper.
Handcard guy needs a license.
Yes.
Right? Nailed on the wheels and all that stuff or whatever. But he needs a license. But he made that card at his house.
Yeah, push it, they can't, still.
How you make a card at your house and then somebody's telling you need a license for that? And then you're going with it, oh yeah, let me get this license because, the cart, you know what I mean? And they had license plate on the cart and stuff like that that you just made at your house. Crazy. Right?
So just to go back to what you were saying, the quote from the prophet, or the quote from the person about seeing the Japanese and the Arab and so on and so forth, and the prophet saying in his message that this is the sole foundation that all Asiatics must depend on for their earthly salvation. So that meant when he says all Asiatics, that means Turks, Japanese, Hindustani, Chinese, all Asiatics. And so from that time, those people probably ended up being advisors to presidents or they're like prime ministers or whatever at that time that you're not gonna know who those people are today. And they probably didn't even know who they were back then necessarily. It's just they came, they got the knowledge, and then you have countries that listened to the prophet and you have countries that didn't. And when you see countries nowadays setting themselves up to be more independent and self-sufficient or at least progressive and stronger, from a national standpoint, most likely is somebody who back in those times was sitting with the prophet, learning and then taking it back to their homeland and doing things properly.
Yep.
Don't doubt it.
Yep. And then it also shows how much respect others have for what Noble Drew Ali brought and the lack of respect that people here who he came for them have for him.
Just like Muhammad, when they chased him away from Mecca and Medina. Chased him away from Mecca. Right? Same thing.
These same people around here, who around here today call themselves Muslim. Their foundation, their founders or whatever like that, ran Prophet Muhammad out of Mecca. He was running for his life out of Mecca. But what they say today, oh yeah, peace be upon Muhammad and all that type of stuff. When they ran him out, no different than people saying, proclaim your nationality, more science temple. Those guys killed Noble Drew Ali. You listen to them? They killed him. How is it that a man who, like Brother Tez was talking about, he actually, where's that little book at that we were passing around? To go back on the shelf there? Yeah. Just look in there, find the Prophet's Remedies picture or whatever. How is it that this individual had all these remedies and stuff like that, told Moors, anything that you're not sick with, you're not born with or whatever, I can cure you. Right? Yeah. Right. Health and happiness prolongs life. Moorish body builder and blood purifier. For men, women, children, beneficial for rheumatism, lung trouble, rundown constitutions, indigestion, and loss of manhood. Price 50 cents. Moorish antiseptic bath compound. Beneficial for dandruff, rheumatism, stiff joints, tired and sore feet, also skin troubles when used as a face wash. Moorish mineral oil. Prepared by the Moorish Manufacturing Corporation, Noble Drew Ali founder, 3603 Indiana Avenue. For all those Moors in Chicago, go check 3603 Indiana Avenue, see what's there now, and then go to these Supreme Grand Sheiks and stuff, ask them, where's your Moorish Manufacturing Corporation? Because there's still corporations around today that were around Noble Drew Ali's time. that they're still around today. So where's all his stuff? Right? Live agents and dealers wanted. We pay 50% commission. Most places you know give you 50% commission. Right? You tell me that this man's not honorable? That this is his corporation, and his corporation is telling you, you buy some of this stuff, 50% commission when you sell stuff. Right? Now, bringing that up to say, how come his death certificate said he died of tuberculosis? If he has a product that's going to cure you of everything that you were not born with, then why is it that his death certificate says he died of tuberculosis when we know for a fact that he got beat to death? It's not a secret that he got beat to death. Moors know that he got beat to death. But nobody's not going to question, how did tuberculosis get on his death certificate? Who's the guy that was handling the body and all that stuff? Because, you know, if we're saying we're Muslim and stuff like that, then you already know that, you know, somebody who is in upper, you know, adept chamber or something like that had to be the one who went down there, cleaned the body, stuff like that, because, you know, we're Muslim. You know, there's no foreigner go clean the body and stuff like that. Right? Somebody who's part of the family has to do that. But he died of tuberculosis. And then all these people out here that say that they're head of Moorish, whatever like that, nobody's talking about, well, how come his stuff is saying that he died of tuberculosis? When they know that, well, they claim Chicago police beat him up. But Chicago police weren't the ones that trumped up those charges that he murdered his chauffeur. It was Moors who did that. It was Moors who went and ratted. Same COINTELPRO FBI agent, provocateur, coming to the temple, pretending that they're down with the movement and all that stuff to undermine it. Those same people were the ones that set him up to get charged. You know, again, trying to get him out the way. Set him up to get charged. He beat the charges, but then he gets released into the hands of the people who set him up. And then he ends up dead, just like that. How come they didn't talk about tuberculosis when he was, how come he never had no tuberculosis when he was going through a case in the trial and all that stuff? How come they didn't cancel the trial because he's ill? How come they went ahead with the trial still? If he has tuberculosis, which you could die from that, that means that he's not fit to stand trial. How do you go ahead with the trial still if he had tuberculosis? All these questions people don't ask. Right? But then they're claiming some type of authority in the Moorish movement. But the individual who said that they rep, nobody has stepped up in the leadership and asked questions about how certain stuff became public record. Like how did it get on the record? How the hell did he die of tuberculosis? You know, and if we get spooky, use the thought of Allah. Allah couldn't protect him or whatever from tuberculosis. If Allah's going to protect him from guys running around the temple with a knife trying to stab him, if Allah's going to protect him with making him recognize, oh, hold on a second, what is that in the food right there? Oh, that smells like rat poison in the food or whatever. I'm not going to eat this. Numerous times, documented facts that he's seen poison in his food and told these Moors, you are watching all your food, guys. Told them. Has the writings to prove that Moors don't try no stuff, you know. Don't think I'm not watching what you guys are doing. Telling Moors, you guys better get the stuff right, you know, because when I start visiting these temples and stuff like that, the heads are going to roll when I start coming around. Because people are doing a disservice with this information. Back then. But you know, once you get the head, take the head, then the body's just gonna, right? And that was the whole plan, because they knew that majority of people that were coming into this, they were a weak mind still. and they weren't really studying how they were supposed to be studying. Because if they were studying how they were studying, when Noble Drew Ali died, all these people would have said, we're still with the Moorish nation, and they wouldn't have did the pick sides and, well, some people go to this guy, some people go to that guy. The guy said that, oh yeah, the guy jumped in the seat and said, yes, I'm the prophet returned, and everybody said, oh yeah, there's the prophet, and all crazy stuff like that. It wouldn't have went down if people were studious. But that's the whole point of the infiltration. Destabilize the foundation. Make the foundation faulty. You know what I mean? There wasn't any more online questions. One more plug. For all the Moors who are looking to get their studies on more, Great Seal Khalifa and Moorish Directory starting up in January. They have first class is going to be Holy Quran class. If you want to sign up for Holy Quran class, moorbook at activemoors.com. Moorbook at activemoors.com. Send an email. They'll let you know whatever it is you got to do to get in on the classes. Make sure that if you take these classes, that you're serious about learning or whatever like that, because you know, brother Rami Al Bey, Grand Sheikh in Khalifa, he doesn't play, you know, this fictitious stuff with the information, right? So if you're about to go there, make sure that you're serious, right? It's not play, right? Those Moors are serious out there. So, you know, don't have them wasting their time with you know, the fact that people want to waste time, right? If you're real about it, get real. And also too, remember we have Noble Drew Ali Day coming up at the Steelworkers Union Hall, January 8th, 1 o'clock, or 12 o'clock. We have Brother Seton Rabe is going to be out here. We have Brother Ras Ben. On Saturday, if anybody knows anybody between the ages of 12 to 19, on Saturday, the brother that we did the Skype with, Morris Bay, aka or formerly known as Maurice Ager, he's going to be coming here to do a ball camp. So if you have anybody between 12 and 19 playing ball serious and you know they want to better their skills, we had one individual talk about, you know, he doesn't need that or whatever. He doesn't need that, you know what I mean? He's not going to know because he doesn't need that or whatever. Well, you know, all right, he's that good, but you know, you got ex-NBA player coming to teach you some ball skills. So if you think you're better than him, don't worry about showing up, right? If you think you can learn something, you know, just like all the coaches say, you know, the best ones are the ones who want to learn something, who don't know that they're the best, don't think that they're the best, right? Always open to learning. So if you know anybody in the jurisdiction where we're at that is interested, you can have them contact 416-301-7216 to get on the registration for the basketball camp, which is going to be at David Trimble or Flemington Park Community Center, and that's going to be on the 7th of January, and it's going to be from 12 to 5. Anything else?
Just at, no classes on the 25th and the 1st.
All right.
I guess next week's class will be the last week until New Year.
Right. Yeah. Anything else to add to?
We'll probably be having a town hall meeting early in the new year, but just with scheduling and all the different appointments we've had, we just kind of put it off. But the town halls really are for the members to not only come to and voice themselves, but also to organize, really. I just kind of been setting up dates as we go along, just so that we don't fall off or whatever. But
I think we should say that we'll probably have one before the end of January. I think that should be
yeah. So we'll say pretty much before end of January.
So after the Noble Drew Ali Day and before January 31st, there will be a town hall meeting for sure.
Yeah.
It's to get kicking off, even though it's not the real New Year. It'll be sort of the New Year after the Prophet's birthday, right?
Yeah.
And we can get some things done. We'll have an itinerary.
Yeah.
And everyone's welcome.
Also, we have a business association that we casually meet together, just like basically conference calls are online, so it's not really in person. So anybody who's entrepreneurial who has their own business going, just get in touch with me, or get in touch with Brother Omari, and he can give you my information if you don't have my information.
Any closing questions or anything like that? Anything at all whatsoever? Especially the new people. If you got some stuff, feel free to ask now.
I want to know the difference between the maroon and the black.
When for myself, we don't really. I don't really get into that. The whole different colors and what colors mean and all that stuff, because we're dealing with, this is a birthright. When you start going into what are the different colors are and all that stuff, now you have people wearing these under that perspective, opposed to wearing it because it's their birthright. Right? So you have people say, okay, well, I got the orange one because the orange one means, whatever.
Doorkeeper.
So, because I got the orange, now you can't tell me because I got the orange. Well, if I'm somebody who deals with this as birthright, whether you got orange, black, whatever like that, it doesn't mean nothing to me. You're Moorish American and we're fam, right? But the tradition. Red, the tradition, red is membership, right? Black is adepts, and black is muftis. Orange is muftis / doorkeeper. What else is there? Blue.
I think it's governmental.
Is governmental official, governmental related.
And then green, right?
And then green is like above. It's I would not necessarily above.
Just a
different degree,
yeah.
Or a different office of government. But the point is that all of them represent government. The point is that all of them represent. When we said earlier, the bailiff of 100. When we put the fez on, that's an indicator to other people of where we stand. Doesn't matter what the color. They're not looking at color. They're looking at, oh, you got fez, turban, or whatever. Okay, well, clearly this individual knows something, because this automatically represents knowledge. It automatically represents that you're on some type of level relative to knowing thyself, right? And then, the other thing with the colors is those also distinguish degrees. So to have to put out there, a color is whatever, and then somebody gets that color. Now they put on the green or the blue, and they think that they're gonna go to these whoever out here and talk BS to them because they got the blue one on instead of the red one on. They're about to get their head lost and get their fez taken. And we know that people have a pattern of hear birthrights, get their ass kicked, and then blame where they got it, not blame themselves. You know what I mean? But we say for standard people, you know what I mean? Red is what people usually get. For sisters, turbans,
um, 27 inches long, 9 inches wide, and then you
It's 108
you
isn't it,
wrap,
length, right?
or yeah, length 108, and then you wrap so that the front has an open triangle, or your pine needle's open in a triangle, instead of wrapping like how Rastas wrap or Africans, they just wrap, right? You're wrapping it so that it crosses, like how the Punjabis and the Sikhs and whoever like that wrap their stuff. It's the same culture, having that pine needle open, right? As far as the turbans, and then we don't play. Only brothers wear the fez and sisters can't wear. If sisters want to wear fez, they can wear fez. It's birthrights. If brothers want to wear turbans, they can wear turbans because it's birthright. If you want to wear a fez, wrap turban around it. It's birthright. This is not some club stuff where you can't do this, you can't do that, or whatever. You know, it is custom with if you're in social whatever atmospheres where there's gonna be drinking, smoking, whatever like that you don't do those stuff in your fez because it's Drew Ali said stay out of the alleys where your fez is on and things like that. So you can stay out of the alley means don't go to the nudie bar with your fez on. Don't go to don't do crazy stuff. Don't do crazy stuff with the fez on because you might not get the response that you would want to get.
I was going to say, so on the RV Bay, I see that they have white fezzes for females.
Yeah.
Yeah.
White fezzes as well, yeah. Right. And then you could also, if you look at it as from learning perspective, you can also line the chakra colors up with the fez colors to know where your degrees are at, where you're at. So then blue would be pineal, white would be crown chakra, green would be heart chakra, red would be new, just coming in, so you're on the base. And you're waking your way up. And then black, black's not even on the chakra wheel. Anybody else? Very good. All right. So, Islam to all the Moors online, and everybody else. And also, don't forget, again, rvbaypublications.com. Get your study on. Don't be shy. You know what I mean? Everything there is free. Also, ChalifaMedia.com. Make sure you get the new book, Watch My Prophecies. The new book on Drew Ali's prophecies, and my new book on Drew Ali's prophecies that have happened, and with documented proof of the prophecy and then the manifestation of his prophecy after he passed, so we can consider him in much more higher perspective than we do, even though we have supreme honors for the noble prophet, for everything that he did, what he brought us, and the lessons. So if that's it, let's just rise and we'll close out. Five on the left, two on the right. Allah, the Father of the universe.
Allah, the Father of the universe.
Father of love.
Father of love.
Truth.
Truth.
Peace.
Peace.
Freedom.
Freedom.
And justice.
And justice.
Allah is my protector.
Allah is my protector.
My guide.
My guide.
And my salvation.
And my salvation.
By night.
By night.
And by day.
And by day.
Through his holy prophet.
Through his holy prophet.
Noble Drew Ali.
Noble Drew Ali.
Islam.
Islam.